Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6 cm Chapter 194 LV2 System Mall, additional update. Using the same method, Otonashi Chiya eliminated all the enemies that blocked his way. As for those very weak patrol teams, just ignore them, there is no need to waste time on them. If the combat personnel coming over from behind can't easily deal with such a patrol team, then they might as well just go home and herd cattle. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya has already reached the base of the demon church. Before my eyes was a spooky cathedral, surrounded by dead trees and human bones. Starting from this area, more and more enemies are patrolling. The demon church seems to have determined that the Demon Hunter Association is going to take action against them, so the defense has become much tighter recently. However, since they have already arrived at the headquarters of the demon church, Otonashi Chiya doesn't care whether he is discovered or not. No one here can escape anyway. At this time, Mishima was about to take action, but was stopped by Otonashi Chiya. You all take a rest, leave the rest to me. Good. Jiga has great confidence in Otonashi Chiya's abilities. Mishima just wanted to see how powerful Otonashi Chiya was, and how unfathomable he was. Susanoo. With a thought, Otonashi Chiya immediately used the power of Susanoo. At the same time, he also put on the white mask, skin, which gave him more chi and blood attributes. Otonashi Chiya started out in the third form. Now, except for the fourth form which is quite strenuous and the complete form which is extremely strenuous, the third form is relatively easy for him. Mishima, Kiga and Otonashi Chiya stood at the head of Susanoo. Is this your power? Mishima was observing the giant. If it was just huge in size, it would not be a big deal, but the feeling this giant gave her was more than just huge in size. Although it was not the first time that Jihi saw Susanoo, it was the first time that he was in this perspective. He could not help but say, I like this perspective. Then she said to Mishima, he used this power to fight the Dark Devil last time. Equally matched with the Dark Devil, Mishima immediately started to wonder if Jihi was talking nonsense. Of course she knew the power of the Dark Devil. To be on equal terms with the Dark Demon, that should be something that only a demon of the same origin can do. Advertisement, you'll find out in a moment, and little Otonashi's true strength is far more than this. Jihi said calmly, because she remembered that the giant she saw in hell was several times larger than the current giant. Now even when addressing Otonashi Chiya, Jihi has to add, Shao, in front of his name. Then I'll look forward to it. Mishima's interest was immediately piqued. If it is true as the Hunger Demon said, and the strength of this human boy is equal to that of the Dark Demon, then doesn't he also have the strength to stop the Death Demon? Now, Mikima's fantasy about the Chainsaw Man has basically been completely shattered, and she will no longer go to find the Chainsaw Man out of admiration. Now she only wants to stop the Demon of Death from destroying human civilization. It is for this reason that she has not given up on contacting the Chainsaw Man. But now, if Otonashi Chiya is strong enough, she doesn't need to bother with the Chainsaw Man anymore. Moreover, her success rate in controlling the Chainsaw Man is almost zero now, so it is time to find another way. At the same time, suddenly, a blue-green giant several dozen meters tall appeared, immediately alarming the entire demon church. Oh my god, what the hell is that? Is there an enemy coming? Is this a demon or is someone using demonic power? How could such a big thing appear? Whether it's an enemy or something else, go and inform the demons. However, Otonashi Chiya will not give them a chance to prepare themselves, as the ultimate form of the Rage Sword is already in Susanoo's hands. He swung his sword with all his strength, showing no intention of leaving anyone alive. Boom, a terrifying sword wave that easily tore the earth apart swept over, and the entire cathedral was reduced to ruins in an instant. None of the other enemies near the cathedral were spared either, and were all devoured by the sword waves without leaving even a trace. Including several demons served by the demon church, they all rolled back to hell. Ding! Host gains 30 attribute points. Ding! Host gains 12 attribute points. Ding! Host gains 16 attribute points. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya's mind suddenly began to receive system notifications one after another. These were the attribute points rewarded for hunting demons. Then, he activated an achievement. Ding! Host activates the achievement. Destroy the demon church base, and gains attribute points, 50. Otonashi Chiya immediately opened the system panel and took a look. Allocated attribute points. 256, 1250 attribute points have been obtained cumulatively. System Mall LV2. Need to obtain 3,750 attribute points to unlock to LV3. The System Mall has indeed been unlocked to level 2. Otonashi Chiya immediately wanted to see what good things the more advanced System Mall had. As his mind moved, the products of the System Mall appeared before his eyes. The first things you see are black eyes, beautiful contact lenses, white mask, skin, Night of Extermination, skin, which are already available in the LV1 Mall, but now there is an additional page turning function. Turn down one page and you can see the products of the LV2 Mall. Open black lens bracket product. Longevity pill. Close black lens bracket. Effect. Taking a longevity pill can directly increase your lifespan by 10 years, and your lifespan can be increased without limit. Price. 100 attribute points, can be purchased repeatedly. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket, product. Uchiha Fan, magic modified version. Effect. Since this is a modified version, it can absorb all attacks and rebound them with 100% power, but there is an upper limit to the absorption level. The damage beyond the upper limit will be borne by the user. Price. 100 attribute points, open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Product. Plane teleportation scroll. Effect. Randomly extract any plane. The result cannot be changed after extraction. The host decides whether to teleport to the plane. Teleporting to the new plane will update the new products in the system mall. Price. 500 attribute points, can be purchased repeatedly, but the price will be doubled. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket product. Geto statue, magic modified version, close black lens bracket. Effect. Since this is a modified version, you can summon without Rinnegan, and you can also use Susanoo to set Geto statue, which will comprehensively increase Susanoo's upper limit. Price. 2000 attribute points, open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Note. More LV2 level products will be unlocked when the accumulated attribute points reach 2000. Chapter 195. The function of Geto statue. A total of 4 new products appeared in front of Otonashi Chiya. Each has its own uses. The longevity pill is definitely worth it, but I don't need it for now. The Uchiha Fan is also a good item, it can be used to match the white mask skin. Otonashi Chiya looked at the goods in deep thought. The Uchiha Fan is undoubtedly worthy of the price, and it fits well with his double Kamui. The damage that the Uchiha Fan can withstand will be absorbed and rebounded, and the damage that exceeds the limit will not hurt him because his hollow can completely avoid damage. The price of 100 attribute points is certainly not expensive for Otonashi Chiya at the moment. As for the following 2 products, they are even more important. The scroll of plane transfer. It should mean that you can extract another plane to transfer. Although it is not necessary at the moment, you can give it a try later. Out of curiosity, Otonashi Chiya focused on learning more detailed information about the scroll of plane transfer. I also learned some very important information. First, there is an upper limit to the attribute points that can be gained in each plane. For example, the upper limit of the Chainsaw Man plane is 3000 attribute points, and the upper limit of other planes is also 3000 attribute points. However, after reaching the upper limit, you can still gain attribute points through activating achievements, and activating achievements are not affected by the upper limit. Otonashi Chiya thought it was okay. He had traveled to the Chainsaw Man dimension for so long, and only now had he accumulated 1250 attribute points, and he could basically walk sideways in this dimension. It is still far from the upper limit of 3000 attribute points, and this upper limit has no negative impact on him. Then the second information is that when traveling to a new plane, the time of the old plane will be frozen until the host returns to the old plane, and then the passage of time will automatically resume. Simply put, as soon as Otonashi Chiya leaves the Chainsaw Man dimension, time will freeze, and it will automatically unfreeze as soon as he returns. In that case, let's wait and see. I don't have enough attribute points to buy this thing now. I'll make a decision after seeing which new plane I draw. Otonashi Chiya has already thought of a general plan. By the time he has done most of what he wanted to do in the Chainsaw Man plane, his attribute points will probably be almost reaching the upper limit, and he can definitely go to a new plane. After all, he was quite interested in the Geto statue as a mobile toilet, especially the fact that he could use Susanoo to put on the Geto statue and strengthen Susanoo's upper limit, which was the most attractive aspect to him. But the price is as high as 2000 attribute points. Basically he has to go to the new plane to earn attribute points before he can buy it. Advertisement. And if nothing goes wrong, Otonashi Chiya's double Kamui should be able to achieve transfer between different dimensions. In other words, as long as he has settled down in the new plane, he can transfer between the old plane and the new plane at any time thereafter. This is the same reason why he can travel freely between the human world and hell. By the way, I wonder if the system mall will unlock the 9-tailed beasts. Otonashi Chiya immediately looked forward to it. In his opinion, the Geto statue has 2 biggest functions. One is that it can increase Susanoo's upper limit, and the other is that it has a lot of room for improvement as a container for the tailed beast. Apart from this, he didn't expect a single Geto statue to do anything. A single Geto statue wouldn't be very useful in high-end games. However, the details about the tailed beasts will only be known after the accumulated attribute points reach 2000 to unlock the second stage of the LV2 system mall, or after the accumulated attribute points reach 5000 to unlock the LV3 system mall. Now Otonashi Chiya has a very clear goal, that is to brush attribute points. After destroying the Demon Church's cathedral, Otonashi Chiya has freed Susanoo and landed safely with Makima and Jiga. Is it over already? Makima looked at the ruins before her. She couldn't help but feel emotional. In terms of destructive power alone, this human boy was indeed the most destructive person she had ever seen. And gee, he just said that this boy's strength is far more than that. Maybe this boy really has a chance to stop the death demon. Regardless of whether what he said was true or not, at least there was hope. I almost died at the hands of little Otonashi's sword. The angle from which he praised Otonashi Chiya's ability was a bit strange. Wait, when did this happen? Otonashi Chiya was confused for a moment because he had no recollection of having done anything. But he immediately reacted, I think I understand, you were talking about what happened during the time of the Dark Devil, right? Advertisement, yes, I was watching the battle from a distance. If I hadn't paid attention, I would have been reincarnated in the human world. He said honestly. Otonashi Chiya smiled without saying a word. Then he said to Makima, it's almost over now. Once the other teams clear out the enemies on those defense lines, it will be completely over. Since most of the elite members of the Demon Church were wiped out by the fallen demons in the Magic City, the Demon Church is now seriously short of elite members, and each line of defense is filled with weaker members. In addition, the cathedral had been directly destroyed by Otonashi Chiya, and all the people there were dead, so there was no way to support the defense line. Due to various factors, the teams from District 13 Association were able to break through various defense lines at a very fast speed. Among them, the two teams led by Yu Chongsheng and Yu Kair were the fastest. However, when they arrived at the cathedral and prepared to start killing people, they were shocked to find that the cathedral was in ruins, and there seemed to be no one alive except Otonashi Chiya, Makima and Jiga. What just happened? Did you guys eliminate all the enemies? Yu Kair asked Otonashi Chiya with a look of shock. No wonder she suddenly heard a loud noise before, it was probably the noise caused by the commander-in-chief destroying the cathedral. Otonashi Chiya nodded, have you guys completely eliminated the enemies? Yes, the other 4 teams should have broken through the other defense lines and rushed over. Yu Kair immediately reported the situation, no one in the team I led died, but more than a dozen people were injured. They will be fine after they receive treatment immediately after returning. Some people in my team also suffered varying degrees of injuries, but fortunately none of them were fatal. Yu Chongsheng also reported the casualties. Next, the rest of the teams also came to the cathedral to join them. When they saw the ruins, their reactions were almost the same, either dumbfounded or in disbelief. The most incredible thing was that the commander-in-chief did not have a single injury on his body, and there was not even a drop of sweat on his face. Chapter 196 We are sisters with a good relationship. As we all know, after a big battle, demon hunters usually suffer injuries of varying degrees, and they will almost certainly be injured whenever they use demonic power. However, Daxia's demon hunters tend to focus more on physical skills and are not particularly dependent on demonic power. Especially the team led by Yu Chongsheng and Yu Kair, 2 SSS-level demon hunters. Both of them have the ability to break through the defense line, and the casualty rate of their combatants is particularly light. Only a dozen people were injured and no one died. The casualty rates of the other 4 teams were not so good, but of course not too bad. After all, the enemies on each line of defense were seriously lacking in elite combat power. But the commander-in-chief's situation directly refreshed everyone's cognition. When they learned that it was the commander-in-chief who successfully conquered the entire cathedral with only 3 people, everyone found it incredible. Because the commander-in-chief, the deputy commander and the unknown pink-haired girl all looked very relaxed and did not look like they had just experienced a bloody battle. Doesn't this mean that the commander-in-chief has turned this place into a ruin without any effort? Is this the strength of an EX-class demon hunter? This is too outrageous. I feel like I'm just here to join in the fun. Since the demon church's lair has been destroyed, then our crusade has been successfully completed, right? Otonashi Chiya saw that all the teams had gathered and prepared to count the number of people before calling it a day. As you can see, this operation has ended. You can all report the battle situation and then go back. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to everyone. Afterwards, he learned the overall battle situation. The overall casualties were still very light and there were no deaths. Although some people were seriously injured, they were sent back for treatment in time. The medical skills sublimated by the power of the devil can basically save all of them. Overall, this crusade was a complete success in the true sense. Including District 13, the crusade against the Devil's Church was launched almost simultaneously in various regions. The first victory came from the 13th District subjugation campaign led by Otonashi Chiya. Of course, the crusades in other regions also succeeded one after another, but the crusade in District 13 was so fast that the performance of other war zones seemed bleak in comparison. Within 2 days of the full-scale crusade, all the strongholds of the Demon Church were successfully eradicated. Except for a few who escaped and some members of the Demon Church who were already operating outside, all enemies were wiped out. The remaining enemies outside can be captured and eliminated one by one. It is only a matter of time. Advertisement After the matter of the Demon Church was over, Otonashi Chiya returned to the Demon City with Makima and Jiga. Of course, Shen Yu, Lei Sei, Ba Mu and others who served as commanders in various war zones have also returned. Really? We haven't seen each other for just a few days, and, dear, has brought back another girl he doesn't know. Looking at Mishima sitting next to Otonashi Chiya, even Lessei, who always liked to watch the fun, couldn't help but sigh. As soon as Shen Yu saw Makima, his eyes changed subtly. Chiya Ni is a bad guy, Densi said with a somewhat aggrieved tone. Dongshan Zhaohong smiled awkwardly. Otonashi-kun is really popular. However, Densi and Zhaohong had met Makima last time, and now they were just echoing Lessei's sigh. At this time, Freya and other weapon men were also here. They had just returned from the war zone and wanted to get together with Lord Otonashi. The result is what happened before our eyes. Freya silently winked at Balaam and the others, and then they all returned to their own villas tacitly. Come to think of it, this girl's eyes are just as special as Xiao Jihei's. Do the two of you have a special relationship? Lacey had already noticed this detail and couldn't help but ask. Yes. She's my sister Makima. Ji nodded. Makima did not deny this, because she and Ji did have a bit of a sister relationship, and she didn't care that Ji treated her as a sister. Younger sister? Shen Yu immediately realized that something was wrong. I remember you were a hungry demon. Are demons also related by blood? Ji had a blank expression and said nothing. Because Shen Yu's address to her was incorrect. At this time, Lei Sai immediately whispered in Shen Yu's ear. If you don't call her Xiao Jihei, she won't pay attention to you. Small? Shen Yu was suddenly a little embarrassed. Due to her personality, she would feel embarrassed to be called Xiao Jihei. Advertisement, Little Jihei. Shen Yu hesitated for a while and finally said it. This is the first time I've heard of this. Demons are actually related by blood. After thinking about it, Lacey guessed, could it be because of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? This is actually not difficult to guess. After all, the reason of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse is the most reasonable explanation. Yes, Makima and I are both knights of the apocalypse, so we are very close sisters. Ji said quite casually. Otonashi Chiya almost couldn't help but complain. Do you believe what you said? They're just fake sisters, but they are still very close sisters. Mishima was suddenly helpless. Originally, she had thought about not revealing her identity as the ruler of the devil easily after coming to the human world, but now Ji has made it known to several people. Fortunately, these people seem to be acquaintances of Otonashi Chiya. That's true. I'm suddenly curious about which apocalypse knight Miss Makima is. Lacey said curiously. I am the ruling demon. Makima spoke up herself. Now that Ji has revealed so much, there is no point for her to hide it. Oh. Lacey nodded. Although it is unclear what the specific abilities of the demons are, since he is a knight of the apocalypse, his abilities must be strong. Let me tell you something serious. You all should know about Nostradamus's prophecy, right? At this time, Otonashi Chiya suddenly talked about business. The matter of the demon church was over, and he felt that it was time to prepare for Nostradamus's prophecy. Even if he didn't cooperate with Mishima and Ji, he would not ignore Nostradamus's prophecy. After all, this matter involves all mankind, including his relatives and friends. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Upon hearing Nostradamus's prophecy, Makima's eyes suddenly flickered. Chapter 197 Winning over Mishima. What Makima wants to do most right now is to stop the death demon, but she doesn't know that Otonashi Chiya also has this intention. So when Otonashi Chiya suddenly brought up this matter, Mishima immediately became concerned. Of course I know. This is a very famous prophecy. At this time, Lacey nodded. As a former secret agent, she understands that this kind of thing is normal. What is this? I've never heard of it. Denji shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know much about this kind of thing. Dongshan Zhaohong said with a little embarrassment. This subject was never taught in her school. So Shen Yu, do you know anything about Nostradamus's prophecy? Otonashi Chiya asked Shen Yue in Russian because Shen Yue didn't understand what he just said. Shen Yu also shook his head slightly, as expected. Otonashi Chiya was not surprised. Then, he said to Mishima. I heard from Xiao Jihei that Nostradamus's prophecy is really going to happen. When the time comes, the King of Terror, the Demon of Death, will descend. Now that you know about this, what are your plans? Makima then asked. Of course, it's to stop the death demon. After all, I'm a human being, and I definitely don't want that big prophecy to come true. Otonashi Chiya told Mishima his plan, so, I've already cooperated with Kokiga, so next I want to win over you as the ruling devil. If things go well, he can not only prevent Makima from becoming radicalized, but also win over Makima to fight against the death demon together, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How can you be sure that I will stand on the side of humans? According to the hunger demon, the death demon is also my sister. Makima is still testing Otonashi Chiya, but she is already somewhat moved. Otonashi Chiya also knew that Mishima would not be easily convinced, so he continued to persuade Mishima patiently. Not long ago, many cases of sudden amnesia occurred in District 13. Those things should be caused by you, right? Advertisement. You used your control ability to erase the memories of those people. You could have killed them all, but you didn't. And I have always believed that the more human-like a demon is in appearance, the friendlier it is to humans, so. Otonashi Chiya gave a complete enough reason. I see. Makima became more and more attracted to him, and she trusted this human boy more and more. But she remained unmoved on the surface. Give me some time to think about it. Before that, I want to study more about human civilization. Makima has her own little thoughts and wants to use the cooperation as a bargaining chip, so she is not in a hurry to agree to Otonashi Chiya. Because with the help of Otonashi Chiya, she can understand the essence of human civilization more efficiently and accurately. And not as blind as when she first came to the world. Books such as the 4 books and 5 classics are indeed not difficult to find, but the prerequisite is that Mishima must first know these books. She asked some people who had been dominated by her before, but they said all kinds of things, such as watching TV, reading newspapers, reading comics, reading books. Then she went to read it, but what she got was a mess of irrelevant things, which was far less profound than the 4 books and 5 classics. Otonashi Chiya had vaguely heard Mishima's intention. Of course, he didn't care about Makima's little thoughts. After all, he always had a lot of little thoughts. I will buy any book you want to read or any book I think is worth recommending to you. Otonashi Chiya promised. So, the Nostradamus prophecy will be carried out by the demon of death? At this time, Lacey was still thinking about what the great prophecy had predicted. That's right. Anyway, that's what Xiao Jihei said, and Mikima didn't refute it. That's basically what happened. Otonashi Chiya heading out. I never thought that Xiao Jihei and Miss Mikima would care so much about us humans, even though I may not be considered human anymore. Lacey said with a little surprise. Mikima and Jiga are both demons, but why would they fight against the death demons who are also the knights of the apocalypse for the sake of humanity? Advertisement. So, Xiao Jihei and Mikima Ne are both good people. Oh no, good devils? Denji said this in a somewhat naive manner. Thank you both for thinking of us. Dongshan Zhaohong expressed her gratitude. Don't get me wrong. I'm just thinking about myself. I don't want food, one of the main components of human civilization, to disappear. Ji stated his position very directly. Xiao Jihei is so cute. She still says one thing and means another at a time like this. Lacey immediately teased Ji. No, I'm telling the truth. Ji reiterated his position. But after being teased by Lacey, no one present cared about the fact that Ji was actually quite indifferent to humans. Afterwards, while everyone else was doing their own thing, Shen Yu found Otonashi Chiya alone and asked him about what had just happened. Now I understand that if we don't stop the death demon, our human civilization will be destroyed. At this time, Shen Yu had already learned everything from Otonashi Chiya, and she also understood Otonashi Chiya's actions. No wonder you want to join forces with the domination demon and the hunger demon. Yes, the main reason is that I don't know the power of the death demon at all. It is safest to make as much preparation as possible before the day of the prophecy comes. Otonashi Chiya's way. Although he was confident in his own strength, if the death demon was really a rude demon in the same echelon as the dark demon and the falling demon. In that case, he could only guarantee to protect himself and the people around him. After all, he did not have the ability to kill the rude demon yet. Also, there is no information. If there was information on how to kill the rude demon, it would be easy. In the original novel, the fallen demon herself claimed that current humans do not have the power to kill her. This can also be said to be the case because the rude demon is not immortal, but they just don't have enough power and don't know how to kill it. Otonashi Chiya plans to ask Mishima and Jiga about the death demon. But, why are those two demons both women? Shen Yu muttered quietly. Chapter 198 discussing the 4 books and 5 classics with Mishima. What did you just say? Since Otonashi Chiya was just thinking about the death demon and the rude demon, he didn't pay attention to what Shen Yu said. In addition, Shen Yu spoke very softly just now, so he didn't hear what Shen Yu said. I mean, they should be trustworthy, right? For the sake of face, Shen Yu changed his words directly. Don't worry, I'm here and won't let them do anything wrong. Otonashi Chiya explains. Shen Yu was silent for a while, then spoke again. The matter of the demon church is over. We will have a long vacation, right? Yeah, I can probably rest for about 10 days. Otonashi Chiya heading out. At the same time, he was somewhat curious as to why Shen Yu suddenly asked this. What I'm saying is, I want to go out and have fun, any day, anywhere. Shen Yu expressed what was in his mind very frankly. Do you want everyone to go together, or just the 2 of us? Otonashi Chiya then asked. If possible, I hope it's just the 2 of us. Shen Yu is still very straightforward. Good. Otonashi Chiya also agreed directly. It's settled. Shen Yu was suddenly delighted. But the next moment, Lacey, who had originally returned to her room, suddenly came downstairs. What is Miss Shen Yu whispering to my dear? Lacey's voice suddenly came from behind, and Shen Yu's eyes trembled slightly. She suddenly felt as if she had been caught red-handed by Lacey. Nothing, I just didn't understand what you said just now, so I asked Otonashi. Now I know about Nostradamus's prophecy. Shen Yu did not tell the whole truth to Lacey, and she felt a little guilty at this moment. Otonashi Chiya also realized that Kanzuki didn't want others to know about the agreement just now, so he said nothing. Advertisement, really. Lacey didn't ask any more questions about this matter, but she always felt that something was fishy. Of course, there is also a study in the villa where Otonashi Chiya currently lives. Moreover, the book reserves are huge, and there are enough books here for Mikima to read for a while. When Mishima has finished reading most of these books, Otonashi Chiya will go buy some more books to supplement the library. Otonashi Chiya brought Mishima to this study. This is much larger and has a much better environment than the previous study room in the 13th District Association. The books here should be enough for you to read for a long time. I will buy more books when the time comes. Otonashi Chiya said to Mishima. Mikima nodded slightly. Then she sat down at the desk and continued reading the 4 books and 5 classics, which she had not finished reading before. Then I'll go out first, you can take your time to watch it. Otonashi Chiya explains. Wait a minute. Just as Otonashi Chiya was about to turn around and leave, Mishima suddenly called him. Anything else? Otonashi Chiya asked immediately. Until now, I still can't understand why the Chainsaw Man was willing to become like that. This matter has become a knot in Mikima's heart. Ever since her last encounter with the Chainsaw Man, and her disillusionment, she has been trying to understand the reason behind this incident. But she just couldn't understand why the Chainsaw Man was so cruel and casual in hell. No matter whether it was the enemy or the Chainsaw Man's own relatives, they would die at the hands of the Chainsaw Man, or even be eaten and die completely. Why did I become like this after coming to the world? Didn't I tell you last time that you don't know the Chainsaw Man well enough, so naturally you can't understand his thoughts? This time Otonashi Chiya's tone became much gentler, not as sharp as last time. Because his purpose last time was very strong, which was to destroy Mikima's fantasy of the Chainsaw Man, but this time it was different. Now Mikima was almost on his side. How can I understand the Chainsaw Man? I can't control it now. After all, Mikima is a dominant demon, and the first thought that comes to her mind is to understand Chainsaw Man by dominating him. Otonashi Chiya smiled helplessly. Look at you, if you only think about solving problems by dominating, then you will never understand Pochita. Sorry, I am more accustomed to calling the Chainsaw Man Pochita. Advertisement, isn't this Mikima in the original novel? He never understood Pochita until his death, and the cause of his death was precisely because he did not understand Pochita. So, you know Chainsaw Man well? Mikima couldn't help but ask. I guess so. Did you know that it actually has a dream? Otonashi Chiya explains. I don't know, but I'd like to know. Mikima said bluntly. But I don't want to tell you now. When you have considered whether to cooperate with me, I will tell you then. Otonashi Chiya and Mikima practiced Tai Chi. Mishima was speechless for a moment. She seemed to smile but also seemed to be expressionless when she said, then I'll have to trouble you to help me speed up the efficiency of studying human civilization. For example, I only have a vague understanding of this passage. Can you help me interpret it? Since the 4 books and 5 classics are all written in classical Huxia, the fact that demons can master human language does not mean they can master classical Huxia. Even though every paragraph of classical Huxia is annotated, there are inevitably some that Mikima cannot understand. With pleasure, Otonashi Chiya naturally agreed. Unconsciously, he and Mishima started studying the 4 books and 5 classics together. Whenever Mishima encounters something she doesn't understand, she asks Otonashi Chiya. If Otonashi Chiya understood, he would explain it to Mishima in a way that was more understandable than the notes in the text, such as using very simple stories as examples. If he doesn't quite understand it, then he can only discuss it with Mikima. After all, apart from cheating, he is just a normal person, not so strong as to be familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics. Just when Otonashi Chiya and Mishima were discussing a difficult passage, someone suddenly broke into the study. Their discussion was suddenly interrupted. Mikima showed no emotion on the surface, but there was a hint of dissatisfaction in the depths of her eyes. Otonashi Chiya was fine. He looked up and found that the person coming was Jihi. Otonashi, as expected you were here. Jihi looked at Otonashi Chiya and Mikima sitting close to each other and seemed to be studying something. I'm sorry to bother you, but Otonashi, did you forget something? Chapter 199. Plans for the War Demon, forgot something? Otonashi Chiya thought about it for a moment. All right. I really forgot one thing, that is, I promised to suck blood for Jihi to restore his strength. I used the power of the small guillotine 3 times when I was fighting the demon church. Although the small guillotine is far inferior to the small falling, it is still a very strong demon and it consumed a lot of my energy. Jihi said calmly. So according to the previous agreement, I need to use your blood to restore my strength. Indeed, I almost forgot. I'll go to my room later. Otonashi Chiya was only halfway through his speech. Then I heard Jihi said impatiently. No, let's start now. I can't wait. All right. Otonashi Chiya's way. There is really not much difference between being in the study and being in the room. Although Mikima is still around, she probably won't care about this kind of thing. At this time, Mikima beside him did not say anything. Hearing Otonashi Chiya agree, Jihi immediately walked over and stood behind Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya originally wanted to stand up and stretch out his forearm to suck blood from Jiga like last time. But Jihi seemed to find this posture a bit troublesome. She was too lazy to wait for Otonashi Chiya to stand up. She wrapped her arms around Otonashi Chiya's neck, opened her mouth slightly and bit the trapezius muscle next to Otonashi Chiya's neck. Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt that this posture was a bit ambiguous. This time, Jihi only took a few sips before stopping, but this required a lot of patience. If he drank too much, Otonashi Chiya might dislike him, and that would be a waste of time. She can still distinguish between a full meal and every meal. Okay, I'm satisfied. Advertisement. Jihi licked the blood remaining at the corner of his mouth, not letting go of a single drop. Seeing Jihi like this, Mishima suddenly found it hard to understand and said disapprovingly, "It's just human blood, is it really that serious?" It seems that little Mikima still doesn't understand, but this is good. I can monopolize Otonashi's blood now. Jihi said. Hearing the word, exclusive, Mikima immediately had a slight reaction. After hearing what Jihi said, Mishima also became a little concerned. Is Otonashi Chiya's blood really that special? Afterwards, the wounds on Otonashi Chiya's body healed automatically very quickly. I have done what I wanted to do, so you can continue. After saying that, Jihi was about to leave when he was stopped by Otonashi Chiya. Wait a moment, I want to ask you about the Great Prophecy. Ask. Jihi stopped immediately. It's about time you told me how to stop the Great Prophecy, like how to kill the Death Demon. Otonashi Chiya questions. He was asking both Jihi and Mikima. Since both Mikima and Jihi want to stop Nostradamus's prophecy and each has his own plans, they should both know how to do it. You don't necessarily have to kill her, that's the worst option, but it's definitely best to prepare in advance. Jihi replied. Now we have you, me, Mishima, Pochita and other main forces on our side. But Pochita may not be willing to take action at that time, so my opinion is to let the War Demon join us, so that we will have the greatest chance of stopping the Death Demon. War. With her attitude towards Chainsaw Man, that might be hard to achieve. Makima spoke up. She knew very well that the War Demon hated the Chainsaw Man the most among the four horsemen because he had been severely injured by the Chainsaw Man and many of his followers had been eaten by the Chainsaw Man. Just then, Otonashi Chiya suddenly thought of something. When the four horsemen of the apocalypse were besieging Pochita in hell, I was afraid that apart from the Demon of War, the three good sisters Death, Hunger and Domination were also watching and acting, right? Advertisement. This possibility is quite high, otherwise why was it only the War Demon that was severely injured by Pochita and became extremely weak? Moreover, Mishima has an attitude of worship towards Pochita, and he obviously has no interest in Pochita. Only the Death Demon is unknown for the time being. I can only say, they are really plastic sisters. So we just need to control the war directly. We can use my ability or your ability. He suggested. If it is limited to the present, it is not difficult for me to control the War Demon, but you must be planning to let her recover her strength. Otherwise, she is not qualified to face the Death Demon in her current state. But when her strength recovers to a certain level, she will be able to break free from my control. Makima said. Given the War Demon's current weak state, Makima can indeed control the War Demon at will. Even Nayuta, who hasn't grown up yet, can control the War Demons. But after hearing what Mishima said, Otonashi Chiya suddenly remembered something. In the original work, the Angel Demon briefly broke free from Makima's control and recovered his memories that had been tampered with by Makima. Although he was immediately controlled by Makima again, it also shows that this ability is not absolute control. It seems that the reason why the Demon Master cannot control the strong is not just because of his own rationality. If the opponent is too strong, even if the dominating demon believes that the Dark Demon is inferior to himself, the Dark Demon will immediately break free after successfully dominating him. On the other hand, War Demons usually make objects into weapons. Non-living objects do not have those unstable factors. In this case, Pushin is very useful. For example, if you think you can buy the entire aquarium with 1 million yen, then the aquarium is really made into a weapon by the War Demon. In comparison, the three horsemen of the apocalypse, Domination, War, and Hunger, each have their own strengths and abilities, but they all have weaknesses. It doesn't matter. We have to find the War Demon first. We don't know where the War Demon is going yet. This is when Makima's abilities will come in handy. What he was talking about at this time was naturally Makima's ability to control animals. This ability is very buggy in the human world. The animals controlled by Makima are scattered all over the world, so Makima can monitor every corner of the world through animals, except for places that animals cannot enter. If the War Demon is still in hell, then just wait patiently, because sooner or later the War Demon will come to the human world to seek revenge on the Chainsaw Man. When the War Demon comes to the human world, with Makima's ability, it will be a matter of time before he can monitor the whereabouts of the War Demon. Then I'll have to ask Otonashi's opinion. Since Mishima didn't trust Jiga enough, she gave the decision to Otonashi Chiya. Chapter 200 Pochita's shock. Although Jihi and Makima have the same goal of stopping Nostradamus' prophecy, Makima does not fully approve of Jihi's plan regarding the War Demon. Compared to Jihi, she would rather trust Otonashi Chiya's judgment. After all, Makima has almost decided to cooperate with Otonashi Chiya, so her trust in Otonashi Chiya is naturally higher than that in Jiga. I think Xiao Jihei's proposal can be considered, but it is not necessary to control the War Demon. Now let's find the War Demon first. Otonashi Chiya expressed his opinion. In the original work, Jihi wanted to use the power of the fallen demon to control the War Demon, but failed. Although it was the ruling demon that hindered Jihi. Anyway, Otonashi Chiya felt that blindly thinking about controlling the War Demons was not a good idea. It would be better to think about how to win over the War Demons. It's impossible that the War Demon has no other wishes except revenge on the Chainsaw Man, right? It seems that this is really possible. After all, it is Idiot War-chan. Yes, we can find the War Demon first, and then consider it after we find it. Jihi nodded. Since Otonashi Chiya has also decided so, Makima is willing to implement this plan for the time being. It takes almost no effort for her to control small animals, but it would be troublesome and somewhat stressful if she controlled too many of them. That's settled then, Jihi said. There are still 6 years until Nostradamus' prophecy comes true. It's not long, but it's not short either. But it's plenty of time for us to prepare. It is now 1993 and the Great Prophecy is July 1999. 6 years is more than enough to give Otonashi Chiya attribute points. Then Jihi left. After Jiga left, Mishima said to Otonashi Chiya, let's continue. She found that discussing with Otonashi Chiya was much more efficient than researching on her own. Advertisement. It was not until it was time for dinner that Otonashi Chiya and Mishima finished their study and discussion of the 4 books and 5 classics. Originally, Otonashi Chiya thought the contents of the 4 books and 5 classics were quite boring, but after discussing them with Mishima, he found that they were quite interesting. Let's get ready to eat. By the way, I think you can have some normal contact with Pochita later. Otonashi Chiya wants to normalize the relationship between Mishima and Pochita. Now Makima and Pochita are both his own people, and the more harmonious the relationship between people of the same family is, the better. What's the normal way? Before this, Makima had always regarded Chainsaw Man as her idol, and approached Chainsaw Man with this attitude, occasionally making some very selfish requests, so that Chainsaw Man basically never paid any attention to her. Now she was suddenly asked to interact normally with the Chainsaw Man, and she really didn't know what to do for a moment. For example, let's start by changing the name. It would definitely prefer you to call it Pochita, rather than Chainsaw Man. Otonashi Chiya explains. He knew that Pochita didn't really dislike Mishima, but what Mishima had been doing made Pochita speechless. Pochita. Then I'll give it a try, Makima said doubtfully. She didn't think that such a simple method would allow her to get along normally with the Chainsaw Man. Her original image of the Chainsaw Man had already been deeply rooted in her mind. And she couldn't help feeling a little awkward when she was asked to change the name of Chainsaw Man to Pochita. When everyone went to eat, Otonashi Chiya signaled Mishima to contact Pochita. Feeling the signal from Otonashi Chiya's eyes, Makima had no choice but to walk towards Densi with the mentality of giving it a try. Because Pochita was in Denji's arms, he had been pretending to be a doll as usual all the way here. However, this time we booked a private room for dinner, so Pochita could move around normally in it. Even if you are accidentally seen by a waiter or boss who comes in, you can just show your Demon Hunter Association identification card. When you are on the street, it is just to avoid causing panic among the crowd. At this moment, Makima came in front of Densi. Under Densi's puzzled gaze, she suddenly called out to Pochita, Cheetah. Advertisement Jihee's eyes moved slightly. She was a little surprised that Makima changed her name for Chainsaw Man. Denji, Xiaohong, Lesse and Shenyue didn't react much. After all, they didn't know how extreme Makima's attitude towards Pochita had been before. Although Shen Yu can only understand Russian, he has lived with everyone for so long that he already knows the pronunciation of Pochita's name. The one who had the biggest reaction was Pochita. Its already cute big eyes suddenly widened even wider, and it looked at Makima with an expression of disbelief. The guy who controls the devil, he doesn't just call him Chainsaw Man, like before? Makima was slightly stunned when she found out that Pochita had such a big reaction. Because in her impression, Pochita in the black saw form would hardly have any emotional changes. The face in the black saw form really couldn't reflect any emotional fluctuations, but after turning into this dog form, Pochita's emotional changes became much richer. After that, Makima didn't know how to continue communicating with Pochita. After all, her previous disillusionment with the Chainsaw Man was tantamount to denying all the ways she had communicated with the Chainsaw Man. Now she is not confident in this aspect of herself. Plus, Pochita wasn't talkative, so the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Mishima then sat back next to Otonashi Chiya with an expressionless face, as if asking Otonashi Chiya for help. This is almost enough. There's no need to rush. Look at Pochita's reaction just now. He should have figured it out, right? Otonashi Chiya whispered in Makima's ear, indeed. Mishima nodded slightly and whispered in Otonashi Chiya's ear. Pochita's reaction just now was something she had never seen before, which proved that Otonashi Chiya's method of asking her to change her name was indeed effective. Except for Mishima, no one else could hear what Otonashi Chiya and Mishima were saying. Since Ji knew Mishima well enough, he could guess that Otonashi Chiya was trying to promote harmony between Mishima and Pochita. But in the eyes of Densi and Shenyue, this behavior is a bit ambiguous. Chapter 201. Dressed carefully. Makima's perception was still sharp, and she immediately noticed that Densi and Shenyu's looks were not friendly. Although I don't know why, maybe because he didn't want her to get close to Pochita. Apparently, Makima didn't realize the root cause of this matter. It seems that Chiya Ni is very attentive to Makima Ni. He spent most of the day in the study with Makima Ni. Denji complained in a dissatisfied tone. Although Kanzuki couldn't speak the same language as Densi and didn't understand what Densi said, he could still understand what Densi said, as Otonashi so close to a demon he just met. Otonashi Chiya smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although she could understand Denji and Kanzuki's language, Makima still didn't quite understand. She tilted her head slightly and asked Otonashi Chiya with a slightly confused expression. Why do they seem to have a problem with me? Demons' emotions are not as rich as humans, so it's normal for Makima to not understand jealousy or even be completely unaware of such a complex emotion. After all, this is not just about joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Although the dominant demon has a strong learning ability, Makima has only been in the human world for a few days, and it takes enough time for Makima to understand the complex emotions that humans have. Seeing that Mishima was still so innocent, Otonashi Chiya didn't know how to explain to Mishima. He could only perfunctorily say, "It's nothing, don't take it to heart." Okay. Mishima didn't dwell on the matter anymore. Next, Mishima followed Otonashi Chiya's instructions and continued to contact Pochita without rushing. Ji ate voraciously, and the waiter couldn't bring her dishes fast enough to keep up with her speed. This time, as usual, Otonashi Chiya incurred a large amount of expenses, but fortunately he was not short of money. After Otonashi Chiya paid, Ji suddenly said, "From now on, I will be taken care of by you. As long as you cooperate normally and don't mess around, you can eat as much as you want." Otonashi Chiya certainly doesn't mind the expense. Okay. Ji responded immediately. Ding, host activates the achievement, Ji's favorability, LV1, and gains attribute points. 2. Advertisement. Hearing this system prompt, Otonashi Chiya suddenly remembered that the devil's favor could also activate achievements. Speaking of which, it's not easy to improve the favorability of Ji and Makima. After getting along with Ji He for such a long time, it has barely reached level 1, and it is probably because he just agreed to become Ji He's long-term meal ticket. Given the level of obsession that Ikiga has for food, this has only reached level 1 of favorability. Level 1 can only be considered a good friend at best. And Mishima hasn't changed much until now, but it doesn't matter. Otonashi Chiya didn't originally contact Makima and Jiga for the purpose of improving their favorability. The attribute points obtained in this way are not as much as those obtained by randomly hunting a demon. He now has a real cooperative relationship with Ji He, and is also inclined to cooperate with Makima, but for the time being he still needs to prevent Makima from developing into the direction of the original work. As for Scarlet, it is a different matter, because important characters who are not in the original work will not activate system achievements. One day during vacation, Otonashi Chiya fulfilled his promise and prepared to go out with Kamijo. For this purpose, Shen Yu was about to dress up carefully. Kamitsuki. Lei Sai was looking for Shen Yu for something, and when she opened the door, she saw Shen Yu taking out a pile of clothes from the closet and putting them on the bed. You are. Leisa was stunned for a moment before she realized something. Her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled. Who are you going on a date with? It must be Otonashi, right? Shen Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. She forgot to lock the door, mainly because she didn't expect Lacey to suddenly break in. Lacey was the only one in the house who would be so casual with her. Ms. Shen Yu is so cunning. She actually secretly planned to go out on a date with my dear and hid it from us. Shen Yu didn't show any shyness on her face and spoke in a cold tone. Although Miss Shenyue, who is naturally beautiful, doesn't really need cosmetics, a little light makeup can still add icing on the cake and maybe give Otonashi a different feeling. After eliminating all the men's clothes, she matched Shenyue with an outfit that she thought best suited Otonashi Chiya's preferences. Lacey immediately complained. I care about my reputation but I am afraid of losing it. How to dress yourself is also an essential skill for an agent. Advertisement this time, it was probably Miss Jiga or Miss Makima who brought a sense of crisis to Shenyue again. The reason why this thing appeared in her closet was that Lacey forced her to buy it last time, and stuffed it directly into her closet after she got it. Although Shenyue kept silent, Lacey was completely certain that Shenyue was going on a date with Otonashi Chiya. Shen Yu said indifferently. Shen Yu was obviously persuaded, but I don't have that kind of thing, so I can't try it even if I want to. Lassa smiled and said, and when you go on a date with a boy, this will make him feel that you take the date seriously. Although this is not absolute, it is not bad. This is easy. Wait for me for a moment. After sorting for a while, Lacey found that most of them were men's clothes, with only a few proper women's clothes. Thank you. At this time, Lacey did not continue to tease Shen Yu, but sorted out the clothes that Shen Yu had thrown on the bed. Anyway, I have nothing to do right now, I can help you dress up. She felt that it was most likely Miss Mishima, so what, it's all fair competition. I have no obligation to tell you. She also knew that she was somewhat contradictory. No, I've never been interested in that kind of thing. It would be great if Miss Shen Yu could be so tough every time. Alright. Shen Yu was not used to the style of the decisive underwear. In her impression, Shen Yu is sometimes tough and sometimes shy, and it seems that he only becomes tough when he feels a crisis. Black dresses, black stockings, and even decisive underwear. Wait a minute. Lacey said teasingly with a hint of playfulness in her tone. Lacey's dressing plan was not over yet. She looked around as if she was looking for something. By the way, you don't even have any makeup? After saying that, Lacey ran out of the room. Shen Yu hesitated for a moment, but still thanked Lacey. Shen Yu was immediately left with no room for rebuttal. Chapter 202. Lacey's inner thoughts. After a while, Lacey came back with her cosmetics. Come, sit in front of the mirror, I'll help you put on some light makeup. Lace then pulled a chair to a table with a mirror and pulled Shen Yu over with her. In Lace's opinion, light makeup is the most suitable, which can add icing on the cake without being as offensive as heavy makeup, especially for someone like Shen Yu who has fair skin and beautiful looks. Since Shen Yu is not interested in makeup, she has neither cosmetics nor a dedicated dressing table. Shen Yu sat down on the chair obediently. After all, Lacey is a former agent, and she recognizes her makeup skills, so she feels at ease letting Lacey help her with her makeup. When Lace was halfway through helping Shenyue put on makeup, Shenyue suddenly asked, don't you also have that kind of thought about Otonashi? Logically speaking, we should be rivals, right? Why are you still taking so much trouble to help me? She had long since vaguely discovered that Lacey often helped her, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It was fine before, but this time it was more obvious, which made her unable to help but ask. Obviously, this guy Lacey even called me, dear, and, master, are these just pure acting? Lacey was silent for a while, and while drawing Shen Yu's eyebrows, she said gently, you are right, we can indeed be considered competitors, but I don't think I am qualified to compete with you. At least you didn't attack him like I did back then. There was a hint of a sigh in the calm tone. This was the first time that Lacey told Shen Yu these true feelings, and it was also the first time that Shen Yu asked her. So, Shen Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. What Reese did at that time really made her angry, and Otonashi Chiya was almost used as a weapon experiment by the Soviet military. Although with Otonashi Chiya's strength, this is basically impossible to happen. Later, she noticed the changes in Lacey, and after being with Lacey for so long, she had gradually changed her opinion of Lacey. It seems that Lacey is still blaming herself for what happened. After all, Otonashi Chiya has not made it clear that he has completely forgiven Lisa, and a normal person would not let go of himself before being forgiven. In response, Shen Yu wanted to say something, but she thought to herself that she was not Otonashi Chiya, so it was difficult to say anything. Okay, stop talking about this. Lacey suddenly became happy again. I have already done your makeup, just enjoy your date today. Miss Shen Yu is the real heroine today. Advertisement, Shen Yu nodded slightly. But I feel a little bit unhappy. After finishing her makeup, Lacey helped Shen Yu comb her hair. Done. We can set off now. Good luck, Miss Shen Yu. After saying that, Lacey immediately left the room. Because she also had to prepare quickly, she planned to disguise herself and secretly observe the actions of Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō. At the same time, Otonashi Chiya had been waiting for Shenyue in the living room, but he never went up to disturb Shenyue. He probably knew that many girls would take a long time to prepare before going out, and even Shen Yu might be no exception, so he was mentally prepared to wait for at least an hour. But fortunately, after waiting for only about half an hour, Shen Yu came down. Otonashi, let's go. Hearing Shen Yu's voice, Otonashi Chiya turned his head and immediately found that Shen Yu was obviously different from usual. Not only is she dressed up very elaborately, but she even has makeup on her face. Otonashi Chiya's Mangekyō Sharingan shows at first glance that Komatsuki is wearing makeup. It's normal for girls to wear makeup, but the key is that this is Shen Yu. Stop staring at my face. Would that be weird? Shen Yu felt a little embarrassed when being looked at. Because she was not confident about herself after putting on makeup, she always felt that makeup was not suitable for her. In this way, her helping Shen Yu with her dressing and makeup suddenly lost a lot of meaning. When will Otonashi come back? Makima then asked. He was reading a food magazine on the sofa when he had nothing to do. Otonashi? Shen Yu nodded happily inwardly. Of course it's not strange, it's more like it looks good. Advertisement, but she still did it out of habit, so that she could appear professional. After all, it was a required skill for an agent. Since Makima has been reading the 4 books and 5 classics recently, she still doesn't quite understand the meaning of some words commonly used by humans. He was still staring at the food magazine in his hand as he spoke to Makima. But Makima only saw Ji in the living room. Because she had accumulated a lot of difficult to understand words and phrases, she planned to discuss them all with Otonashi Chiya at once. Yeah, it was Lacey who did my makeup. Makima didn't say anything else, feeling inexplicably disappointed. But at least she knew that Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō were out. Not long after Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō went out together, Lacey had already finished disguising herself in her room. Disguised as a neutral appearance, wearing neutral clothes, large frame glasses and a mask, and of course a chest wrap is also indispensable. Obviously, there could be a better way to put it, like Shen Yu just had a sudden impulse, or any other reason would do. If she could get Otonashi Chiya's approval, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. If Lacey was there and heard Shen Yu say such words, she would definitely be numb. Shen Yu didn't beat around the bush and directly told Lacey. He answered casually. Otonashi Chiya said bluntly. By the way, you actually wore makeup this time. Oh, it's her. At this time, Makima rarely walked out of the study. Otonashi Chiya commented seriously, but no matter what, this makeup is really well done. I'm not sure, but dates usually take a long time. They probably won't be back for a few hours. By the way, I hope they don't come back by dinner time. P.S. The update is complete, it's time to ask for gifts again. Although Lacey knew very well that no matter how she disguised herself, she would be easily seen through by Otonashi Chiya's special eyes. Dating. Is Makima-chan looking for Otonashi? He seemed to have gone out with that human woman named Kanzuki a few minutes ago. Maybe they were on a date, that's what the human idiom says. Chapter 203. Practice more if you're not good. The streets were bustling with people. Even though an accident like the one that happened in the defense of Magic City not long ago, it did not affect the normal life of ordinary people in Magic City. After all, it only affected a small area at the time, and apart from the members of the Demon Church, there were almost no casualties. Ordinary people were not aware of the massive invasion of the Demon Church, and they all thought that only stronger demons appeared at the time. At this time, Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō were walking on the street. Of course, none of them were wearing the Demon Hunter Association uniforms today. Especially Shen Yu was dressed very beautifully, making all the women around her pale in comparison. Is there any place you'd rather go? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Shenyue. Yes, let's go to the arcade first, Shen Yu said immediately. Otonashi Chiya didn't even need to ask, Shen Yu had already made preparations in advance. When she made the agreement with Otonashi Chiya, she had already regarded this action as a date. So she collected a lot of relevant information in order to find out where boys like to go on dates. In the end, Shen Yu got 2 results, one was the video game arcade and the other was the love hotel. Oh, the arcade. Otonashi Chiya was suddenly a little surprised. He had never noticed before that Shen Yu also liked playing video games. Afterwards, Shenyue directly grabbed Otonashi Chiya's hand and went to a nearby video game arcade. Otonashi Chiya actually has no interest in video games, but Kanzuki seems to like them, so he gladly accepts it. Before entering the arcade, Otonashi Chiya glanced behind him calmly. He had already noticed that Lacey had been following him and Shen Yu since they left the house. Although I'm not very clear about what Lacey wants to do, since it's Lacey and not someone else, it doesn't matter. Let Lacey do whatever she wants. At the same time, Lacey, who was in the crowd, also realized that she might have been discovered by Deer a long time ago, but Deer obviously would not care about her, so she followed more boldly. When Lacey followed to the video game arcade, she saw Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō walking into the arcade together. She did not follow them in, but just waited outside. But it seems that it was Miss Shen Yu who took the initiative to pull my dear in just now. So, is this a place that Miss Shen Yu wanted to enter on her own? Advertisement Lei Sai immediately began to speculate. It seems that Miss Shen Yu has made a lot of preparations for this date, but a place like an arcade. In her impression, Otonashi Chiya had never shown any interest in video games, and at most he would occasionally play with Denji and Pachita for a while. Miss Shen Yu taking the boys to places where they have little interest won't have much effect. If I had known this earlier, I would have taught Miss Shen Yu some dating skills. Lei Sai neglected that Shen Yu might take the initiative to attack, and now she has no chance to teach Shen Yu skills. After all, she can't avoid Otonashi Chiya's gaze. In the arcade, as the official demon hunter of Otonashi Chiya and Shenyue, he can enter the arcade whenever he wants. Shen Yu pulled Otonashi Chiya to sit in front of the game console. Their seats were basically next to each other and they could almost feel each other's body temperature. But now Shen Yu's attention is no longer on this aspect, because she has lost 10 games in a row. Just a moment later, Shen Yu suffered another 11th consecutive defeat. At this time, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but say, "Kanzuki, I thought you were good at games." He thought that since Shen Yu liked games so much, he should be good at them too. On the other hand, he has hardly played these games and only knows a little bit about them at most. Although the Mangekyō Sharingan helped his gaming skills, the help was limited and it was impossible to turn a novice who had just started these games into a god-tier player directly. He didn't expect Shen Yu to be so bad. He lost 11 games in a row, and he even lost to him when he let his guard down. Besides, he will improve if he plays more. Shen Yu will never be able to beat him at this rate, unless he lets him win on purpose, and it has to be a very clumsy way of doing it. Is it because Shen Yu himself doesn't really like games? Or is Shen Yu just a novice and loves to play? Shen Yu's face suddenly turned a little dark. Come again. Okay, it looks like we have to get serious now. Finally won. But obviously you let me? Shen Yu showed a relieved expression. It was not until the 19th losing streak that Otonashi Chiya realized that Shen Yu's technical progress was too slow. It could be said that he had no talent at all in gaming. He really couldn't bear to continue winning, so he had to make a very poor performance and successfully prevented Shen Yu's 20th losing streak. Advertisement, indeed, but I have already faced the reality. It is useless to insist on winning or losing when I am not strong enough. I might as well practice my skills with you. We'll win. This time she will definitely, after a while. Then, 15 consecutive defeats, this. Otonashi Chiya smiled helplessly. As these two big words appeared on the screen of the game console, Shen Yu had suffered 12th consecutive defeat. For Shen Yu, being allowed to win was not much better than losing directly. Although she has a strong personality, she was beaten by Otonashi Chiya and suffered 11 consecutive defeats without any ability to fight back. Shen Yu won a rare victory, and the happy expression on his face disappeared immediately. It's obviously not a good idea to let girls lose more than 10 games in a row. 14 consecutive defeats. Otonashi Chiya thought that Shen Yu was going to become more powerful, but it turned out that he was not much better than before. And the feeling of being able to play games with Otonashi Chiya also made her very comfortable. Come again. He thought that as long as he let up a little, Shen Yu would be able to win. Shen Yu said with high morale. Even the most inexperienced person could tell that Otonashi Chiya had just let the game go severely, and Kanzuki was no exception. Yes, I can't help it, it's not good to let you keep losing. Otonashi Chiya was a little worried that Kanzuki would accidentally press the game console too hard and break it. But she has come to her senses and is no longer as drunk as before. 13 consecutive defeats. Seeing that Shenyue was so eager to fight, Otonashi Chiya thought that Shenyue was going to fight for real. Her attention had almost completely shifted from the date to winning the game. It is obvious that Shen Yu has become too excited and his fighting spirit has not diminished at all. It seems that he will not give up until he defeats Otonashi Chiya once. Chapter 204 The next place. Before today, Shen Yu has actually never touched anything like games. The main reason is that she has no interest in this thing itself, which is one of the main reasons why her skills are so poor. Another major reason is that her gaming talent is really too poor. Otonashi Chiya felt that Komatsuki's gaming skills barely exceeded his hopes, as he himself was improving while training with Komatsuki. But he also didn't want to tell such a cruel truth. After all, he was just out to play with Shen Yu, and the most important thing was of course the word, play. Afterwards, since he was accompanying Shenyue to train techniques, Otonashi Chiya did not let go of the sea, but only let go of the water appropriately. Shen Yu naturally suffered another seemingly endless losing streak. Hateful. Shen Yu had indeed let it go before, but now she can't let it go anymore. She had been losing streak and her mentality changed again, but at least she wasn't getting too excited anymore. Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō left the arcade only when they got tired of playing. Let's go straight to the next place to rest and have something to eat. Shen Yu felt a little hungry. Next place? Where do you want to go? Advertisement Otonashi Chiya questions. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. It was already evening and it was almost time for dinner. But what about Densi, Zhaohong, Pachita, Makima and Jiga at home? Although Densi and Zhaohong can cook, with Jiga's appetite, we can only go to a restaurant outside, and it is almost unrealistic to ask Densi and Zhaohong to help Jihei cook. In my absence, I just hope that Makima and Jihei don't get into trouble when they are out and about. Come with me. Shen Yu did not answer, but directly pulled Otonashi Chiya towards a certain direction. She wanted to be in control when dating Otonashi Chiya, so she was so proactive. Soon, Shen Yue brought Otonashi Chiya to a love hotel. She had checked the location in advance, so she knew that the nearest love hotel was here. Otonashi Chiya looked at the name and decoration of the hotel in front of him and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Are you sure you're in the right place? Do you really want to come here? Otonashi Chiya asked with a hint of doubt. Leisa, who was observing secretly, was also stunned for a moment. She did not expect that Shen Yue would bring Otonashi Chiya to a place like a love hotel. Sure. Advertisement Shen Yu said calmly. The closer it gets to this point, the less shy she becomes. Let's go inside. I need to rest for a while. Kamihue almost without hesitation took Otonashi Chiya's hand and walked into the love hotel. The problem is. On the other hand, Otonashi Chiya hesitated. What's the problem? Shen Yu asked nonchalantly. Nothing. Otonashi Chiya doesn't want to talk about these nonsense anymore. Shen Yu is not shy, so it's inappropriate for a boy like him to be so coy. As soon as the receptionist saw Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo walking in hand, she understood immediately. However, this was the first time she had seen a guest with such good looks. Please show us your IDs, both of you. The waitress smiled and said to Otonashi Chiya and Komatsuki. Since Shen Yue couldn't communicate normally with the waiter, Otonashi Chiya said to Shen Yue, show her our work ID. Chapter 205, Meal Ticket. Then, the two of them showed their work credentials from the Demon Hunter Association. Oh, so you two are foreign guests, the waitress said immediately. Shen Yu does not look like a Huxia, but Otonashi Chiya does not look like a foreigner at all. If you are a foreign demon hunter, you can just show your work ID from the Demon Hunter Association, mainly because the identity of an official demon hunter is quite special. Then you two take your time and enjoy, the waitress said in a meaningful tone. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Shen Yu, on the other hand, remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard what the waiter said at all. Seeing Shen Yu's reaction, Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. Is Shen Yu so calm, or should I say that I am too innocent? Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya bought some food in the hotel first, as Shen Yue said he was a little hungry. Advertisement. Although things in the hotel are generally much more expensive than outside, he doesn't mind this little money. The room decoration in a love hotel is different. The colors are mostly pink and red. There are many decorations symbolizing love on the bedside and walls. The design of the bathroom is also very special. In a normal hotel, the bathroom and bed are separated by a wall, but the wall of the shower room here has been specially removed, leaving only a layer of hazy glass. If someone takes a shower in it, they can vaguely see the beautiful outline. Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yu were not in a hurry and ate to fill their stomachs first. After eating for a while, Shen Yu lay down on the bed. I want to rest, don't you want to rest with me? Kanzuki said to Otonashi Chiya while lying down. She didn't change into her pajamas or cover herself with a blanket. She just lay in bed and seemed to be relaxing. On the other side, when Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue had just gone out for a few minutes. Knowing that Otonashi Chiya would not be back in the short term, Mishima had no choice but to turn around and go back to the study. At this time, Jihei spoke again. Little Mishima, is there anything you don't understand that you want to ask Otonashi? You can also come and ask your sister. That's not necessary. Advertisement. Mishima refused without hesitation. Oops. Jihei sighed lightly, but didn't care much and continued reading the food magazine in his hand. She wanted to know more about human delicacies and enjoy them next time she had the chance. Ah, it seems a little bad. As he was watching, Jihei suddenly thought of something not so good. If Otonashi and Shen Yue don't come back tonight, what should I do for dinner? In her eyes, Otonashi Chiya is the only one who is her meal ticket, and she completely ignores the fact that Densi, Zhaohong and Lese can also take her out to eat. Of course, Lacey is not at home now, and she probably won't be back for a while. Jihei thought this was a very serious matter and immediately went into the study to find Mishima. Little Makima, you don't want to go without food tonight, do you? This kind of thing doesn't matter. Makima's eyes were still on the book as she spoke calmly, not caring at all. Jihei thought about it and agreed. She was silent for a while, and then said to Makima, I guess Otonashi won't come back tonight. He may not even be willing to discuss these things with you in the future, because his body and mind will lean towards Shen Yue. Chapter 206. Unity. Why do you say that? Makima didn't quite believe what Jihei said, but she couldn't help but feel a little concerned. This is new knowledge I just learned from a magazine recently. If a man and a woman date each other and even complete a mysterious ceremony, they will pay more attention to each other and alienate themselves from the opposite S*X around them. Jihei said truthfully. This really wasn't something she made up on the spur of the moment, otherwise she wouldn't know the meaning of date. So what should we do? Mishima immediately adopted the attitude of, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. She didn't care about Otonashi Chiya dating someone, after all, she didn't know what dating was all about. But she found it hard to accept that Otonashi Chiya would no longer study and discuss human culture with her. It's very simple. You should have controlled a lot of small animals. Just let them monitor the movements of Otonashi and Shinue. He gave Mikima some advice. If they still don't show any signs of coming back when it's almost time for dinner, it means they won't be back tonight. That's when we should act. Good. This seems to be a love hotel. Have you guys really progressed to this point? Aren't we disturbing you at the critical moment? Otonashi Chiya immediately got out of bed, looked through the peephole of the door, and found that it was someone he knew. Otonashi Chiya was speechless for a moment. Advertisement. For things like eating, you can actually go by yourself. Shen Yu obviously didn't understand that kind of thing at all, and he wouldn't do anything stupid on impulse. It would be better for him to go home and sleep than just sleep here. At this moment, Ji suddenly asked incisively. Normally, shouldn't Mikima be unwilling to help Ji? And Mikima also came along, and seemed to be cooperating with Ji. Now, she can conduct multi-line monitoring through the small animals scattered throughout the Magic City. Dong dong. Suddenly I heard someone knocking on the door. I wanted to eat, so I asked Mikima for help and found this place through the animals under her control. When they besieged Pochita in hell, Mikima and Jiga probably weren't as united as they are this time. This way, she can keep in touch with Mishima to learn about the situation at any time. How did they find this place? He explained simply. Let's talk about it when Shen Yu understands the common sense in this area. Advertisement, what are you thinking? How could something like that be possible? Love hotel. Normally, Mikima wouldn't connect her consciousness casually, because if she did, her mind would be full of chaotic voices and she wouldn't be able to concentrate on reading. Mikima suddenly had an idea and connected her consciousness with the small animals she controlled in the Magic City. Seeing that Mikima was willing to cooperate, Ji went to the living room, moved a chair in, sat next to Mikima and continued reading the food magazine. Otonashi Chiya was immediately confused. Otonashi Chiya said helplessly. I didn't expect that even Ji knew more than Shen Yu. I don't know what method Ji used to convince Mishima. Even to have a meal, they have to come to him specially. I'm afraid they have completely regarded him as an indispensable meal ticket. They are Mikima and Jiga respectively, the room where Otonashi Chiya and Kangetsu are. But Mikima and Ji actually came at a very good time, as he and Shen Yu were feeling awkward. At the same time he opened the door, and there are two of them. He asked Mikima and Ji in front of him, what are you doing? Chapter 207 I'm sorry to disturb your good deeds. Really? I thought I disturbed your good time. Ji said. Her purpose certainly did not include ruining Otonashi and Kamiju's good fortune. As long as the meal ticket was in place, she didn't care about what happened after dinner. Although she is now cooperating with Mikima, and Mikima may not be happy about the mysterious ritual between Otonashi and Kanzuki, she only cares about her own business. After all, Ji and Mikima are essentially a pair of fake sisters. It is impossible for them to suddenly help each other sincerely just because of such an incident. On the other hand, Mikima was relieved to learn that Otonashi and Komatsuki seemed to have not yet performed the mysterious ritual, so they would probably continue to study and discuss human culture with her in the future. At this time, Shen Yu, who was originally lying on the bed, was also very concerned about who came. As a result, she had just gotten out of bed and taken 2 steps when she heard the voices of Otonashi Chiya and Ji. Shen Yu frowned slightly. Why did that hungry demon suddenly come here? Then, Shen Yu also saw Mikima beside Ji. She suddenly realized that her date today seemed to be over. However, at this point, Shen Yu was almost satisfied. Ji and Mishima left at the same time. Little did he know that Shen Yu didn't understand that kind of thing at all and simply thought that love hotels were boys' favorite dating places. Advertisement at this time, Ji asked Otonashi Chiya. It's better not to speculate. They don't look like they are trying to catch an adulterer, otherwise they would have caused a scene a long time ago. Moreover, I didn't see that the other 2 people were hiding anything. It seemed that they really didn't care at all. Otonashi Chiya's tone was somewhat helpless. After all, as demons, Mikima and Jiga do not have such rich and sensitive emotions. To be precise, they have feelings such as like and love, but they are not as sensitive and emotional as humans. This is why their favorability is difficult to improve. She took Otonashi Chiya's arm with obvious intention and said softly, we have indeed almost finished our date, so let's go back now. Walk. Therefore, Shen Yu's actions will not have any effect on Mikima and Ji, at least for now. You must be tired after dating all day. I think Otonashi should go back and rest after dinner. This makes it even less likely to feel jealous. How can you be jealous if you don't even like the other person? Mishima immediately realized that her willingness to cooperate had been ignored by Ji, but she had already expected Ji to do this, so she didn't count on Ji from the beginning. Mikima said calmly, how long are you going to follow me? Looking at the backs of the 2 people, Shen Yu still felt a little surprise. It seems that those 2 guests just checked into the room half an hour ago. They checked out so quickly, and there were 2 more beautiful girls. Could they have been caught cheating? Advertisement it seems that I was worrying too much. Mikima and Ji are not my competitors in any sense. She felt it was a pity that Mikima and Ji came directly to her and hindered Miss Shen Yu's plans for tonight. After Otonashi Chiya and the others left, the waitresses couldn't help but whisper to each other. Then let's go. Of course, he did not forget Lacey, who had been observing in secret. As soon as Denji, Korin and Pochita were brought to Kanzuki's side, Otonashi Chiya flashed to Risa's side. As for what to do, she had almost no idea. Lacey immediately smiled and said cutely, "No need to follow me anymore." The next moment, Otonashi Chiya brought out Denji, Xiaohong and Pochita, who were still at home through the Kamui space. Then, Lacey tore off the makeup on her face, but there was no need to change her clothes. When Otonashi Chiya and Shenyue checked out together, the expression and eyes of the waitress at the front desk suddenly became a little subtle because Mishima and Jiga were standing behind them. Shen Yu originally thought that his action would make Makima and Jihe anxious, but he didn't expect that the other two people didn't react at all. At this moment, Shen Yu also walked to Otonashi Chiya's side. "And I remember that the two guests used the work credentials of the Demon Hunter Association. I guess they just happened to have a mission. By the way, do you guys want to continue your date? If so, take us to finish our meal first." Chapter 208 Study. Otonashi Chiya had just returned home to rest. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door, and at the same time, Makima's voice came from outside the door. "Otonashi, I have something to do." Otonashi Chiya then opened the door. "I have accumulated a lot of incomprehensible sentences, and I need your help again." Mishima immediately made her intention known. "Okay, I'll meet you in the study later." Otonashi Chiya nodded in response. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya went to the study. Mishima marked every part that she didn't understand, and waited for Otonashi Chiya to come and discuss it with her. Seeing Otonashi Chiya coming in, Makima, who was sitting on the chair, leaned to the side, as if to indicate that Otonashi Chiya could just sit next to her. "There was originally a chair in the study, but I don't know who moved it out." Otonashi Chiya hesitated for a moment, and then continued to sit on the same chair with Mishima instead of going to the living room to bring back another chair. "Let me see." At this time, Otonashi Chiya looked at the marks that Makima pointed out. Then he discussed it with Mishima. The discussion continued until late at night. But at the same time, something also happened in Shen Yu's room. Lace was in her room. "How are you feeling today, Miss Kanzuki? And did Otonashi make any comments on your outfit today?" Advertisement. Otonashi said it was beautiful, and as for my feeling, I was satisfied. Shen Yu said sincerely. "That's good." Lacey smiled happily. "But, is it really okay for you to do this, Lacey?" At this time, Shen Yu couldn't help but ask. She was referring, of course, to Lacey's selfless help for her, and to her self-blame for thinking she was unworthy. Shen Yu doesn't like to trouble others, and even less like to owe favors to others. So it was hard for her to leave Lacey like this alone. "That's all. At least I can feel a little comforted." "Yes, go and talk to Otonashi directly. Excuse me for a moment." She went to the study room and opened the door a little bit, peeking inside through the tiny crack, and sure enough, she saw Otonashi-kun and Makima-ne sitting together. But she was not just worried about this problem, she also tended to retreat and avoid it, but she was unwilling to admit it. In addition, she poured 2 glasses of water and took them to the study. Lacey said with a smile. Dongshan Xiaohong then opened the door and gently placed the fruit and the cup of water on the desk. "Just come in, Xiaohong. There's no need to be so reserved," Shen Yu suggested. Shen Yu was speechless for a moment. But then Dongshan Xiaohong went to the kitchen to cut some fruit, cut it into pieces and put it on a plate. Shen Yu said bluntly, "Advertisement, that." Lei Sai shook her head slightly. "There is no other way." But Otonashi would probably want to rest tonight, so she planned to find another time. "Thanks." But she still didn't want to give up. She felt that she had to repay the favor she owed. Hearing Zhao Hong's voice, Otonashi Chiya immediately said. At this time, Lei Sei grabbed one of Shen Yu's hands with both hands. "Ms. Shen Yu, you can think about me. To be honest, I am very happy, but Miss Shen Yu should concentrate on conquering Otonashi. There is no need to spend all this time for me." Dongshan Xiaohong spoke first in a low voice outside the door. Little did people know that Otonashi Chiya was not resting. He was still full of energy and was discussing something enthusiastically with Mishima in the study. Since Reese doesn't want to explain things directly to Otonashi Chiya, she will do it for Reese. She didn't know as much as Lise about relationships, so it was Lise who helped her a lot on today's date. Lacey said slowly. Shen Yu suddenly didn't know what to do. "But I don't think it's a good idea for you to keep going like this." Otonashi Chiya and Makima said almost in unison. "Thanks. It's not like I haven't thought about it, but even if I told him this directly, he would probably think it was just my acting." Dongshan Xiaohong felt that she hadn't seen Otonashi Chiya for a while, so she guessed that Otonashi was probably in the study with Sister Mishima again. She was even more helpless now as even Lace was having trouble handling the problem. She suddenly felt envious. Chapter 209 Makima's Possessiveness. Seeing Otonashi-kun and Makima's sister sitting together and discussing the contents of the book, Dongshan Xiaohong still felt so envious. Noticing that Xiaohong seemed to be very concerned about this, Otonashi Chiya thought for a moment and immediately asked, "Xiaohong, do you want to read a book too?" No, that." Dongshan Xiaohong was flustered and incoherent for a while, but she still nodded slightly with a blushing face, yes. To be precise, she wanted to read books with Otonashi-kun like Makima's sister. "Then let's sit here and read together. I wonder if there are any books you like in the study. As soon as he finished speaking, Otonashi Chiya flashed and brought back 2 chairs from the living room. One of them was given to Zhao Hong, and the other one was of course for myself. Yes, maybe. I would like this. Dongshan Zhao Hong pointed to the book on the table that Otonashi Chiya and Mishima were studying and said. This is a lie. As soon as she finished speaking, Dongshan Zhao Hong felt a little regretful that she had lied to Otonashi-kun. Not to mention liking it, she could hardly understand this kind of classical Huxia. With the help of Lacey, Dongshan Zhao Hong has made relatively fast progress in learning Huxia, but at present she can only recognize a small number of Huxia characters, not to mention the more difficult classical Huxia. But maybe you still don't understand it now? As expected, Otonashi Chiya's next question was this. Dongshan Zhao Hong was so flustered that she didn't know how to explain. Well, I'm sorry. She didn't know what to do, so she could only apologize. But it's okay, I can help you interpret it. Otonashi Chiya smiled. Okay. Higashiyama Zhao Hong sat on the chair next to Otonashi Chiya somewhat embarrassedly. Because unlike her sister Mikima, she didn't really like reading this book. But maybe I will like it next time. At first, Mikima had no opinion about the sudden appearance of Zhao Hong and did not say anything. Advertisement after all, this human girl named Dongshan Zhao Hong specially prepared fruits for her and Otonashi. But gradually, Mikima discovered that Otonashi Chiya was becoming more and more inclined towards Dongshan Zhao Hong. Because Dongshan Zhao Hong couldn't understand most of the words, Otonashi Chiya had to translate for Zhao Hong in Japanese while discussing with Mishima. Then Otonashi Chiya must be more concerned about Zhao Hong. Although she couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable inside, Mikima didn't say anything until the end, and there was no sign of anything unusual on her face. It's getting a bit late. I'm almost going to take a shower and go to bed. Otonashi-kun and Mikima-ne-san should also go to bed early. Dongshan Zhao Hong glanced at the time and found that it was already past 9 o'clock. Time flies by so fast. Dongshan Zhao Hong feels very happy reading books with Otonashi-kun. I don't know if it's because of Otonashi-kun, or because of the charm of the 4 books and 5 classics, or maybe it's both. Well, I'll be asleep soon, Otonashi Chiya explains. Not long after Higashiyama Kuhon left, Mishima said to Otonashi Chiya, if possible, I would like to discuss this one-on-one in the future. Otonashi Chiya was stunned for a moment. Is it because you are dissatisfied with Zhao Hong? Maybe. Mishima did not behave dishonestly. Wouldn't it be fine to separate the time periods when necessary, for example, one-on-one with Zhao Hong in the morning and one-on-one with Mikima in the afternoon? Although it is obvious that Mikima has begun to have a slight possessiveness towards Otonashi Chiya, this does not mean that Mikima has feelings of liking him. This is the most fundamental nature of the demons, in other words, possessiveness. Yes, what's wrong? Anyway, what Mikima was talking about was a one-on-one discussion, not that he was not allowed to read with Zhao Hong. This is the original character of the ruling demon. He speaks his mind directly, and will not hide anything or be ashamed to speak out unless he wants to play a trick. Otonashi Chiya heading out. Otonashi Chiya suddenly saw a little bit of Nayuta in Mikima, or rather, it was like this was how the ruling demon was. Advertisement at this time, Otonashi Chiya suddenly asked Mishima. Mikima nodded slightly. Mikima said calmly. Otonashi Chiya said bluntly. Okay, I understand. As for his need to hunt demons, it was of course to quickly obtain attribute points. Ever since the system mall was unlocked to LV2, he felt that the attribute points were completely insufficient. Although many humans also consider their own interests more important than those of their companions, demons are much more serious in this regard. Except for the brainless idiot war. If he had Mishima's help, he would be able to quickly clean up all the existing demons in the entire demon city. Rather than being due to the possessive desire inspired by liking something, it would be more accurate to say that it was because Dongshan Zhao Hong had taken up the discussion time between Mishima and Otonashi Chiya. After all, Mikima is also a demon. If he wants a demon to help him hunt demons, he must ask for their opinions first. I need to hunt more demons recently, so I want to ask for your advice. Are you willing to help me? Not only are they completely unaligned with each other, they are also scheming against each other. This point is vividly reflected in Nayuta in the original work. In the original work, Mikima has not shown this aspect much because she is already a demon-like ruling demon. Demons are very different from humans in many aspects. For example, demons have a weaker concept of companions, unlike humans who generally pay more attention to their own kind. Then continue. There is one more thing I don't quite understand. Mikima switched states instantly, as if nothing had just happened. At least, the fact that the favorability hasn't even reached level 1 has already proved everything. But the Mishima in front of Otonashi Chiya is far different from the Mishima in the original work. Otonashi Chiya smiled slightly and continued the discussion with Mishima. Even if Zhao Hong was replaced by a boy, Mikima would probably still be dissatisfied. That's nothing. If you can drive those demons who harm humanity back to hell, I would be more than happy to do so. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse are 4 sisters with a relatively close relationship among countless demons, but their sisterhood is also very abstract. Possessiveness needs to be distinguished from feelings such as liking or love. By the way, you should be able to monitor where the demons are, right? At the same time, he was thinking that it seemed that he had spent too much time and effort on Zhao Hong just now, and this behavior stimulated Mikima's desire to dominate. Chapter 210. Crazy attribute points if the four sisters of Apocalypse were like this, let alone other demons. Therefore, Mikima, Jihei and the war demons don't feel any guilt when killing their fellow demons. They kill whenever they want. Especially Mikima, who loves humans so much that she wishes all the demons in the world would go back to hell. Anyway, demons don't have real death, so they can live normally in hell. Therefore, Mishima is happy to help Otonashi Chiya hunt demons. Then I'll trouble you. Otonashi Chiya said cheerfully, starting tomorrow, I'll need you to go hunt demons with me. To put it bluntly, Mikima only needs to play the role of navigation, and he does not intend to let Mikima take any action. Besides, if Otonashi Chiya wants to gain attribute points, he can kill the devil himself, but he can't let Mikima grab the head. No problem, Mikima responded. The next day, Otonashi Chiya also told the others about his plan to hunt demons. The vacation isn't over yet, are you going to hunt demons so soon? Lacey couldn't help but ask. Well, I plan to wipe out all the existing demons in the demon city. Otonashi Chiya explains. Oh, in this case, the entire demon city will be very safe for the time being. Lacey said. The reason why it is temporary is that after the demons that are killed return to hell, if they die in hell, they will be reincarnated into the human world. Therefore, the threat of demons cannot be eliminated and can only be temporarily alleviated at best. Can I help you? At this time, Jihei asked. There's no need to trouble you with this. I already have your power. Otonashi Chiya explains. Moreover, it is indeed enough for him to bring just one person, Mikima, and bringing one more person, he would be rather useless. Okay, then remember to come back early, especially at mealtime. What he cares about most is still eating. Advertisement. Well, I'll be back in time. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya went out with Mishima. Denji, Xiaohong and Shenyue are of course not worried about Otonashi Chiya's safety. After all, they're well aware of Otonashi Chiya's absolute strength. Under Mishima's guidance, Otonashi Chiya took Mishima with him to perform a space transfer. Of course, he couldn't just move to where the demons were. Because he has never been to those places, he doesn't have the corresponding coordinates. And Mikima didn't know which streets or house numbers those places were, so she could only give Otonashi Chiya directions, and then Otonashi Chiya moved quickly through space transfer. Soon, Otonashi Chiya found the first place where the demon was hiding. Needless to say, the battle process was naturally an instant kill. With just a glance, he used the power of Kamui to break the demon's neck. This kind of ordinary demon does not have such tenacious vitality, and once the head falls off, it is basically dead. Ding! Host successfully hunted the demon and obtained attribute points. 9. Not only did he gain attribute points, Otonashi Chiya also put the demon corpse into the Kamui space. Each demon corpse is worth a lot of money. Although he is not short of money, he certainly won't think he has too much money. He also didn't have time to notify the Demon Hunter Association to send people to collect the corpses, which would affect his efficiency in hunting demons. Why don't we just hold hands? It will be more convenient this way. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Mishima. He teleports everywhere, hunts demons everywhere, and has to carry Mikima with him at all times. Only holding hands is the most efficient and convenient posture. Good. Mikima didn't hesitate at all, and it seemed that she didn't feel shy at all. She may not even know what special meaning there is in holding hands. There is no need to rush to add points to attributes such as strength, speed, and blood. Anyway, the attribute points will not disappear for no reason. It is not too late to add points when you really need them. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Did she misjudge the last time she was in the Love Hotel? All items except the ghetto statue are now affordable, but of course, the greatest credit actually goes to Mikima. Before this, the reason why he became more and more lazy about hunting demons was because it was not easy to find demons in normal times. Advertisement. When he was transferred back home, he was still holding Mikima's hand. Since Mishima didn't refuse, Otonashi Chiya didn't have to worry about anything. Otonashi Chiya took a look at the attribute points he currently had, which were obtained from hunting demons this morning, plus the 256 attribute points that had not been used up before, as well as those obtained from activating some achievements. Kanzuki was a little depressed. Didn't this ruling demon have no such intention towards Otonashi at all? Mikima-chan, you and Otonashi-chan are so close? He has killed more than 20 demons, but the demons in the demon city have not been completely eliminated. To be precise, they are still far from being eliminated. Allocated attribute points. 586, accumulated 1580 attribute points. Occasionally it's witnessed, but it doesn't matter, as long as no one is affected and hurt. Otonashi Chiya's biggest goal at the moment is the ghetto statue, and unlocking the LV2 system mall to the second stage. Next, Otonashi Chiya hunts demons everywhere with the help of Mishima. His current attribute points have reached 586. As for other goods, there is no rush to buy them or to use them urgently. At this time, Otonashi Chiya certainly did not forget what he told him before he went out, and when it was almost time, he took Mishima home. Allah, Lacey smiled knowingly. Dongshan Xiaohong was not too surprised. Last night she felt that the relationship between Otonashi-kun and Sister Mikima seemed a little subtle. Unless he goes directly to a place like hell and starts killing people, the demons who die in hell will be reincarnated directly into the human world, and then many people will suffer because of his massacre in hell. Seeing Otonashi Chiya suddenly appear and be in this position with Mikima, Densi suddenly became a little uneasy. Since these demons are mostly hiding in places that are not easily noticed, when Otonashi Chiya hunted demons, he did not alarm ordinary people nearby. Ding! Host successfully hunted the demon and obtained attribute points, 12. Otonashi Chiya stopped hunting only at lunchtime. He was the most direct and asked bluntly. He held Mikima's hand with peace of mind. Ding! Host successfully hunted the demon and obtained attribute points, 26. Although she is a dominant demon, her hands are as soft as those of a human girl. Ding! Host successfully hunted the demon and obtained attribute points, 7. Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt that the fastest way to gain attribute points was to hunt demons. Without Mishima, the top navigator, Otonashi Chiya would not have been able to find so many demons so quickly. Chapter 211. Either friends or lovers. Really, I think it's okay. Mishima's tone was a little doubtful. She didn't think she had a very good relationship with Otonashi Chiya at all. In her eyes, her relationship with Otonashi Chiya is limited to cooperation. Both sides have something to gain from the other. She needs Otonashi Chiya's power to stop the death demon, and needs Otonashi Chiya to help her understand human civilization. As for Otonashi Chiya's intention, it is probably to hunt demons with the help of her dominance ability. You two are still holding hands. This is clearly a sign of a good relationship. At this time, Lei Sai couldn't help but say, to be precise, boys and girls who can hold hands are either very good friends or a couple. As that's so, Mikima only realized now that this action had this meaning. However, even though she now understood the meaning of holding hands, she still did not let go of Otonashi Chiya's hand immediately. After all, she has basically no feelings of shyness or embarrassment, so she doesn't care even if she is misunderstood. Otonashi Chiya no longer needed to hold hands at this time, so he let go. Sister Mishima doesn't know. Dongshan Zhaohong was suddenly a little surprised. She seems like a very reliable big sister, and she also has a name that sounds very powerful, Devil Domination. But I turned out to be surprisingly simple. Lacey was also surprised. She originally thought that the ruling devil was the type who was very good at playing with people's hearts, or was this innocent appearance just an act? If we only look at the original period, Mikima is indeed very good at playing with people's hearts. But this is only limited to Mikima of that period. Of course, it is not the case for all dominant demons in any period. For example, Nayuta is just a cute little girl with some childish behavior, and Mikima now doesn't understand people's hearts that well. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go eat first. He looked at the time and saw that it was already 12 o'clock noon, so he immediately reminded. After solving the lunch problem, Otonashi Chiya continues to hunt demons with the help of Mishima. Advertisement, ding. Host successfully hunted the demon and obtained attribute points, 10. Ding. Host successfully hunted the demon and obtained attribute points, 35. Ding. Host successfully hunted the demon and obtained attribute points, 5. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Otonashi Chiya used the afternoon and evening to hunt and kill dozens of demons. There were many demons among them who possessed the demonic meat slice of a gun, but they were all easily hunted down by him without exception. Allocated attribute points, 906, accumulated 1900 attribute points. Throughout the day, Otonashi Chiya's attribute points skyrocketed by several hundred. He had never felt so good about gaining attribute points before. But unfortunately, these are all the demons that Mikima has discovered in the Demon City. There must be some demons hiding deep yet that have not been discovered. We can only wait for Mikima to continue to expand the monitoring range and frequency. That's about it. We don't need to go out and hunt demons tomorrow. At this time Otonashi Chiya said to Mishima, well, I want to go back to read, too. Mikima said. Otonashi Chiya hunted so many demons that now all the corpses of those demons are in his Kamui space. He went to see President Zhang and planned to hand over all the demon corpses to the Demon Hunter Association for disposal. Many people witnessed the demon hunting scene yesterday. It turned out to be you. Chairman Zhang has already guessed that it is most likely Otonashi Chiya. Well, I have collected all the demon corpses. I will hand them over to the relevant departments later. Otonashi Chiya heading out. Out of curiosity, how many demons did you kill yesterday? President Zhang couldn't help but ask curiously. I didn't count them carefully, probably dozens. Otonashi Chiya's answer path. Dozens? Advertisement? President Zhang was immediately shocked. Is there really a demon hunter in this world who can kill dozens of demons in one day? The key is that demons generally do not gather together, but come out to attack humans in a scattered and random manner. It is even normal for a demon hunter not to see a demon for several days. Even if you take the initiative to hunt demons, it is not easy to find demons that are hiding intentionally. So this is almost impossible, but the young man in front of him turned the impossible into reality. This is because I recently signed a contract with new demons, so I can find those demons very quickly, but the demons in the Demon City must not have been completely dealt with yet. Otonashi Chiya explained casually. Of course, he would not reveal Mikima's true identity to anyone else. It would be fine if people like Densi and Shenyue knew about it, but there would be no benefit if outsiders knew about it. After all, the current Mikima is no longer like in the original work, who has signed a contract with the Prime Minister to allow almost unlimited resurrection. It is easy to cause trouble if her identity as a dominant devil is exposed. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing this, President Zhang suddenly became excited. With the power of Otonashi Chiya, the security problems in their magic city will be greatly alleviated in the future. Although the demon problem cannot be cured, it is much better than before. At the same time, in hell, since Otonashi Chiya killed dozens of demons in just one day, they were immediately resurrected in hell after their death. The frequent resurrection of demons in hell has attracted the attention of other demons. Especially among them is the demon of war. However, the war demon was in a very weak state at this time, and could only maintain the form of a small animal like Bachita, an animal of the order Noctilucent called Wood Owl. Now it has almost no fighting ability and cannot even defeat the most common demons. In such a short period of time, so many people were suddenly killed in the world. Have humans become so strong now? No. Such abnormal situations have never happened before today. Could it be the work of the Chainsaw Man? It feels very likely that this guy is indeed capable of doing this. If it is really him, then I must hurry to the human world. The war demon made some guesses, and concluded that it was the Chainsaw Man who did it. Now it is no match for the Chainsaw Man, so it should go to the human world in advance to prepare, restore its strength and then take revenge on the Chainsaw Man. Not only for revenge, it also wants the Chainsaw Man to spit out its followers. Chapter 212 A better candidate. After disposing of all the demon corpses in Kamui space, Otonashi Chiya left the Demon Hunter Association. When he transferred dozens of demon corpses out of Kamui space at once, the staff in the department specializing in recovering demon corpses were all dumbfounded. They finally saw the world today. This is the first time I've seen someone bring back dozens of demon corpses in one go. There are even several pieces of gun demon meat. Can I just say that he is worthy of being the only EX level demon hunter? These demon corpses and the gun demon meat slices are all recorded in Otonashi Chiya's personal information, which is equivalent to his achievements. Next, Otonashi Chiya stayed at home and accompanied Densi and the others. He was just waiting for Makima to detect the remaining demons by controlling the small animals. He also asked Freya, Ball M and the other 5 weapon men to investigate everywhere and report to him in time if they found any demons. Otonashi Chiya also specifically told them not to rush to hunt the demons and to leave everything to him. Life at home is comfortable. Until now, Otonashi Chiya is still studying the 4 books and 5 classics with Mishima. After all, there are 9 books in total. If you want to study them thoroughly, it is definitely impossible in a short period of time. During this period, Shen Yu has been thinking about how to help Lei Sai overcome her psychological barriers. She thought about it and finally decided to use a certain method. At this moment, Shen Yue went directly to find Otonashi Chiya, who was in the living room. I accidentally won a ticket for 2 to an amusement park, but I have no interest in that kind of place and I don't want to waste it, so I thought I'd give it to you. Shen Yu sat on the sofa next to Otonashi Chiya and suddenly took out a ticket from his arms. In fact, this was a double ticket that she had obtained specifically so that Otonashi Chiya and Lessei could also go on a date. What she said about not being interested in the amusement park was also a lie. If she could go with Otonashi Chiya, she would definitely be interested no matter where they went. Shen Yu considered many options for Lei Sai, and finally chose this most unpretentious and most reliable dating plan. Since her last date with Otonashi Chiya, she has researched a lot of information about dating, and she found that the amusement park is a very suitable place for a date. All she hoped was that Lacey would make things clear to Otonashi Chiya as they dated more and more. Thank you very much. Otonashi Chiya was somewhat surprised that Shen Yu would suddenly give him such a thing. Advertisement. He looked at the information on the ticket and found that this double ticket was indeed about to expire. But he had no intention of going to the amusement park for the time being. I remember that Lacey seemed to like the amusement park very much. You can try to invite her so that the tickets won't be wasted. Kamatsuki spoke bluntly to Otonashi Chiya. Although this was a bit too direct, she was not used to beating around the bush. Really? So you know Lace so well? It's true that your relationship with her seems to be getting better and better recently. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but say. Even he didn't know that Lei Sai loved the amusement park, but Shen Yu knew it. I just think she's a nice person and we can get along well. Shen Yu explained reluctantly. But in fact, she knew very well in her heart that it was not only because Lace had helped her before, but also because Lace had similar experiences as her. They were all orphans who were captured at a young age and subjected to some sort of experiment. Although the experiments she underwent were even more inhumane, she was at least much freer than Lacey afterwards. In short, Shen Yu can understand Lei Sai better than anyone else, and can even resonate with Lei Sai. The same is probably true for Leisa in reverse, which can also explain why Leisa is most willing to get close to and help Shen Yue. But it's true, your life stories are quite similar. Otonashi Chiya immediately thought of the life stories of Kamijo and Reese. Anyway, I hope you and Lacey can use this ticket, or I'll talk to her later. After thinking about it, Shen Yue decided that it would be better for her to talk to Reese. If Otonashi Chiya took the initiative to invite him, Otonashi might not be happy. No, let me go find her, Otonashi Chiya explains. When inviting a girl to go to an amusement park, if he needs another girl to make the invitation on his behalf, wouldn't it seem like he's a bit of a nobody? Okay. Shen Yu was suddenly delighted. Of course, it would be best if Otonashi could invite Reese personally. At least for her, she would definitely be happy if Otonashi could invite her like this. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya went directly to Reese. Advertisement, Lacey. Otonashi Chiya knocked on Reese's bedroom door and called out. Just a moment, dear. Lacey came out immediately to open the door. The first thing Otonashi Chiya saw was that Lace was only wearing pajamas, and those were very thin ones. Otonashi Chiya couldn't even look at Lace directly. At least put on your clothes before you come out to open the door. Otonashi Chiya said immediately. Hey, what does this matter? But dear, you definitely didn't come here just to tell me this, right? Lace chuckled and said, anyway, dear, please come in and sit down first. As Otonashi Chiya entered the room, Lacey closed the door. Yes, Shen Yu gave me a ticket to the amusement park. She didn't want to go herself and didn't want to waste it, so she gave it to me. It was a ticket for 2 people. As he spoke, Otonashi Chiya showed the amusement park ticket to Lacey. Lacey suddenly fell into a brief silence, her face slightly stunned. Because she knew as soon as she heard it that it was Kamijo who gave it to Otonashi Chiya on purpose. Based on her understanding of Shen Yu, it is impossible for her not to want to go on a date with Otonashi Chiya if she has a ticket for 2. Then there is only one possibility, Shen Yu is creating an opportunity for her. Lacey immediately thought Shen Yu was stupid. She had such a good opportunity but he gave it to her. It was obviously meaningless to give it to her. After being stunned for a moment, Lacey asked Otonashi Chiya, so, dear, are you planning to invite me to play with you? Yes. Otonashi Chiya said bluntly, this ticket is about to expire, so don't waste it. Compared to me, shouldn't there be a better candidate? I'm sure Denji and Zhaohong both like the amusement park very much, right? Lacey continued to ask. She believed from the bottom of her heart that Denji, Korin, Kamijo or Makima and Jiga were better candidates than her. However, Otonashi Chiya said, but there is only one ticket and you are all my family members. There is no question of who is the better candidate, right? Chapter 213 An Act of Goodwill, Family. This answer was a little unexpected for Lacey. What surprised her most was that Otonashi also regarded her as family. After being stunned, Lacey teased as usual, can I understand this as a confession of love? It's up to you what you want to understand, Otonashi Chiya said lightly. You were so good at comforting me just now, but now you are so cold. The expression on Lacey's face immediately returned to calm. Anyway, thank you for comforting me just now. As soon as she finished speaking, she added, this time it's not an act, it's my true feelings. In order to avoid being considered as acting by Otonashi Chiya, Lacey emphasized this. I see. Otonashi Chiya smiled and nodded. Then please go out for a while, dear. I need to change clothes and put on makeup. Or do you want to see it? I don't mind. Lacey deliberately lifted up a corner of her pajamas and seduced Otonashi Chiya in a charming tone. Otonashi Chiya walked out of the room silently without saying a word and considerately helped Lace close the door. Afterwards, Lacey changed into a dress that she thought was the most beautiful and put on some light makeup. This means that Otonashi Chiya's words just now made her change her mind immediately, and she is in a very good mood now. Lace was quite quick in getting ready and was dressed in just 10 minutes. Let's go. Otonashi Chiya and Reese go out to the amusement park together. Dear, don't you have any response? Halfway through the journey, Lacey suddenly said. Advertisement. She was still waiting for Otonashi Chiya's comments, but Otonashi Chiya still had no reaction. You are beautiful. You look beautiful in anything you wear, so I don't think there is any need to emphasize it. Otonashi Chiya said bluntly, but if I have to say, it is definitely more suitable and better looking than the school uniform. Hearing this, Lacey smiled with joy. Apparently Otonashi Chiya was very satisfied with this answer. Just then, Otonashi Chiya and Reese passed by a place where a charity event was being held. It seemed to be raising charitable funds for families who had recently suffered from demonic abuse, especially orphans whose relatives had all unfortunately died. Lacey stopped immediately and said, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. After saying that, she trotted over. Otonashi Chiya did not wait there, but followed Lace. I saw that Lace donated most of the banknotes in her bag, about 10,000 yuan. Seeing this, Otonashi Chiya knew very well that Reese was not doing this on purpose for show. In the original book, Lacey also donated money to the victims. Seeing that Lacey donated money, Otonashi Chiya also planned to donate some. He donated 1 million yuan at one time, but after the donation, he emphasized to the staff, can you ensure that at least 80% of this money will be delivered to those families? In his previous life, Otonashi Chiya was accustomed to the tricks of so-called charitable foundations. Although he was not sure whether such a situation would happen in the Chainsaw Man world of this timeline, he only knew that human greed could not stand the test. As for why it is more than 80%, usually such charitable foundations will have a commission of about 10 to 20%, and it is also allowed by law. Otonashi Chiya doesn't care about the commissions. He just hopes that the rest of the money can be delivered to those families without any deductions. The staff member was stunned by Otonashi Chiya's sudden question and his face looked dull. After coming to his senses, he immediately nodded and said, yes, of course. In fact, as a small staff member, he had no idea whether the big shots above had done anything to the funds raised, but he could only answer like this at this time. Otonashi Chiya was not so reassured. He continued to emphasize to the staff, please help me note that I am Otonashi Chiya from the Demon Hunter Association and I made the donation in my personal name. He said this to remind those in power to be honest. Advertisement. Okay. Upon hearing that the other party was a demon hunter from the Demon Hunter Association, the staff members immediately became serious. Then, Otonashi Chiya and Reese left together. Shortly after leaving, Otonashi Chiya called Chairman Zhang and said, Chairman Zhang, I have something to ask of you. Just now, Reese and I donated a total of 1.01 million to a charity event. I would like to ask you to track down the whereabouts of this donation. Okay, I basically know which foundation you're talking about. Although they're a bit dishonest at times, they probably won't dare touch your donation. Then he chatted with President Zhang for a few words and hung up the phone. It's good to be rich. If I were as rich as my dear, I would also donate 1 million. At this time, Lacey suddenly sighed. Speaking of which, dear, do you think I am hypocritical? I'm a war weapon that kills people without blinking an eye, but I actually have such ridiculous thoughts. I don't think so. Otonashi Chiya said calmly. You did those things because you had no choice. This does not conflict with the kindness in your heart. Kind? Lacey immediately laughed at herself. The word kindness is not appropriate to describe a weapon of war. Although it is the heart of a demon, its nature before becoming a weapon man will not change, so kindness or not is not necessarily related to whether it is a weapon man or not. Otonashi Chiya said with reason. Lace was silent for a moment after hearing what Otonashi Chiya said. I never noticed it before, but it turns out that you are also good at comforting girls. Otonashi Chiya shook his head slightly and said truthfully. I am not good at comforting girls. I can only talk some sense. Yeah, I think it's a good thing you don't know how to say sweet words. Lacey said meaningfully. There are already enough girls around Otonashi Chiya now. If he could also use sweet words, wouldn't it be even more outrageous? Otonashi Chiya was speechless for a moment. He was silent for a while, then sighed and said, Anyway, I don't think you are hypocritical. Donating is a good deed no matter what, and you know in your heart whether this is a kind act from the bottom of your heart. Hearing this, Lacey was immediately touched and couldn't help but smile. Thank you for trusting me so much. Chapter 214 Untying the Heart Knot. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya and Reese have already arrived at the amusement park. The double ticket was used up just like that. However, Otonashi Chiya soon discovered that the projects here were very different from the amusement parks in his previous life. The difference is that those projects that are more likely to cause people's fear were directly abandoned. For example, roller coasters, haunted houses, bungee jumping machines, and so on. Most people will feel more or less fear after going on thrilling rides like roller coasters and bungee jumping machines. The higher the fear level in the amusement park, the more likely it is that demons related to the project will appear, and the stronger the demons will be. Therefore, it is better to abolish such projects directly, so as to avoid risks fundamentally. Not to mention the haunted house. This is the same reason why movie theaters never show horror or thriller movies. Although the amusement park will be much less interesting without these exciting projects, Otonashi Chiya himself is not very interested in these projects, so he will not feel disappointed. Let's go ride the carousel first. Even though it might be boring, it's one of the must-see attractions in the amusement park after all. At this time, Lacey suggested. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. Next, they played on the carousel, bumper cars, water park. I basically tried all the projects in the amusement park. Finally, the Ferris wheel is missing. The Ferris wheel. This is an indispensable item, especially for couples. At this time, Lacey looked up at the Ferris wheel in front of her. It's nice to sit up there and take a rest and enjoy the scenery. Otonashi Chiya also nodded. The two then boarded the Ferris wheel. On the Ferris wheel, Otonashi Chiya and Reese sat on the same side. At this time, Lacey couldn't help but say, We are almost like a couple today, right? Otonashi Chiya did not deny it. Advertisement. He is not as shy as an innocent little boy, nor will he shirk his responsibilities. It has come to this point, and it would be irresponsible to escape. Lacey looked at Otonashi Chiya with a slightly stunned expression. She was just joking, but she didn't expect Otonashi Chiya to admit it directly. Is this okay? I've hurt you before. Lacey immediately spoke out her true feelings. This has always been her psychological barrier. This trip to the amusement park was specially arranged for her by Miss Shen Yu, and she didn't want to waste Shen Yu's hard work. Now Lacey has made up her mind. You're talking about the incident with the Soviet military. I could see at the time that if I hadn't resisted, you would have taken me back to conduct a weapon transformation experiment. Otonashi Chiya said calmly, but the past is the past. I don't think you need to dwell on it. Anyway, you can go back to the past and make changes. As long as you have a clear conscience about what you are doing now, that's fine. My dear is comforting me again, Lacey chuckled. But Otonashi Chiya's words did have an effect on her, making her feel a little less blocked inside. You had no choice at the time, didn't you? You couldn't disobey the Soviet military's orders. And it's been so long, and you've done a lot for me. I have no reason to hate you anymore. Otonashi Chiya said helplessly. I can't kill you since I still hate you. Besides, weapons can't die. I can't really kill you anyway. That's true. After receiving Otonashi Chiya's reply, Lacey felt relieved. So, the words you said before were not just simple consolation? Well, I'm telling the truth. Otonashi Chiya nodded seriously. Okay. Lacey smiled sweetly and slowly leaned her head on Otonashi Chiya's shoulder. Denji asked immediately, what are you doing all of a sudden? Sister Reese has dressed up so carefully, and Otonashi-kun is also obviously dressed well. No matter how you look at it, it seems that Otonashi-kun and Sister Reese are going out on a date together, right? But the next moment she noticed the clothes worn by brother Chiya and sister Lace beside him, and she immediately realized that something was wrong. Looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance, enjoying this brief peace. Suddenly seeing Lei Sai coming in, Shen Yu immediately asked. Advertisement. When he saw Chiya brother coming back, Densi's first reaction was happiness. At this time, Otonashi Chiya did not speak and let Lace lean on his shoulder. When the Ferris wheel landed smoothly, it was time for Otonashi Chiya and Lacey to leave the amusement park and go home. After saying that, Lacey went upstairs alone. Without saying a word, the first thing Lacey did when she entered the room was to hug Shen Yu. Densi was a little bit unconvinced. Lacey, have you guys come back from the amusement park? Ah, really? When they first arrived home, Dianqi and Dongshan Zhaohong were sitting in the living room watching TV. Shen Yu was a little frightened for a moment, and almost subconsciously counterattacked with a hand knife. Anyway, I'm going back to my room to rest. Ding, host activates the achievement, Liza's favorability, LV4, and gains attribute points, 15. But why did Sister Lace deny it? On the other hand, Otonashi Chiya no longer cared about it. After all, Lacey did not cause any substantial harm to him or the people around him at that time, and she even did a lot for him later. The moment Lise hugged her, her palm was just a little bit away from piercing Lisa's abdomen. Fortunately, she resisted this almost conditioned reflex behavior at the critical moment. However, Lacey did not return to her room first, but went to Shenyue. Dongshan Zhaohong also found it hard to believe. Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised that Lacey would give such an answer. However, before Otonashi Chiya could answer, Lacey said, "No, we were just hanging out. I'm expressing my gratitude. Today, it's all thanks to Miss Shen Yu. Brother Chiya." But this was what Sister Lace said, and she felt it was very credible. Or was it just a casual stroll? No wonder he sometimes felt a little weird when he was with Lacey before. It must be because Lacey couldn't let go of that incident. Brother Chiya, are you and Sister Lace going on a date? Dongshan Zhaohong smiled awkwardly. It was obvious that he was going on a date. There was no need to ask, right? He was humming a little tune and was obviously in a good mood. Although, even if Shen Yu really stabbed Lacey could recover easily. Chapter 215 Achievement File. So you've made things clear with Otonashi, right? Shen Yu suddenly realized that Lacey must have succeeded, otherwise she wouldn't have said that. Lacey nodded slightly and held Shen Yu for a while before letting go. That's good. Shen Yu smiled with relief. Next, Lacey and Shen Yu chatted like a pair of good sisters. A few days later, Makima discovered the whereabouts of several more demons. Otonashi Chiya immediately set out to kill all of the demons in one go. Ding! Host successfully hunted the demon and obtained attribute points, 7. Ding! Host successfully hunted the demon and obtained attribute points, 13. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. After this round of hunting, Otonashi Chiya felt that his current accumulated attribute points should be over 2,000. He then opened the system panel and took a look. Host, Otonashi Chiya. Strength, 160, Speed, 160, Chi and Blood, 684. Allocated attribute points, 1056, accumulated 2050 attribute points. System Mall LV2. Currently in the second stage, you need to obtain 2,950 attribute points to unlock to LV3. Purchased items. Genocide Night Skin, to be used. White Mask Skin, to be used. When the accumulated attribute points reach more than 2,000, the system mall will naturally unlock the second stage of LV2. P.S. The 3,000 attribute points unlocked in the previous article was written incorrectly, and the previous article has been corrected. Otonashi Chiya turned directly to the second page of the system mall. Open black lens bracket product. Longevity pill. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Product. Uchiha Fan. Magic modified version. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Product. Plain teleportation scroll. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Product. Ghetto statue. Magic modified version. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Product. Tailed beast power. Magic revised version. Effect. The power extracted from the tailed beasts can be used to supply the Ghetto statue. Since the magic modification removes the chakra component, it simply provides power and strengthens the Ghetto statue. Price. 100 attribute points, can be purchased repeatedly, up to a maximum of 20 copies. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Product. Achievement file. Close black lens bracket. Effect. All hidden achievements of the current plane, Chainsaw Man, will be visualized, and all achievements can be seen in the achievement file. Price. 300 attribute points. It can be seen that the second stage of the LV2 system mall has added 2 new products, namely, Power of the Tailed Beast, and Achievement Files. Even though there are no tailed beasts, the power of the tailed beasts is there, so it essentially makes no difference to the effect of the Ghetto statue. Otonashi Chiya looked at the new products and thought to himself. The Ghetto statue is the shell of 10 tails, and its chakra has been drained, making it basically unable to move. Either they need the power of the tailed beast, or they need to use their own chakra to supply the Gedo statue like Nagato did, so that Nagato was almost drained of his energy. But the system has modified the Gedo statue. Not only does summoning no longer rely on the Rinnegan, but if Otonashi Chiya supplies the Gedo statue, it consumes vitality instead of chakra. But now, the new product, Power of the Tailed Beasts, can solve the supply problem of Gedo statue. But this thing is only necessary to consider after buying the Gedo statue. Right now, the achievement file is more important. Otonashi Chiya decisively bought the achievement archives. Ding! Host successfully purchased achievement file. Attribute points minus 300, current remaining attribute points, 756. Although 300 attribute points are not cheap, Otonashi Chiya doesn't feel heartbroken at all. After all, this is a good thing for brushing up attribute points. According to the product description, he can see every achievement on the achievement profile. In this way, he can activate achievements in a targeted manner instead of groping blindly like before, which can greatly improve the efficiency of brushing attributes. The most important thing is that the attribute points obtained by activating achievements are not subject to an upper limit. If you are hunting demons, you cannot get more attribute points after you have accumulated 3,000 points. Once the purchase is successful, the achievement file will immediately appear in the Purchased Items column of the system panel. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was a little impatient to open the achievement file to find out. Advertisement. The next moment, the achievement file appeared in front of Otonashi Chiya. Just like the system mall, the pages can be turned and only he can see them. Otonashi Chiya took a quick look and found that there were still many hidden achievements that had not been activated. For example, the most common ones are the first encounter with important characters, the progress of those characters' favorability. In addition, there are many unimaginable achievements. Otonashi Chiya never imagined that he could achieve such an achievement by training Densi and Dongshan Zhaohong to become S-level demon hunters according to the Huxia rating standards, and even to SS level and SSS level demon hunters. However, the rewarded attribute points are quite a lot, so it is worth getting this achievement. Are you daydreaming? At this time, Makima noticed that Otonashi Chiya's facial expression was a little strange, and couldn't help but say. Otonashi Chiya suddenly came back to his senses. I was just thinking about something, now it's okay. We have hunted down all the demons, so let's go back. Otonashi Chiya continued. Makima no longer cared about what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, Otonashi Chiya and Makima returned home through space transfer. Otonashi Chiya habitually sits on the sofa as soon as he gets home. As usual, Ji sat on the sofa and read the food magazine with relish. Just as Mishima was about to go back to the study to continue reading, Otonashi Chiya suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, I can provide some information about the war demon. Hearing this, Ji's eyes immediately moved away from the food magazine. What information? If the war demon has come to the human world, then it is likely to be in Tokyo, Japan. Makima can directly shorten the range to dominate the small animals in Tokyo, and then it will be convenient to detect the war demon. Otonashi Chiya explains. This is the confidence that the god's perspective brings him. I think we can give it a try, Ji also said to Makima. Then give it a try. Mishima did not refuse. The process was actually very simple. Otonashi Chiya took Makima and instantly transferred to Tokyo. In just a short while, Makima had already controlled quite a few animals, especially birds. This is something Otonashi Chiya specifically emphasized, allowing Makamoto to control some small birds. Because the original form of the war demon is a bird, dominating the birds is definitely more suitable for detecting the war demon. Next, Makima just needs to order these little animals to spread out and patrol various areas in Tokyo. Chapter 216 Cultivating Densi Zhaohong. If the demon of war really exists in the world, it will only take a few days to find it. The necessary preparations had been made, and Otonashi Chiya took Mishima home again. How do you know for sure that the demon of war will descend upon Tokyo? Seeing Otonashi Chiya coming back, Ji couldn't help but ask. Maybe it's my intuition. My intuition has always been pretty accurate. Otonashi Chiya explained casually. He certainly wouldn't let anyone know his identity as a time traveler. So this is all I can say. Jiga and Makima are not stupid. They knew as soon as they heard it that this must be an excuse made up by Otonashi Chiya. Since you are unwilling to disclose it, there is no need for me to continue to ask. Ji said bluntly. Makima didn't care at all. She didn't really care about such things. In response, Otonashi Chiya just laughed. While slowly waiting for news from Mishima, Otonashi Chiya was not idle either. Of course, he had to start using the achievement file to improve his attributes, including finding the war demon as soon as possible, which was also one of the steps to activate the achievement to improve his attributes. Densi, Zhaohong, are you interested in joining the Demon City Demon Hunter Association in advance? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Densi and Zhaohong together, if you are willing to join, just follow me if anything happens. If you want Densi and Zhaohong to obtain the S-level Demon Hunter rating, the first thing they must do is to join the Demon Hunter Association. But of course he would not force Densi and Zhaohong, so he first asked Densi and Zhaohong for their opinions. As for the issue of working in the Demon Hunter Association being dangerous, Otonashi Chiya will definitely not let Densi and Zhaohong encounter danger. He will always protect Densi and Zhaohong when they need to hunt demons. Whether it is his ability to protect himself or others, it is basically unsolvable. I do. Dongshan Zhaohong answered quickly. Previously, she participated in the Demon Hunter special skill at Qingfeng Middle School in the Magic City in order to improve her timidity and get closer to Otonashi-kun. It would be better for her if she could directly join the Demon Hunter Association. Advertisement, then I would too. After hearing Sister Zhao Hong's reply, Densi followed suit. She had long wanted to fight with Brother Chiya, but she always felt that she didn't have enough strength and would only hinder Brother Chiya. So she never told this idea to her brother Chiya. Then I will take you to the Demon Hunter Association later. Since Denji and Zhao Hong are both willing, Otonashi Chiya doesn't have to worry too much. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already brought Densi and Zhao Hong to President Yang's side. Are you sure you want these two children to work in our association? Chairman Zhang couldn't help but confirm with Otonashi Chiya. Dongshan Zhao Hong seems okay, but President Zhang certainly doesn't recommend doing this kind of work while she's still in high school. The electricity is even more. He looks too young, so President Zhang can't help but feel uneasy. Yeah, sure. Otonashi Chiya nodded and said, I plan to train them. They will always act with me, so President Zhang doesn't have to worry. Oh, that's fine indeed. President Zhang was relieved now. With Otonashi Chiya protecting them, there probably isn't any demon in the entire Celestial Empire that can hurt these two little sisters. If so, the Demon Hunter Association would probably face a catastrophe. With the help of President Zhang, Dongshan Zhao Hong and Densi did not go through the normal assessment process, but directly entered the Demon Hunter Association without taking an exam. But this one is quite difficult. If you don't like it, you can try another one. If the enemy is too strong, it will have no training effect on Densi and Zhao Hong. Woof. But she wanted to change her cowardice. After struggling for a while, especially seeing that Denji's sister was so brave, it also inspired her. I also think it's best to set off immediately. Let's just go right away. I don't think there's any need to rest. President Zhang really couldn't think of many suitable tasks at the moment. Compared to Densi, Dongshan Zhao Hong understands what the gun devil meat slice means. Advertisement President Zhang took into consideration that Dongshan Zhao Hong and Densi were still newcomers, and he had no idea about the strength of these two little sisters, and was worried that this task might be too difficult. The more difficult the tasks you complete with Densi and Zhao Hong, the higher the merits they will gain, and they will be rated as S-class demon hunters faster. I want to quickly improve their ratings and see what tasks they can assign to us. She suddenly grabbed Otonashi Chiya's hand as if possessed by a ghost. After all, these two were brought by Otonashi Chiya himself, and they could be directly incorporated into the team led by Otonashi Chiya. After a while, President Zhang picked out a task for the time being. There are not many tasks at the moment. This task should be more suitable for you, but the task location is not within the Magic City. It is to support the Demon Hunter Association in District 9. At this moment, Denji suddenly remembered the incident with Sister Makima last time. He reminded the content of the task. Okay, let's go straight away. Since Otonashi Chiya has hunted down almost all the demons in the Demon City recently, many tasks have long been assumed to be completed by Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. Densi was very energetic and authentic. Okay. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to President Zhang. She had no idea about the gun devil meat slice, and Brother Chiya said he would protect her at any time, so she was basically fearless. Otonashi Chiya explains. However, it would not be good if the difficulty was particularly high. After all, he did not just want to simply raise the ratings of Dian-Si and Xiao Hong, he also wanted to hone Dian-Si and Xiao Hong as much as possible. Otonashi Chiya heading out. The mission, let me see. After leaving President Yang's study, Pachita echoed. It's okay. I think a slightly higher level of difficulty is just right. Shall we set off now, or should we go home and rest and prepare ourselves mentally? He then signaled Denji and Kohong to catch him, and then he could simply transfer to Area 9 using the power of Kamui. Okay, then this task is left to you. President Zhang no longer worried about it. Otonashi Chiya asked Kohong and Denji. This mission is at the seaside, and the target is the squid demon that possesses the gun demon meat slice. This kind of demon is usually very powerful. Chapter 217 Seaside. Feeling Chiya's brother's warm and strong hands, Densi realized that his actions were a bit bold. But she had already done it, there was no way she would let go. Seeing Densi holding Otonashi Chiya's hand, Higashiyama Zhao Hong was not willing to be outdone. In this way, Denji and Zhao Hong held Otonashi Chiya's left and right hands respectively. Otonashi Chiya didn't say anything about this. He immediately transferred Denji and Zhao Hong to Area 9 through his right eye Kamui. He had been to District 9 before, so he had the coordinates of District 9. Although Otonashi Chiya cannot be directly transferred to the specific mission location, it is good enough to be able to reach Area 9. On the way to the mission location, Densi suddenly said, the mission location is right at the beach, so can we just play at the beach? Yes, but now that we're here, do you still want to buy swimsuits? Otonashi Chiya said, speaking of which, remember to take off our official uniforms later. If the squid demons find out that we are demon hunters, they will probably hide even more desperately. Before leaving the Demon Hunter Association of the Magic City, Densi and Dongshan Zhao Hong had already obtained uniforms of corresponding sizes and were now wearing them. Forget it, I won't buy a swimsuit. Densi felt a little bit sorry. I finally got the chance to go to the beach, but I couldn't wear a swimsuit. But she suddenly remembered that her figure was even thinner than Sister Zhao Hong's, and suddenly she felt that it was not a pity. Letting Chiya see such a miserable figure would probably have the opposite effect, so she felt it was better not to wear a swimsuit. At this time, Dongshan Zhaohong noticed the gaze of Densi's sister. She didn't know why, but she felt vaguely offended. Soon, they arrived at the mission location. This beach is a tourist attraction, so there are a lot of people here almost every day. The more people there are in a place, the more likely it is that demons will appear. According to the mission description, a squid demon appeared a few days ago, and it also possessed the gun demon meat slice and was very powerful. Advertisement. Although the squid demon did not kill anyone at that time, it hurt some people. It liked to do indescribable and obscene things, regardless of gender. District 9 immediately dispatched the forces of civilian demon hunters and the Demon Hunter Association, but ultimately failed to successfully hunt down the squid demon. Because the terrain of the beach is very favorable for the squid demon, it can quickly escape if it feels the situation is not good. It is estimated that at least the strength of an SS-level demon hunter is required to keep the squid demon. For example, the strength of an S-class demon hunter is roughly on par with a demon that possesses a gun-wielding demon slice. On par means that they are evenly matched. It does not mean that an S-class demon hunter can forcibly hunt down a squid demon that is determined to escape. This should not be called equal but should be called crushing. However, there are not many SS-level demon hunters in the District 9 Demon Hunter Association, and there are more important tasks being carried out, so there are not enough people to deal with the squid demon. It's so quiet here, it seems like there's no one here. At this time, Denji looked at the beach and found that there was no one there except himself, Sister Zhaohong and Brother Chiya. That's for sure. After the squid demon appeared, this beach has been blocked, unless someone wants to come in and die. Otonashi Chiya explains. It would be best if there were no outsiders on the beach, so that no one would interfere with their hunting of demons. At this time, Otonashi Chiya, Higashiyama Zhaohong and Densi had all taken off their official uniforms, leaving only their plain clothes. Avoids the situation where the squid demons might recognize the official uniforms. So, what should we do next? Just wait here for that squid demon to show up? Dongshan Zhaohong asked. Yeah, it's definitely going to come out. Otonashi Chiya said confidently. Because the squid demon has a characteristic, which is that it likes handsome men and beautiful women very much and then does dirty things. With his sharp awareness, he immediately reminded Densi and Zhaohong. The squid demon seems to be about to appear. Let's stay away from this side first, so as to avoid affecting this unfinished small castle when fighting the squid demon later. At this time, Densi also said to Dongshan Zhaohong. But she remembered that Otonashi-kun had done a lot for her before, and she felt relieved immediately. Dongshan Zhaohong immediately smiled and nodded to Dianqi. He could tell if there was anything amiss. Densi was now worried. Dongshan Zhaohong whispered some advice to Dianqi. Dongshan Zhaohong walked with her right hand quietly behind her back, because she had a dagger hidden at her waist, so she could fight the squid demon at any time. Advertisement. Densi. Brother Chiya is on guard against the squid demon that may appear at any time, so it's better for us not to disturb him. Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly felt a little jealous because Otonashi-kun doted on his little sister Densi so much. When they were halfway through building the castle. Well, we worked so hard to build this castle, we can't let that guy destroy it. So the squid devil will definitely be attracted out. He doesn't say whether he is handsome or not, but it is an indisputable fact that Densi and Zhaohong are beautiful girls. Sister Zhaohong, come along too. Ah, well. Before the squid demon comes out, you can have fun on the beach. I will remind you when it comes out. Later, she joined the team of building castles. That's great. It's okay. The squid demon can't sneak attack us anyway. Denji immediately picked up Pochita and ran quickly to the other side with Pochita. Yeah, but isn't Chiya busy? Densi immediately put all those concerns behind him. Otonashi Chiya suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the waves. It might be that the squid demon was about to come out from the depths of the sea. She had seen children her age building castles on the beach on TV, and she had always wanted to do the same. As for him, he stood aside, observing the movements of the entire sea in front of him at any time. But Otonashi Chiya still came over and squatted next to Denji. What do you want to play together? Playing with sand? Chiya, why don't you come and play? It's so boring just standing there. Densi had no choice but to nod obediently. That's great, let's build a castle together. Otonashi Chiya said confidently. Densi was originally building something with sand, and when she noticed Chiya brother was still standing there, she couldn't help but speak. Otonashi Chiya said to Denji and Korin, Chapter 218, Coordinated Operations. As Otonashi Chiya expected, 3 squid tentacles emerged from the sea after a while. The tentacles of those 3 squids were abnormally large. The squid demon must be hundreds of times larger than an ordinary squid, and it is also reinforced by the gun demon meat slices. The 3 squid tentacles attacked Otonashi Chiya, Higashiyama Zhaohong and Denji respectively. Go ahead, see if you can cooperate to hunt down this squid demon. If you can't, I'll take action as a last resort. Otonashi Chiya said to Denji and Korin. He didn't plan to intervene for the time being and let Densi and Zhaohong have more actual combat experience. Okay, Pochita, let's go. Denji directly grabbed the handle of the chainsaw on Pochita's body, and the chainsaw on Pochita's head had also been extended and turned into a fighting posture. She immediately sawed at the squid tentacle that was attacking her, and the entire tentacle was sawed vertically. Although Dongshan Xiaohong could not help but get scared, the crisis was imminent, and she did not want to embarrass herself in front of Otonashi-kun and disappoint him. So she made up her mind and took out the dagger hidden at her waist. She was very agile and avoided the attack of the squid tentacles while running on the tentacles. Then he used a dagger to cut off half of the squid's tentacle. Otonashi Chiya didn't need to dodge at all. The squid tentacles went straight through his body and couldn't touch him at all. He stood there and observed the battle situation quietly. If Densi and Xiaohong were about to be in danger, he would immediately take action to ensure their safety. At this time, most of the squid demon's body has emerged from the sea. It is a squid that has been magnified n times, and its head looks rather scary and ugly. The squid demon whose tentacle was injured was immediately furious. Damn it! Why is there another demon hunter? The squid demon originally thought that these three guys who looked like human kids could be ravaged by it at will, but it didn't expect that these three guys were actually demon hunters. It can only be said that the squid demon's IQ is still not enough. He never thought that he hadn't seen an ordinary person for 2 or 3 days. It is not normal that someone suddenly dared to appear here today. At this moment, Densi was still sawing the tentacles of the squid demon, while Dongshan Xiaohong had already followed the tentacles of the squid demon straight to its head. Advertisement Dongshan Xiaohong, who had already entered combat mode, was exceptionally calm. There was no fear on her face and her actions were decisive. The squid demon knew that this human girl holding a dagger was not simple. Her IQ might not be enough, but her self-preservation awareness was first-rate. It immediately contracts the ink sac in its body, and the ink that sprays out looks more powerful than a bullet, and it is a dispersed attack with a wide range. Dongshan Xiaohong remained fearless in the face of danger and dodged every drop of ink with her agile body without panicking. At this time, Otonashi Chiya used the Mangekyō Sharingan to judge that Xiaohong would definitely be able to dodge, so he did not intervene with Xiaohong. But Denji obviously couldn't dodge, so Otonashi Chiya instantly teleported behind Denji and put a hand on Denji's shoulder. Denji immediately hollowed with him and completely avoided the squid demon's ink attack. The ink passed through Otonashi Chiya and Denji and flew onto the beach. At this time Dongshan Xiaohong found that all the tentacles of the squid demon were attacking her. Looking at the obviously anxious reaction of the squid demon, she became more certain that the ink sac was the squid demon's weakness. Thank you, Chiya ni, except for the weaker demons who can be dealt with by simply chopping off their heads. Receive. Densi's combat IQ is not low either. She immediately realized that she should cover for Sister Xiaohong. The squid demon's ink seems to have a corrosive effect, corroding the beach into one sand pit after another. It would be very dangerous for ordinary people to get even a little bit of it on them. Deonki responded and immediately ran towards Sister Xiaohong. Just now, after the squid demon attacked with ink, there was a move to hide the ink sac in a hurry. At this time, Densi swung the Pachita in his hand with all his strength and threw it to Sister Xiaohong, because she was worried that Sister Xiaohong's dagger was too short to hurt the ink sac of the squid demon. But Dongshan Xiaohong would not pay any attention to this guy and her speed did not slow down at all. It was due to the action of the squid demon just now. Through observation, he has determined the most likely weakness of the squid demon. It seems like an imperceptible and insignificant detail, but in Otonashi Chiya's eyes, this detail is magnified. Of course, the squid demon could also hear what Densi said to Dongshan Xiaohong, and it was immediately shocked because its ink sac was indeed its biggest weakness. Advertisement: when fighting a demon, it is important to quickly deduce the demon's weaknesses, regardless of whether the deduce is correct or not. Sister Xiaohong. When he was closer to Xiaohong, Densi shouted loudly. The squid demon was immediately frightened. Because the ink sac is located slightly inside the squid demon's body, you have to break through the body surface first before you can hit the ink sac, and a dagger that is too short is indeed difficult. Although only half of the tentacle was sawed off, the other half could not stop Dongshan Xiaohong. If Otonashi Chiya hadn't told the electric squid demon about this weakness, more efforts would probably have been wasted. I didn't expect that these 3 humans would discover it so quickly. I had never discovered this secret when fighting with so many demon hunters before. The next moment, she used Pachita's chainsaw to attack the squid demon's ink sac. She used the Pachita to saw off as many tentacles as possible that were attacking Lil Red's sister. Even though the squid demon has strong regenerative abilities and those tentacles can grow back quickly, they cannot keep up with Dongshan Xiaohong's advancing speed. Dongshan Xiaohong heard Densi's voice and reacted immediately. This can also help train Deonki and Xiaohong's ability to cooperate. She rushed decisively towards the place where the squid demon's ink sac was, with a grim look on her face. The squid demon hurriedly tried to use its tentacles to stop Dongshan Xiaohong. Its ink attack had just been used and it needed to cool down for a while, so now all it could use were its tentacles. Sister Xiaohong, this guy's weakness is his ink sac. After hearing Densi's voice, Dongshan Xiaohong accurately caught Pachita, and at the same time, he used his dagger like a flying knife to dart a squid tentacle that was attacking him. Don't come over here. Otonashi Chiya immediately reminded Denji. The weakness of the squid demon should be its ink sac. Try to tell this news to your partner Sister Xiaohong. This task is given to you. After saying thank you, Denji immediately picked up Pachita and continued to kill the squid demon. Denji believed that brother Chiya would definitely save her when she was in danger, so she didn't show any fear. Chapter 219. Mitaka Chow and the war demon. The squid demon's physical defense is not very strong, and of course it can't withstand Pachita's chainsaw attack. The body surface was immediately penetrated by the chainsaw, and then the ink sac was also destroyed. The ink sac is the most fatal weakness of the squid demon. Once it is destroyed, the squid demon's regeneration ability will be suppressed and its ability to move will be greatly weakened. Basically, it has become a giant sandbag that can be slaughtered by Dongshan Zhaohong. After a while, Dongshan Zhaohong gave the squid demon the final blow. The squid demon could only scream and die under the chainsaw. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya sucked the body of the squid demon into the Kamui space, and the gun demon's meat slices were also taken out of the body. This is a normal-sized piece of gun demon meat, which is consistent with the strength that the squid demon just showed. Not too tricky, but definitely not weak either. Denji and Zhaohong did most of the work in this mission, and Otonashi Chiya just helped a little, which also achieved the training expectations he wanted. Mission accomplished. Let me summarize your performance in this battle. Zhaohong was very brave and flexible, and Densi's sense of coordination was also very good. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Denji and Zhaohong, "Also, I would like to remind you that when you are fighting, you must always observe carefully, capture details and speculate on the weaknesses of the demons, especially when dealing with demons with gun demon meat slices." While Densi was happy to hear the praise, he also listened to the teachings. Dongshan Zhaohong has returned to her usual self. The calmness she had during the battle is gone. Now she is just like a shy good girl. Otonashi Chiya brought the body of the squid demon and the spear demon meat slices back to the Demon City Demon Hunter Association to report. The relevant departments have confirmed the body of the squid demon, and President Zhang has also received the news. Looking at the gun devil meat slices that Otonashi Chiya brought back, President Zhang was not surprised by Otonashi Chiya's super high efficiency. After all, he was used to it after seeing it many times. After this mission, Dongshan Zhaohong and Densi were promoted to A-level demon hunters. Although the feat of hunting down the squid demon holding the gun demon meat slice is dazzling, this feat alone seems a bit too thin. To be promoted to an S-class demon hunter, one needs to complete at least one more task of similar difficulty. Advertisement Otonashi Chiya had no objection to this and asked President Zhang to arrange another task of similar difficulty for them. Considering that Denji and Kohong might be too tired after fighting the devil twice in a row that day, Otonashi Chiya decided to carry out the mission tomorrow. "Brother Chiya, I found its weakness." While Dongshan Zhaohong was holding the demon back with her agile body, Densi found the demon's weakness as quickly as possible and took it down with a chainsaw in one fell swoop. Otonashi Chiya nodded with a slightly satisfied expression. Densi's combat awareness and understanding were indeed very good, and Zhaohong and Densi's cooperation became more and more skillful. After Otonashi Chiya brought the demon corpse and the gun demon meat slices back to the Demon Hunter Association, Toyama, Zhaohong and Denji were finally promoted to S-class demon hunters. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Host activates achievement, S-level electricity, gains attribute points, 50. Ding! Host activates the achievement, S-level Dongshan Zhaohong, and obtains attribute points, 50. At this point, Otonashi Chiya felt that it was enough. Because he certainly couldn't force things to grow too fast, forcing Denji and Zhaohong to follow him and get SS level or even SSS level demon hunters in a short period of time was not a good thing. He only planned to train with Zhaohong more often and let the two of them improve their strength naturally. Makima said, "And it is a very special contract. Unlike ordinary people who make a contract with the devil to gain devil power, Mitaka Chao almost becomes one with the war devil." Otonashi Chiya's first reaction was that Mishima was going to discuss this with him. Otonashi Chiya questions, "I know, his name is Mitaka Chao. Do you know what happened between the war demon and Mitaka dynasty? Is that so? The war demon is in Tokyo after all?" So he asked Mishima again, because the war demon occupies half of Mitaka Chao's brain and shares this human body with Mitaka Chao. The war demon can forcibly occupy Mitaka Chao's body at any time, but it cannot do so in certain specific situations, such as when Mitaka Chao is very scared or excited. Advertisement, is there anything else you don't understand? But, unless Denji and Pachita are forced to merge into Chainsaw Man, and Zhaohong is allowed to sign a contract with a sufficiently powerful demon, the strength of the two can be greatly increased in a short period of time. Makima replied, but Otonashi Chiya certainly couldn't do that. The war demon actually met Mitaka Tomo 4 years earlier. He couldn't help but wonder what happened that led to this situation. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask Mishima. His first reaction was to think of Mitaka Tora, but now it is still 4 years before the original timeline. Could it be that Mitaka Tora had merged with the war demon so early in advance? Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya was slightly stunned. Otonashi Chiya suddenly looked a little surprised. As soon as he got home, Otonashi Chiya was called into the study by Mishima. She then said, "Then let's go find the war demon now." But these are not the main points. What Otonashi Chiya cares about is whether the war demon really signed a contract with Mitaka Tomo in advance. Do you know the name of that human girl? Makima manipulates some small animals under her control to track the war demons. At this time, he just walked in and heard the conversation between Otonashi Chiya and Makima. What? Yes, I have been keeping track of her movements at all times. It's her indeed. Yes, but that's another matter. The more important thing is that I have discovered the demon of war. At this moment, Makima said again, the war demon seems to be in the body of a human girl. In the original work, after Mitaka Asa was killed by the squad leader who signed a contract with the Justice Devil, he was induced by the War Devil and signed a contract with the War Devil. After merging with the War Demon, Mitaka Chao no longer looks like a human, a demon, a magic man, or a weapon man. He can exert all the abilities of the War Demon in a human body. The strength of Denji and Zhao Hong is not currently matched with the SS-level Demon Hunter. Zhao Hong's shortcoming is the lack of output means, while Denji's physical skills are weak and he relies more on Pochita. Chapter 220 Otonashi approximately equals delicious food. I remember that a demon suddenly appeared on the street and killed Mitaka Chao who had just bought something. The War Demon also happened to be targeting this human girl and lured Mitaka Chao into signing a contract with just a few words. Mishima said. But the demon that suddenly appeared seems to be one of the demons you hunted a few days ago. The demon I hunted. Otonashi Chiya suddenly understood something. It seems that this is the butterfly effect, caused by his travel to the world of Chainsaw Man. His every move at any time, even if it is just hunting a demon, may change a lot of things. This time, Mitaka Asahi and the War Demon are living examples. Otonashi Chiya didn't know what the reason was for the War Demon to come to the human world at this time, he only knew that Mitaka Tomo was truly influenced by him. The demons he had hunted before would be resurrected in hell. It was estimated that they would be killed by other demons within a few days of their resurrection in hell, and then reincarnate in the human world. The demon who was randomly reincarnated on the streets of Tokyo happened to attack Mitaka. It can be said that it was because Otonashi Chiya killed the demon at this point in time that a series of butterfly effects occurred. After Mitaka signs a contract with the War Demon, subsequent developments will definitely deviate more and more from the original plot. That is the special ability of the War Demon. Currently, we only know that she can reside in the human body in that way. At this time, Ji began to explain. In that case, we should go to Tokyo. Otonashi Chiya said decisively. The War Demon's goal is to take revenge on Chainsaw Man. And Chainsaw Man, or Pochita is on his side, so he certainly can't leave the War Demon alone. If the War Demon wants to restore its strength, it will inevitably find a way to provoke a war between humans, making humans more afraid of war. Otonashi Chiya can't let the War Demon get what he wants, whether it's provoking a war between humans or taking revenge on Pochita. Although Jiga certainly hopes that the War Demon can recover its strength and increase its chances of winning against the Death Demon, Otonashi Chiya will not take Jiga's wish into consideration in order to protect humanity from the ravages of war. I'll go too, Ji took the initiative to say. If you go along, you'll probably be recognized by the War Demon, and it'll be easy to hinder Otonashi's actions. Mishima said. Her concern is not without reason. The four horsemen of the apocalypse can sense each other if they are a little closer. But what only Otonashi Chiya knew was that the War Demon was now so weak that he couldn't recognize Mikima and Jiga. Advertisement, don't you want to come along? He immediately asked Mikima back. I don't mind. Mikima said calmly. Well, it seems I underestimated you, so for the next period of time, the discussion with little Otonashi will be mine. He also said in a calm tone. I will try not to show up when the time comes, and only give advice to little Otonashi behind the scenes. The first half of Ji's sentence accurately hit Mikima's vital point. Thinking that Otonashi Chiya would be traveling to Tokyo for some time and would be discussing human culture with Ji alone, Mikima suddenly felt uncomfortable. There was no change in Mikima's expression at this time, but she had changed her mind. I only heard her say reasonably, I'll go too, so you don't get in the way of Otonashi. You are so ruthless. I am obviously your sister. Ji said expressionlessly. It was impossible to tell or hear what emotion she was feeling at the moment. Mikima ignored Ji's claiming to be her sister. So, you all are going to Tokyo with me, right? This is roughly the ranking of status. At this time, Otonashi Chiya confirmed to Mishima and Jiga. This is indeed the case. Otonashi Chiya took Mishima and Jiga back to the apartment suite first and asked them to put their things away. Mikima and Ji nodded almost at the same time, even at the same frequency. Perhaps this is what sisters are like, their behaviors are so tacit. He has not yet checked out of the apartment suite arranged for him by the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, because he said at the time that he might come back at any time. Now in Ji's mind, Tokyo, Japan. Otonashi Chiya immediately had a suspicion. This guy, Ji, took the initiative to ask him to go to Tokyo. Could it be that he wanted to taste the delicious food in Tokyo? Otonashi Chiya explains. Advertisement in the original novel, Denji was full of the smell of Chainsaw Man, but the War Demon couldn't smell it. So it's okay for Otonashi Chiya to go to Tokyo with Mikima and Jiga. Okay. Ji held Otonashi Chiya's other arm, and it seemed that she had become accustomed to making various ambiguous gestures towards Otonashi Chiya. Back to this familiar place again. Ji was as plain as Mikima, bringing only food magazines and clothes. He knew that the War Demon in his current state could no longer recognize Mikima and Ji, and it seemed that even his sense of smell was gone. Mishima brought all the 4 books and 5 classics with her, in addition she also brought 2 sets of clothes, nothing else. She had seen Japanese food in food magazines and wanted to try it just by looking at the pictures. Before leaving, Ji also reminded Otonashi Chiya. The next day. I wonder what Otonashi Chiya would think if he knew that he was as important as food in Ji's eyes. Then, Mikima and Kiga were transferred into the Kamui space along with Otonashi Chiya. By the way, remember to let me taste the delicious food in Tokyo when we get there. Poor girl, She can only see the picture and can't even smell the scent. Otonashi Chiya approximately equals gourmet, war demon. Where are Mitaka Chow and the war demon? Just let the little animal lead the way. Afterwards, Makima controlled the little animals to lead Otonashi Chiya towards Mitaka in the direction of the war demon. Even if Pachita is brought along, as long as the chainsaw on his head is wrapped up, the stupid war demon probably won't recognize that Pachita is the chainsaw man. Then pack up your things and set off tomorrow. Otonashi Chiya said to Mishima, but before we start the operation, let's go back home here. When they set off, Makima held Otonashi Chiya's hand as usual. In fact, it hasn't been long since Otonashi Chiya last left Tokyo. Chapter 221 First encounter with Mitaka Chow. Makima and He stayed at home for the time being. Because they didn't know that the war demon could no longer recognize them, they were worried that if they were recognized, they would hinder Otonashi Chiya, so they didn't go with Otonashi Chiya. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had followed the little animal to where Mitaka Chow and the war demon were. It looked like the suburbs. There is a larger house not far ahead, where Mitaka Asahi and the war demon are. But at this moment, Otonashi Chiya suddenly noticed a woman doing suspicious things by the river in the distance. He looked closely and saw that it was a woman in her 20s or early 30s, holding a kitten in her hands. The kitten had scars all over its body, and it was obvious that it had just been abused. Then the woman threw the kitten directly into the river. Since the kitten had been abused to the point of being on the verge of death, it no longer had the strength to struggle in the river, and it was only a matter of time before it drowned. Looking at her masterpiece, the woman turned away with satisfaction and returned to the house that Otonashi Chiya had just been looking at. This looks like a cat from the Mitaka dynasty, right? Otonashi Chiya thought to himself as he instantly moved into the river and rescued the cat in time. He did not continue to look for Mitaka Asahi and the war demon, but immediately sent the cat to the pet hospital. He would make plans after making sure the kitten was out of danger. While the kitten was being treated by a veterinarian, Otonashi Chiya was thinking about something. He probably figured out what was going on in the Mitaka dynasty at this point in time. Mitaka Asa's parents were killed by demons, especially her mother who was killed by the demon while trying to save her. More importantly, she missed the best opportunity to escape because she was trying to save the cat. If the cat had not been rescued, Mitaka Asahi and his mother would probably have escaped successfully. Therefore, Mitaka Tomo must feel very guilty about killing his mother at the critical moment, so the cat is very important to Mitaka Tomo. Later, due to the death of both his parents, Mitaka Asa, who became an orphan, temporarily lived in a dormitory. This dormitory gathered many children whose parents were killed by demons. It might be a relief dormitory set up by the Japanese government. There was a dormitory head teacher who was in charge of these children. Advertisement: the woman who abused and threw the kitten into the river today was the head teacher of Mitaka Chow's dormitory. Who on earth is so cruel? Fortunately, there are no fatal injuries. I will recover after some rest. At this time, the veterinarian handed the kitten, which had already been treated, to Otonashi Chiya. The kitten seemed to recognize Otonashi Chiya as its savior. Even though it didn't have much strength left, it licked his hand and was very docile to him. Of course, it might also be because the kitten itself has a very docile personality. If Otonashi Chiya remembers correctly, the kitten's name is Gulumbung. Of course, this name was given by Mitaka Asahi. P.S. Gulumbung actually comes from Yamanashi, by Kenji Miyazawa. Yeah, thank you very much, Otonashi Chiya explains. Then he paid the fees and jumped back to the dormitory with Gollum in his arms. At this time, Otonashi Chiya's voice attracted the attention of the dormitory head teacher and Mitaka Chow at the same time. Abuse? The children were talking quietly over there, and none of them approached Otonashi Chiya. When Otonashi Chiya walked into the dormitory, he saw the cat torturing dormitory teacher cleaning the dormitory, and also saw Mitaka Asahi sitting alone in the corner reading a book. I don't know. Let's not meddle in other people's business until we figure out the situation. Really? But how did he end up in this brother's hands? And he seems to be injured? Otonashi Chiya just smiled at them and said nothing. Mitaka was stunned. This was hard for Mitaka Chow, who had originally trusted the dormitory head teacher, to accept and believe. Ding! Host activates the achievement, First Encounter with Mitaka Chow, and gains attribute points. 1. The dormitory head teacher's reaction was the most exaggerated, and this sentence came out of his mouth subconsciously. At this time, Mitaka Asa's hairstyle was still slightly short, and he was wearing very ordinary clothes and pants. He seemed to be temporarily on leave from school because his parents were killed by the devil not long ago. Advertisement: through the Kamui space, Otonashi Chiya was immediately transferred to the vicinity of the previous dormitory. They all looked to be around 12 to 14 years old, and in fact, not much younger than Otonashi Chiya. This morning, the dormitory head teacher talked to her and hoped that she could give the Gulumbung to the so-called cat-loving friends of the dormitory head teacher. That cat looks like a cat from the Mitaka dynasty, right? The timeline of this book is Mitaka at first. Mitaka Chow was reluctant, but the dormitory head teacher talked to her in various ways and found various reasons to convince her, such as that everyone in the dormitory is a family and that the cat would be happier living with the cat in the teacher's friend's home. I rescued this kitten from the river outside today. It seemed to have been cruelly abused, so I took it to the pet hospital for treatment. Now it is basically out of danger, but I still don't know who its owner is, so I wonder if it is you who live nearby. Mitaka Chow couldn't help but look at the dormitory head teacher, feeling puzzled by the head teacher's reaction. Mitaka Dynasty in the original timeline, Mitaka Chow handed Gulumbong to the dormitory head teacher with great trust, and hoped that the dormitory head teacher could make Gulumbong happy. You can see some young boys and girls playing outside the dormitory. They are orphans whose parents were brutally killed by demons. Her eyes turned towards the dormitory head teacher with an obviously dull and unbelievable look, because she had just handed the Gulumbong to the dormitory head teacher this morning. Since the current timeline is 4 years before the original work, the current Mitaka dynasty must look different from the mainline period of the original work. As a result, half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and an unknown boy came to the door with an injured Gulumbong, saying that Gulumbong had been abused and almost drowned in the river. Otonashi Chiya walked towards the dormitory holding Gulumbong, and the children soon noticed him. Especially the Gulumo Bang in his arms made Mitaka Chow and the dormitory head teacher open their eyes wide at the same time. Finally, success moved her. Otonashi Chiya smiled and acted stupid. The reason is that some of the children living in this dormitory are allergic to cats, and they hope that Mitaka Asahi will not be too dependent on cats and stop interacting with other children. How is this possible? Chapter 222 War Demon Mitaka Knight. Ding! Host activates the achievement, First Encounter with Mitaka Asahi, and receives the reward, Soul Body Visualization. In addition to gaining attribute points, Otonashi Chiya also received this reward. The so-called Soul Body Visualization actually means that he can now see the War Demon. Since the War Demon has taken up residence in Mitaka Asahi's body, or in other words, has occupied half of Mitaka Asahi's brain, she usually appears beside Mitaka Asahi in a state similar to a soul body. It is worth mentioning that Mitaka Chow and the War Demon merge perfectly, which is different from the demons and weapon men. You should know that neither the demon nor the weapon man can exert the full strength of their original demon bodies. For example, in the original work, the strength of the Chainsaw Man, transformed by Denji, is far inferior to that of the Black Saw form of Pachita. After the blood demon Pava became a demon, it also became much weaker than before. However, Mitaka Chow can use all the abilities of the War Demon, and even to some extent increase the upper limit of the War Demon's strength. Because the War Demon's ability has a characteristic. The stronger the guilt she feels about the thing she makes into a weapon, or the more she values the thing, the stronger the weapon will be. As a demon, a War Demon would not have such rich emotions, and there was almost nothing that could make her feel guilty. But it's different from Mitaka Asa. She can make a powerful, uniform power sword out of any school uniform because it is a relic left to her by her mother. She would feel deeply guilty about making such an important thing into a weapon. Therefore, the upper limit of the War Demon in Mitaka Chow after the fusion has definitely become higher. War Demon, P.S. This picture is of the stupid War Demon. The War Demon at this time looked almost exactly like Mitaka Tora, except for 3 more scars on her face. However, this did not affect her appearance. Instead, it added a touch of charm and temperament that Mitaka Tora did not originally possess. The combined War Demon is called Mitaka Yuru by Mitaka Asahi. P.S. Another translation is Mitaka Yuru. Yuru is the transliteration of war in English, and Mitaka Asahi's other translation is Mitaka Asa. But basically only Mitaka Asahi can see it, and in the original work, it seems that Kiga can also see it. Now, thanks to the system reward, Otonashi Chiya can also see Mitaka Yuru. Mitaka Yi was sitting next to Mitaka Chow, looking at Otonashi Chiya quietly. At this time, Otonashi Chiya's eyes met Mitaka Yi's. Fortunately, Otonashi Chiya immediately looked away, and the War Demon Mitaka Ya was a fool to begin with, so she was not so keenly aware that the other party had discovered her. She thought it was just an illusion that their eyes met by chance. Advertisement at the same time. The dormitory head teacher had no intention of paying any attention to Mitaka Asahi, but instead looked at Otonashi Chiya with a look of astonishment. She really didn't expect that the cat would be rescued by this boy. He was clearly dying, and she threw him into the river, but I never expected that he could survive. If Otonashi Chiya had not been able to teleport and rescue Gulumbong from the water in seconds and send it to the pet hospital, Gulumbong would have almost certainly been beyond saving. Excuse me, is this kitten yours? Otonashi Chiya once again conducted a wave of soul-searching. But he had a smile on his face and his tone was calm, and his acting was so realistic that he really looked like he knew nothing. It's mine. Mitaka nodded his thanks to Otonashi Chiya. It was as if she had killed her mother before, awakening her very bad memories. So this is why you torture cats? The dormitory head teacher said confidently. We all lost our loved ones, but Chow is the only one who is still alive. This doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. Mitaka Yoshi's sudden words startled Mitaka Chow. She didn't even look at Mitaka and continued cleaning. Especially when it comes to topics related to love, she has no resistance. She was stunned for a moment and then her pretty face turned red. Dorm head teacher. Otonashi Chiya immediately felt that this guy was mentally ill. Yeah, I did it. That's normal, right? Looking at Gollum jumping, Saning's gray eyes regained some luster. Mitaka Chow was immediately frightened by the dormitory head teacher's excited reaction. And the dormitory head teacher said this, as if Gulumbong should be dead, or as if the dormitory head teacher did something personally. Advertisement, of course I can. Why don't I adopt it? By the way, is Grumbom its name? She was about to reach out to catch it, but her hands froze in midair again. Finally, she retracted her hands. I can't protect Gulambong well. Can you help find an adoptive family for it? At this time, Mitaka raised his hand like a student in class and spoke weakly. Why is this happening? It should be dead. The emotional dormitory head teacher still ignored Mitaka Asahi. Yes, that's its name, thank you for that. At this moment, Mitaka Yi, who was sitting next to Mitaka Chow, suddenly said, Hey, this guy obviously likes you, right? Otonashi Chiya's tone turned cold. Otonashi Chiya was speechless. This guy was so shameless. It was as if she really felt that what she was doing was perfectly justified and she had no guilt at all. Ah, annoying guy, if you like it so much, just take it away yourself. The dormitory head teacher became very emotional. Otonashi Chiya explains. Then, he held the Gulambong and walked towards Mitaka Chow, intending to return the Gulambong to him. Since you were its owner, I will return it to you. Isn't it obvious? I rescued the kitten, but why do you sound like you abused the kitten yourself? When the dormitory head teacher personally admitted that he was the one who abused Gulambong, it also destroyed the last bit of trust that Mitaka Chow had left in the dormitory head teacher. Until now, she still didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt towards Mitaka Chow. Mitaka Chow's eyes darkened. The head teacher claimed that she was a family member, but he abused and even killed her most important relative, still alive in this world. Her tone was very unconfident. After all, what had just happened was that Gulambong was brutally murdered by her most trusted dormitory teacher. Otonashi Chiya still had a smile on his face as he questioned the dormitory head teacher. The dormitory head teacher no longer had the patience and mood to talk to Otonashi Chiya about this matter. If he had not made this wrong choice, Gulambong would not have suffered such abuse. Chapter 223 Do you want to be my boyfriend? Mitaka Asahi couldn't help but want to refute Mitaka Yi. But the boy who saved Gulambong was right in front of her. He should not be able to see the demon of war. How could she have the nerve to talk to herself in front of him? So she forced herself to resist the urge to talk to the war demon. Even though Mitaka ignored the war demon continued. This guy not only saved your cat, but was also willing to help you adopt this troublesome animal. This must mean he likes you. Mitaka Yoruichi looked very confident, but Mitaka Yoruichi could only continue to ignore her. Are you ignoring me? How dare you ignore me? Mitaka Yi finally realized that he was ignored by Chow, and he immediately became angry and looked unhappy. Mitaka Chow just felt a headache. This guy Yi was as troublesome as a fool. Fortunately, it seems that she is the only one who can see the night. Little did he know that Otonashi Chiya could not only see the war demon, but also hear what the war demon just said. Being ignored again, Mitaka Yi became even angrier. She directly and forcibly took over and occupied Mitaka Chow's body. Mitaka Asa turned into the same soul state as Mitaka Yoruichi just now, and she couldn't take the initiative to take back her body. She could only watch Yi use her body to do things. After Mitaka Yi seized the physical body of Chow, scars suddenly appeared on the physical body's face, which is a characteristic of a war demon. So of course Otonashi Chiya could tell at a glance that the war demon had gone on the level. May I have your name? Mitaka Yi's personality is completely different from Chow. She put down the book in her hand and stood up. Her expression and tone were very calm and even a little arrogant. Ding! Host activates the achievement, first encounter with war demon, and gains attribute points. 2. Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya answers. My name is Mitaka Asahi. Mitaka Yi said directly. Do you want to be my boyfriend? His tone was very calm and confident, and there was no trace of shyness on his face. Advertisement, A. Mitaka Asa, who was in soul state and could only watch, was stunned and her face turned red, but her change in expression did not affect the expression of Mitaka Yi who occupied the entity. This guy, Yi, suddenly confessed to the boy he just met, and used her body, which made her feel extremely embarrassed and shy. When Mitaka Chow first met him, she thought Otonashi Chiya was very handsome and his unique eyes were very attractive. That's why she feels uncomfortable now. Saying something like this just moments after meeting someone will only leave a bad impression on them, right? I'm afraid that she will be considered as a frivolous girl by the other party. No. We just met, right? Huh. Thief? I'm not a thief. I am you and you are me. Your things are also my things. Because if my guilt for something is stronger, the weapon I can make with it will be stronger. And now that you and I are one, this property also works on you. Mitaka Yi was immediately unhappy and quickly retorted. Mitaka Chow suddenly realized what was going on, and she asked how a sock could have disappeared out of nowhere. Why? But then again, no wonder one of my socks is missing. It turns out you stole it, you thief. Mitaka Chow felt more and more that Yi was a little like a child, even though his name sounded like a war demon that was so majestic. On the other hand, Mitaka Yi didn't react much. She was just a little surprised that the other party rejected her. At the same time, Mitaka Yi also had some doubts, but I don't know why. You seem to have a strong sense of guilt about that sock. Normally, a sock can't be turned into such a powerful weapon. Even the guy the first killed with my own hands made a weapon out of nothing but an ordinary one. Then, Otonashi Chiya laughed with Gulam. Mitaka Knight said. Doesn't the other person like her? Logically, he should be happy to accept it, right? Do you remember the last time you were attacked by a demon? At that time, I made a sword with your socks. The sword was so powerful that I killed the demon with one blow. But do you know why? Mitaka Yoruichi took the note handed over by Otonashi Chiya while thinking, and of course did not respond. Although his hollow ability could theoretically prevent the war demon's ability from taking effect, he didn't want to be on guard against the war demon all the time. To put it bluntly, it was too troublesome. Advertisement. Mitaka Yi then calmly explained to Chao, my ability is that I can turn my things into weapons. In other words, if he agreed just now, then I can make it into a spinal cord sword. Otonashi Chiya rejected Mitaka Yuru with almost no hesitation. He certainly couldn't agree to talk about the war demon casually. Once he agreed, the war demon could use his abilities to turn him into a weapon. The principle is simple. Once he agrees, he will be the man of the war demon, and the war demon can turn anything he has into a weapon. Okay, you're not a thief, so why are the weapons you made from my socks so powerful? And the war demon definitely didn't really want to have a romantic conversation with him. Although Mitaka Yi could sense Chao's depressed mood, she did not say any words of comfort. So if that boy just now likes you, you will definitely feel guilty after turning him into a weapon. This is exactly the kind of weapon I need. It's not just because she has a very straightforward personality, but also because she simply regards Mitaka Asahi as a tool. Being rejected by the other party, Mitaka Chao, who was standing by as a bystander, felt even more embarrassed. At this moment, she felt that her life was ruined and she just wanted to dig a hole and bury herself in it. So, I don't really understand your human society or your human emotions, so being one with you is very helpful to me. It also makes it easier for me to understand you humans. At this time, Mitaka Yi was in a thoughtful posture, and she couldn't understand why the other party rejected her. Oh, I don't think I've told you what my ability is. Mitaka was stunned for a moment, then realized the reason. Maybe it's because that was something my mother bought for me before she died. At this time, Otonashi Chiya handed Mitaka Yoruichi a small note with his contact information written on it. This is my contact information. If you miss Gullum Bum in the future, you can contact me at any time. Mitaka Chao was immediately puzzled. Spinal sword, what is that? After Otonashi Chiya left, Mitaka couldn't help but complain to Yi. Why did you suddenly confess to him just now? So Otonashi Chiya's best option is to reject this guy. Chapter 224. The bad woman on the surface is actually a fool. What will happen to him after he is made into a weapon? Mitaka Chao couldn't help but become concerned about this issue. Of course he will die. Mitaka Yi's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. The principle of the spinal sword is to make the human spinal cord into a weapon. In this case, no normal human can survive. Isn't this murder? Mitaka suddenly lost his composure. Yeah, but so what? I want to gather enough humans who can serve as backup weapons in preparation for the war with Chainsaw Man. Mitaka Yi revealed his true purpose. Wouldn't that mean killing a lot of people? I don't want to kill anyone. Mitaka was very resistant. As someone who already hated demons, she certainly didn't want to help the war demons kill humans. You don't seem to realize your situation. If you dare to disobey my orders, I will kill you. Yi threatened in a cold tone. At least I still have half of your brain. If I take away the rest of your brain, you will be dead. Upon hearing this, Sanning Chao broke out in a cold sweat. She began to realize that her current situation was not good. Not only was she forced to kill humans, but she also had to go to war with some Chainsaw Man. What this war demon said sounded as if he was really serious. Her life was completely in the hands of the war demon. And she was not sure if she could turn back into a normal human being. Maybe the war demon would completely take over her body. Let's ask the demon hunter for help. However, just as Sanning Chao had this thought, Yi whispered in her ear. If you dare to reveal me, you will die. I mean what I say. I've told you before, I am you, and I know everything that's going on in your mind, so I advise you not to have any sneaky thoughts. Of course, as long as you help me defeat the Chainsaw Man, I will return your body to you. Do you understand your situation now? At this moment, Yi's expression looks like a typical bad woman, but it's a pity that she will soon expose her true nature as a fool in front of Chao. I understand. I will help you defeat the Chainsaw Man, and you must return your body to me when the time comes. Mitaka Chao was already panicking. She had no choice but to obey the war demon. Advertisement, but in fact, most of what the war demon said were lies. However, only Otonashi Chiya, who has a god's perspective, can understand this kind of thing. The current war demon is too weak. After signing the contract with Mitaka Dynasty and becoming one with him, he is basically completely bound to Mitaka Dynasty. In other words, the war demon cannot escape from Mitaka Chao. Once Mitaka Chao dies, the war demon will die with him. This is also why, when the falling demon appeared in the original work, the war demon tried every means to keep Mitaka alive. In short, the only advantage that the war demon has over Mitaka Tomo is that she can usually forcibly take control of Mitaka Tomo's body, but this is not effective at all times. What the war demon just said to Mitaka Chao was just to scare Mitaka Chao. Which ordinary little girl can withstand the threat of war demon, one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse? Certainly. Mitaka Yi promised solemnly. In fact, she couldn't do it at all, and she would probably have to live with Chao in this state for the rest of her life. But in her eyes, as long as she can defeat the Chainsaw Man, nothing else matters. Then you should find a way to turn that woman into a weapon, your dormitory head teacher. At this time, Mitaka Yi gave an order to Chao. After saying that, she returned the body to Chow, because she was sure that she didn't know how to get along with humans better than Chow. Door head teacher. No, I can't do it. Mitaka shook his head immediately. Didn't I tell you that you would die if you disobeyed my orders? And didn't a woman kill your cat? Don't you want revenge? Night. Attempts to seduce. Morning. I am indeed disappointed in her, but I still can't do something like killing someone. Even though he was threatened by Night, Mitaka Chow still couldn't make up his mind. Are you really going to die? Aren't you afraid of death? Night repeatedly threatened Morning, but never took any substantial action. Of course I'm afraid of death, but I'm more afraid of killing people. Advertisement. Mitaka always resisted. Because her mother was killed by her, and Gulam Bong was almost killed by her, she didn't want to harm other innocent people anymore. You're such a difficult guy. Mitaka Yi suddenly became a little impatient. She had no other option but to scare Chow. The unyielding Chow made her helpless and furious. If it was a death row inmate or something, I could barely accept it. Mitaka gave in. That won't work. If it's a death row inmate, you won't feel guilty. Then the weapon you make will be very weak and can't be used against the Chainsaw Man. It's meaningless to me. Mitaka Yi was unwilling to give in. At this time, the dormitory head teacher came back after cleaning other rooms. Mitaka Chow and the dormitory head teacher looked at each other, but neither of them said anything. The atmosphere was very awkward. She no longer knew how to get along with the dormitory head teacher, and she didn't want to continue getting along with him. After a while, Sanying said suddenly, Teacher, I think we should move out today. Her parents left her a considerable inheritance, enough for her to rent a house outside, and she could continue to go to school if she lived frugally. Now her relationship with the dormitory head teacher has become strained, and she doesn't want to stay in this dormitory anymore. Anyway, she doesn't have any friends here that she is reluctant to leave. The dormitory head teacher was too embarrassed to say anything and could only respond like this. Mitaka Chow didn't say anything more to the dormitory head teacher. She then went to her room to pack her things and prepare to leave. On the other side, Otonashi Chiya has returned home with Gulam. At this time, Makima and Ji were both sitting on the sofa, reading their favorite books. Seeing that there was suddenly a cat in Otonashi Chiya's arms, Ji immediately asked, Didn't you go to find the war demon? Why did you bring back a cat? But it really smells like a war demon. Chapter 225. Let's raise it together. Additional update. This is Gulambong. Although it is not a war demon, it can be considered a pet of a war demon. Otonashi Chiya lifted Gulam up with both hands and introduced him to Makima and Jiga. Now Mitaka Chow and the war demon are basically one and the same, and Mitaka Chow's pet can also be said to be the war demon's pet. It should be the pet of that human girl, so it has the smell of a war demon. Makima reacted quickly and had already thought of this. Yes, Mitaka Chow hoped that I could adopt this little guy, so I brought this little guy back. Otonashi Chiya heading out. By the way, I'm a little curious whether cat meat tastes good. At this time, Ji suddenly asked. I haven't tried it, so I don't know if it tastes good or not. I just heard that some people think it tastes good. Anyway, don't have any ideas about Gulam Bong. Otonashi Chiya awakening path. Not really. If I really want to eat, I'll go to a regular restaurant. Ji said. Makima tried to take Garambong from Otonashi Chiya, and if Garambong showed any resistance, she would immediately use her control ability. But Gulamba was very well behaved and docile, and did not resist Makima's touch. Then she picked up Gulambong and stroked his fur. Although Makima's favorite is dogs, she also likes kittens. It seems that Makima also likes Gulambong, so let us keep it for the time being. Seeing this, Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Who would suddenly call at this time? Could it be Mitaka Asahi? Hello? Is this Otonashi Chiya? After the call was connected, Otonashi Chiya heard that it was indeed Mitaka Asahi's voice. It's me, you are Mitaka Chow, right? What's going on? Ah, that. Mitaka Chow on the opposite side was quite embarrassed at this time. After all, Yi had just confessed to the other party with her body, and was rejected by the other party. But she didn't know how to rent a house, and she didn't want to ask the dormitory head teacher for help. As for the other children in the dormitory, they certainly didn't know either. She had no one to turn to except Otonashi Chiya. Advertisement. War demons are not human beings and would not understand this. I don't want to live in the dormitory anymore. My previous home was destroyed by the devil. I want to rent a house but I don't know how to do it. So I can only ask you. Then come to my side. Oh, because Otonashi Chiya's answer was too direct and concise, Mitaka immediately misunderstood. Oh no, I mean you can just come and rent a house from me. Otonashi Chiya finally made his point clear. If there's nothing wrong, I'll pick you up later. Oh. Mitaka was shocked. She almost thought that this meant living together. But at this time, Mitaka Yi next to him was dissatisfied. She complained to Chow. Why don't you just say that you want to live with him, so that it will be easier for us to make him into a weapon? Thank you very much. I'll hang up now. Mitaka Chow hung up the phone first, and then said to Yi, how can I have the nerve to say this? Living together is something that only couples do, right? I don't know anything about couples and living together. Anyway, you have to do what I say. Mitaka Yoruichi said in a tone that did not allow for rejection. After hanging up the phone, Otonashi Chiya immediately said to Mishima and Jiga. You should have heard it just now. Mitaka Asahi and the war demon are coming. Is it okay if we are discovered by the war demons later? Makima asked. It doesn't matter, because she can't recognize you anymore. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Even though they were in the same building, the war demon couldn't smell Makima and Jiga. Otherwise, the war demon should have noticed it when he first met Mitaka Chow. I see. That's fine then. Makima nodded slightly. Then, Otonashi Chiya moved to the vicinity of the dormitory. At this time, Mitaka Asahi had packed his things and was waiting for Otonashi Chiya at the door of the dormitory. Otonashi Chiya walked up to Mitaka Asahi and said to her, "Let's go." Mitaka then picked up his luggage and left without any reluctance. Advertisement. The other children around saw this, and two girls couldn't help but ask Mitaka. "Xiao Chao, are you really leaving? That boy should be your brother, right? I wish you happiness in the future." Although Mitaka Chow has no friends here, he has at least come into contact with a few people. These two girls are actually kind-hearted and they even asked about her situation before she left. The other children didn't say anything because they were not familiar with her. "Thank you, and I wish you happiness too," Mitaka responded. Then she left with Otonashi Chiya. However, until now, the embarrassment caused to Mitaka Asa by Yi's unauthorized confession to Otonashi Chiya has not dissipated. She followed behind Otonashi Chiya, her expression unnatural and her cheeks slightly blushing. It was all because of that guy, Yi. Now she couldn't get along with Otonashi Chiya normally. "When you rent a new house, I will return Gulambang to you. You must be reluctant to part with that little guy, right?" At this moment, Otonashi Chiya suddenly spoke. Mitaka was startled for a moment. "Ah, okay, thank you." But then she added, "I'm sorry, I just asked you to adopt it, but now I have to take it back. How about we raise it together?" After she said this, she suddenly realized that what she said was quite bad, but she couldn't take it back. "Oh, isn't this quite capable?" Mitaka Yi on the side suddenly sounded a little surprised. Mitaka Chow did not respond to Yi, feeling embarrassed and uneasy. "How could I accidentally say such a thing? It's so embarrassing." Otonashi Chiya was also a little surprised by Mitaka Tomo's remarks just now. For a moment, he even wondered whether it was the war demon who instructed Mitaka Tomo to do this. But he readily agreed. "Okay, I like Gulambang too, it's a good idea to raise one together." "Ah, okay." Mitaka didn't expect that the other party actually agreed. It seems that it is just as Yi said, the other party really likes her a little? Chapter 226. The Domination Demon's favorite hairstyle. By the way, you should still be in school now, right? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Mitaka. He felt that in this timeline, Mitaka Asahi should still be a junior high school student, so if he were to rent a house, it would definitely be better to rent one near the school. If that's the case. Mitaka Chow hesitated for a while before continuing. "I'm temporarily on leave, and I don't want to go to school in the short term." She didn't get along well with her classmates and had no friends, so she didn't want to go to school. Although her academic performance was good, she was confused about her future and had no motivation to go to school. She thought about resting at home for a while first. "Then what are your intentions about renting an apartment?" "You don't have to rent in my apartment. I can also take you to rent an apartment near your school, so it will be more convenient for you to go back to school." Otonashi Chiya asks Mitaka Toshi's wishes. Mitaka thought about it for a while and was about to answer his thoughts when he was suddenly threatened by the knight next to him. "Listen to me and rent the same apartment as this guy, or I'll kill you." Hearing the threat from Yi, Mitaka Chow had no choice but to obey. However, she didn't particularly want to rent a house near the school, so she didn't resist the knight order too much. I'd better rent your apartment." Mitaka Asahi was just a little shy to say such things in front of Otonashi Chiya. "Okay." Otonashi Chiya nodded. Of course he heard the war demon's threats against Mitaka dynasty, but he pretended to know nothing because there was no need to rush to interfere between Mitaka dynasty and the war demon. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya had already brought Mitaka Asahi to his apartment building. The rent of apartments here is not too expensive, and you can also choose relatively cheap single apartments. Otonashi Chiya took Mitaka Asahi to discuss relevant matters with the landlady, because Mitaka Asahi himself didn't know much about renting a house. Advertisement. After the landlady learned about Mitaka-Toshi's situation through Otonashi Chiya, she immediately felt sympathy for him. Moreover, the landlady has been working with the Tokyo Public Security Bureau for a long time, and Mitaka Asahi was introduced by Otonashi Chiya. Given Otonashi Chiya's relationship with the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. In the end, the landlady gave Mitaka Chow a lot of discounts on top of the normal rent, which was only about 60% of the original rent. There are so many discounts? Mitaka was immediately surprised. She understood that this was the help given to her by Otonashi Chiya. After all, she heard the conversation between Otonashi Chiya and the landlady. Now she felt more and more that the other party really had some feelings for her. At the same time, Mitaka's favorability towards Otonashi Chiya also increased a little. Ding! Host activates the achievement. Mitaka Chow's favorability, LV1, and gains attribute points. 2. Ding! Host activates the achievement, War Demon's Favor, LV1, and gains attribute points. 2. Since Mitaka Asa and the War Demon are one, they share a brain and of course also share emotions. Mitaka has developed some feelings for Otonashi Chiya, and the War Demon will also be affected. However, the goodwill at this time was not very obvious, so the war demon didn't feel much. It is estimated that when the favorability progress reaches LV2 or LV3, it will begin to attract the attention of the war demon. Thank you so much. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask. Chao, hurry up and take the initiative to attack that boy. If you can't take him down, I will kill you. I'm going to return Gulambung to Mitaka Asa for now, but strictly speaking, she and I are raising Gulambung together now. Otonashi Chiya was immediately moved. Okay, wait until I return the Gulambung to Mitaka Asahi, and then I'll come down to help you with this hairstyle. I can only say that she is worthy of being the ruling demon. No matter whether it is Makima in the original period or Makima at this time, even the reincarnated Nayuta, they all have a special liking for the pigtail hairstyle. The moving company has not delivered the furniture yet, so Mitaka Chao sits on a mat and reads a book for the time being. When Mitaka Asahi was tidying up the room, Otonashi Chiya wanted to bring the crumbly boom up to Mitaka Asahi. When he returned to his suite, he found Golemboon lying on Makima's shoulder. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya suddenly discovered that what Mishima was holding was no longer the 4 books and 5 classics, but a fashion magazine. Advertisement. Then she showed Otonashi Chiya the fashion magazine in her hand and pointed to a place on it where there was a hairstyle that Otonashi Chiya found very familiar. I want to try this hairstyle. Reading various books was one of her few pleasures, because she had no friends to play with and no special interests or hobbies. Makima had no objection. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be left here by Lacey before. Lacey was usually interested in reading this kind of fashion magazine. Because in the original timeline, Mitaka Asahi rented room 606, although it was not this apartment. Mishima handed the gulambang on her shoulder to Otonashi Chiya, and then she said, I also want a pet, preferably a puppy. The Makima that Otonashi Chiya meets now still has long hair without any specific hairstyle. Okay, but let's buy it after we return to Daxia. The appearance of Gulambang made her want a pet of her own more and more. Out of personal interest, Otonashi Chiya suggested that Mitaka Asahi choose room 606. Later, Mitaka even made room 606 into the room 606 sword. However, Mitaka Yi on the side didn't have the patience to read with Chao. She was eager to collect powerful weapons, so she urged Chao, and used that old-fashioned threatening method. As for the furniture issue, Mitaka Chao only plans to buy some cheap necessary furniture for the time being. Result. Otonashi Chiya naturally agreed. The reason why it looks very familiar is that this is the hairstyle that Makima wore in the original work, with a pigtail. Otonashi Chiya then said to Mishima. Makima replied. Not yet. I'm just a little tired of watching it, so I wanted to change the taste. Given her current situation, such a big rent discount would definitely be a big help to her. Mitaka thanked both the landlady and Otonashi Chiya. Have you finished reading all the 4 books and 5 classics? Okay. Chapter 227. Mitaka Chao's date invitation. Even if you want me to conquer him, I don't really know how to do it. Mitaka responded helplessly while reading a book. Why are you asking me about this? I remember you humans like that. I think it's a date. Mitaka Yi folded his arms across his chest. You want me to ask him out on a date? We've only known each other for less than a day, aren't you too impatient? Mitaka's face suddenly turned red. I don't care if you're in a hurry or not. I just know that if you don't do what I say, you'll die. Knight said mercilessly. Although Mitaka Chao was almost tired of hearing Yi's threats, she was still afraid that Yi would really take away the remaining half of her brain. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. Mitaka Asano thought it must be Otonashi Chiya coming, so he went over to open the door. Then, as expected, Otonashi Chiya was standing at the door holding Golem. From now on, you can let Golem jump freely between your side and my side, and I will bear part of its expenses. Otonashi Chiya explains. Okay. Mitaka nodded obediently. Then I'll go down first. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. After handing the gulambang to Mitaka Chao, Otonashi Chiya prepared to go downstairs to do Makima's hairstyle. Just then, Mitaka called out to Otonashi Chiya. Excuse me, are you free tomorrow? Yes, what's wrong? When Otonashi Chiya heard this, he had already predicted what Mitaka might say next. It's probably that the war demon instigated Mitaka to ask him out on a date. So, how about we go on a date tomorrow? Mitaka Asahi's words and actions were exactly as Otonashi Chiya had expected. Advertisement. Mitaka Asahi suppressed his inner embarrassment and shyness, and his expression looked very unnatural. He invited Otonashi Chiya reluctantly. But in addition to embarrassment and shyness, she also felt some anticipation and uneasiness in her heart, which were emotions that she couldn't help but feel. What I look forward to is being accepted, what I worry about is being rejected. Good. Otonashi Chiya pretended to hesitate for a moment, then nodded. Mitaka Chao couldn't help but feel slightly happy. But she immediately thought that the other party might be made into a weapon by the war demon, and she became very conflicted again. At the same time, the war demon also shared Mitaka Chao's inner thoughts. She immediately reminded Mitaka Chao. You should not have forgotten what I told you before, right? Like, the devil whispers. Mitaka Chao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Presumably, Mitaka Asahi and War Demon both thought Otonashi Chiya was an ordinary boy, not knowing that Otonashi Chiya knew exactly what they were thinking. However, Otonashi Chiya is not in a hurry to expose the conspiracy of the War Demon. now is not the right time. Although he did not accept the war demon's confession before, he now dares to accept Mitaka Asahi's date invitation. This is the absolute confidence brought by his God's perspective. Due to Mitaka Tomo's personality, he cannot use Otonashi Chiya as a weapon unless their relationship is clearly established. She said she could turn her things into weapons, but her lack of confidence in interpersonal relationships was a serious problem. Not to mention boyfriends and girlfriends, she has never been able to handle relationships with even ordinary friends well. Of course, many times it was not Mitaka's fault, it was just fate. Gee, wearing a hat. PS. There will be another update later. This is my first time tying my hair like this, so don't blame me if it doesn't look good. Otonashi Chiya said slightly embarrassedly. Come to think of it, you look good enough in a student hat. For example, when his friend had his birthday when he was a child, Sanin Zhao fell at the critical moment just like Dongshan Zhaohong, and even knocked over the cake on the table. In fact, Otonashi Chiya didn't know how to do it very well, but he had helped his mother tie her hair a few times before traveling through time, so he might know a little bit. Otonashi Chiya had just tied her pigtails when the system heard a sound activating the achievement. Moreover, although Makima, who has the appearance of a human woman, is a demon, she also loves beauty. Advertisement. Fortunately, there was a simple tutorial on how to braid a hairstyle in the magazine, and Otonashi Chiya followed the tutorial while helping Mishima braid the hairstyle. Your hair is quite short, and I don't know what hairstyle is suitable for you. This was his true feelings. He felt that he looked better wearing a hat than usual. Really? Then I'll wear it from now on, Makima said. Little Otonashi, please help me get a nice hairstyle too. Makima was already sitting in front of the dressing table waiting for him. She didn't know how to do that hairstyle and it would take a while for her to learn it by herself, so she asked Otonashi Chiya for help. In the original book, Makima's shoe cabinet has many styles of shoes, and her wardrobe also has many beautiful clothes. After accepting Mitaka Asa's invitation to a date, Otonashi Chiya returned to his suite. As a humanoid demon like Makima, he certainly also likes beautiful things, but food has a higher status in her eyes. Next, Otonashi Chiya discovered that Mishima gradually became interested in various magazines, probably because these things can reflect human culture. At this time, Makima was looking at her hairstyle through the mirror in front of her, and her expression seemed quite satisfied. Otonashi Chiya was very patient and moved slowly. After all, this was his first time to do this hairstyle and he was still not very familiar with it. However, the war demon was unaware of Mitaka's lack of confidence in this regard, and mistakenly believed that as long as Otonashi Chiya had a little affection for Mitaka, he could be used as a weapon. It's okay. If you can't tie it well, you can learn it next time. Besides, I can also teach myself. Even if his friends didn't blame him, the gossip of other classmates and Mitaka's self-blame ultimately destroyed the friendship. It took several hours to finally help Makima braid her hair. He said bluntly. Otonashi Chiya would certainly not be unhappy with Makima reading these magazines. He did not want to restrict Makima too much, and these magazines would not lead Makima astray. Ding! Host activates the achievement, dominating the devil's braid, and gains attribute points, 10. Otonashi Chiya reminded Mishima in advance. Because it was completely subconscious lack of confidence, even Mitaka himself was not very clear about it. At this time, Ji-hee, who had been reading a food magazine nearby, suddenly spoke. Although it's not perfect, it's still pretty good. Chapter 228, Mitaka Dynasty's Anti-Routine, Additional Update. At this time, Mitaka Asahi was preparing for a date. There were still some things in her luggage that could be used for dressing up. I changed into the clothes I thought were my best looking and tried on some jewelry. But she immediately felt that it was inappropriate and took off the jewelry again. Why do I feel like you're a bit old-fashioned? Don't you know how to dress yourself up a bit? Mitaka Yi, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but comment. Knight, you're just a demon, so don't interrupt. At this time, Mitaka was rarely so confident in speaking to the war demon. Oh, you seem quite confident. Mitaka Yi was not angry at this slight rebuttal from Chow. Your goal this time is to capture him and make him like you, so that we can make him into a weapon, but can you do it with your rusticity? Of course. It's obvious that he already likes me a little bit. From now on, as long as I coax him and give him some sweet treats, I should be able to successfully capture him. Mitaka said confidently. Although she said this, she was not happy about the date in her heart. Because essentially she went on this date so that Otonashi Chiya could be transformed into a weapon for the war demon. But Otonashi Chiya was Gulambang's savior and also helped her a lot in renting a house. Not only was she unable to repay the favor, she even attempted to kill the other person. Therefore, Mitaka Chow was very conflicted and did not dress up seriously. He did not want the other party to really like him, so he decided to do something as annoying as possible when the time comes. Since Yi could know her inner thoughts, she tried not to think about these things and spoke confidently to Yi. But in fact, she is really that confident. In her opinion, men can be easily dealt with by just coaxing and deceiving them. It was precisely because of this confidence that she deliberately said such nice things to Yi. When talking to Yi and attracting Yi's attention, Mitaka Chow dared to let his true decision flash through his mind. Yeah? Mitaka Yi didn't understand much about the love affairs between humans, so he just asked out of confusion. Yes, that's why I said you were a devil and don't understand these things. Mitaka said confidently, and I'm pretty cute, right? These were the nice words she deliberately said to Yi, but at the same time, she certainly really felt so in her heart. Advertisement, maybe. The war demon has no idea about human appearance, all she can think about is fighting and fighting the Chainsaw Man. Then, Mitaka went out. When she got downstairs, Mitaka Asa saw Otonashi Chiya who was already waiting for her there. She then said sheepishly, "Sorry to have kept you waiting." "It's okay, I just came down too," Otonashi Chiya explains. He was indeed telling the truth. Then let's go to the cinema today. Having already decided to ruin today's date, Mitaka Asahi is no longer so shy. Even the date location was chosen casually. If she's serious about it, she'll suggest going to a place like an aquarium and do her homework. She would explain every kind of marine life to the other party very clearly, truly very clearly. Okay. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. He thought that he would probably also receive a 2.5-hour lecture on various knowledge from Mitaka Asahi, so he had to be mentally prepared in advance. As a result, Mitaka's next move surprised Otonashi Chiya. I saw Mitaka Chow took the initiative to boldly hold Otonashi Chiya's arm, and got very close to Otonashi Chiya. She suppressed her shyness and did this resolutely just to make Otonashi Chiya hate her. Because of this, the other party will definitely think that she is a very frivolous girl. Although Mitaka Asa has some feelings for Otonashi Chiya, she really doesn't want to kill Otonashi Chiya, so she tries her best to make the other party hate her. That's great, I didn't expect you to become more and more capable. Mitaka Yi did not think that Asahi's action was intended to make Otonashi Chiya hate him. Instead, he praised Asahi. In her eyes, this was a very effective move. She originally thought that Chow was rustic and clumsy, but this broke her original impression of Chow. Advertisement Mitaka Asahi never expected that Yi would praise her, but she still thought it was feasible. Otonashi Chiya looked at the bold Mitaka Tashio, who was not the same as he had imagined. Perhaps the war demon had given Mitaka Tashio some advice in advance? Such direct behavior is indeed very much like the style of a war demon. Next, Otonashi Chiya and Mitaka Chow walked all the way to the cinema in this posture. In the eyes of outsiders, they are already a couple. The war demon was also very satisfied with Chow's determination. If they continued to give in like this, the other side would fall soon. Arrived at the cinema, Otonashi Chiya and Mitaka Asahi are selecting movies. Because Mitaka Asa had not decided on a movie to watch in advance, she randomly picked a movie that the other party probably would not be interested in. As a result, Mitaka chose a Crayon Shin-chan movie. In fact, she just thought that this kind of incomprehensible cartoon movie was boring, and she never expected that Otonashi Chiya had a different idea from her. Crayon Shin-chan. What movie did you choose? Why not a romance movie? Mitaka Yi on the side also questioned. Chow. Mitaka Asa didn't want to pay attention to Yi. She originally wanted to make Otonashi Chiya feel that this date was very boring so that no one would get hurt because of her again. Former friends, mother, Gulambang, all were hurt because of her. Yet Otonashi Chiya is the exact opposite of morning and night, and Crayon Shin-chan is his only interesting film here. I didn't expect you like Crayon Shin-chan too. I like him too. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but say to Mitaka Asahi. Ah, really? Mitaka was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that the other party was very gentle. It was such a boring movie, but he still considered her feelings and told her that he liked it very much. Mitaka Asahi never considered that her so-called anti-routine would not have the effect she wanted. At this time, the war demon also shared the idea of Chow. Huh? You chose this movie even though you knew it was boring, so you did it on purpose? Chapter 229 Princess Hug. In the face of Mitaka Yi's questioning, Mitaka Chow simply ignored it. She no longer cared about that and didn't want to dwell on it anymore. She didn't want to kill Otonashi Chiya anyway. Listening to what the war demon said to Mitaka Asahi, Otonashi Chiya suddenly sensed something strange. According to War Demon, Mitaka's true inner thoughts were that Crayon Shin-chan was boring, but he still chose this movie? Otonashi Chiya couldn't guess what Mitaka Asa was thinking for a while. He only knew that at this time, the wishes of Asahi and Ya diverge. Change the ticket quickly, or refund it directly, do you hear me? At this time, Mitaka Yi gave orders to Chow, but Mitaka completely ignored Yi's objection and continued to enter the screening room holding Otonashi Chiya's arm. Seeing this, Yi wanted to directly take away control of Chow's body, but after considering for a while, he gave up. Because even after she took control of Chow's body, she didn't know what to do best. She only knew some very direct methods. In this way, Otonashi Chiya and Mitaka Asa watched the entire Crayon Shin-chan. Originally, Mitaka Chow thought this would be a very boring movie, but as he watched it, he gradually felt that it seemed to be somewhat interesting. Oops. It was almost the end of the movie when Mitaka realized that he seemed to have messed up. This movie is really good. At the beginning, the other party's words were not meant to comfort her. As expected, you still want to resist me, but it seems that you have backfired and helped me instead. The corners of Mitaka Yi's mouth slightly raised. After the movie ended, Mitaka was a little confused. She just wanted Otonashi Chiya to hate her, but she didn't know if she succeeded. Advertisement. Even after walking out of the cinema, Mitaka Chow still looked a little absent-minded. But just as she stepped out of the cinema, Mitaka Yi suddenly shouted at her, "Chow, stop now." Although Mitaka was in a daze, the shout of, "Yi!" was still effective, making her subconsciously stop. Then she saw a giant demon hand sweeping past her. If she took 2 more steps forward, she would probably be beaten into a pulp by the giant demon hand. What's going on? Demon. Only then did Mitaka Chow see an ugly and terrifying giant demon appear outside the cinema. Judging from the appearance, it should be a mosquito demon, but it has a pair of giant hands. The needle on the head, which is 1 or 2 meters long, is the most dangerous weapon of the mosquito demon. Passers-by on the street have been sucked into dried human bodies, without any exaggeration. All the flesh and blood in their bodies have been sucked away by the mosquito demon, leaving only a creepy-looking skeleton. The mosquito demon had such a terrifying appearance, and coupled with the horrific conditions of the passers-by on the street, Mitaka Chow was so frightened that his body froze. "Chow, I have 2 pieces of bad news and 1 piece of good news to tell you." At this time, Sanning Yi said to Chow, in a heavy tone, "Let me tell you the bad news first. First, we are not the opponent of this demon yet. Second, it was not until just now that I realized that I could not control your body when you were very scared. As for the good news, as long as you make that human kid into a weapon, or make your clothes into weapons, you should be able to fight." Hearing Yi's reminder, Mitaka Chow suddenly came back to his senses. Her first thought was to ask Knight, "Tell me how to make weapons." The method is very simple. Just put your hands on the object you want to make into a weapon and then shout out the name of the weapon. Mitaka Knight replied. She was a little curious about what Chow would choose to make into a weapon, the clothes her mother bought before she died, or the human boy. As a result, the thought in Mitaka's mind the next moment made Yi disappointed. This guy, Chow, would rather make weapons out of the clothes his mother bought for him before she died than attack that boy. But just when Mitaka's hand was on her clothes, Otonashi Chiya suddenly grabbed her wrist and said, "This is a relic your mother left for you. It's not good to destroy it." Hearing this, Sannin Chow was slightly stunned. Advertisement. At this time, she found Otonashi Chiya standing in front of her, but the mouthparts of the mosquito demon had already stabbed her. Mitaka thought that the other party was going to block the mosquito demon's attack for her, and immediately shouted, "No." The next moment, the sword that was originally placed in Kamui's space suddenly appeared in Otonashi Chiya's hand. He flashed under the mosquito demon and with a wave of his hand, he cut off the mosquito demon's head. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the mosquito demon, and obtained attribute points, 10. The falling head unfortunately hit Mitaka Asahi, but Otonashi Chiya was definitely faster than the speed of the mosquito demon's head falling. He put the sword back into the Kamui space and rescued Mitaka Asahi at the same time. Because Otonashi Chiya's speed was so terrifying, before Mitaka could react to what was happening, Otonashi Chiya had already held her in his arms like a princess. The war demon, now in a very weak state, could not see Otonashi Chiya's movements clearly. She only saw a flash of a knife and the mosquito demon died instantly. When Mitaka Chow came to her senses, her pretty face suddenly blushed. She was actually being carried like a princess. Although Otonashi Chiya quickly put Mitaka down, the heart-pounding feeling was only for a moment. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Mitaka Chow's favorability, LV2, and gains attribute points, 4. Ding! Host activates the achievement, War Devil's Favor, LV2, and gains attribute points, 4. Mitaka Chow, who was in adolescence and lacked love and care, suddenly felt his heart beating. She is afraid of getting along with others, but she longs to be loved by others. Of course, Mitaka Yuru was also influenced by Chow, and she, who shared a brain, also developed more affection for Otonashi Chiya. I see. You even shared your changing feelings towards him with me. I've actually started to like him a little bit. Mitaka Yi suddenly murmured to himself. However, this little bit of goodwill was not enough to shake her plan to make Otonashi Chiya into a weapon. In addition, she has also realized that the human boy is not an ordinary person. Anyone who can kill the mosquito demon so easily must be a demon hunter. However, what concerned Mitaka Yi the most was that this boy had just hugged Chow like a princess. This meant that he must have fallen in love with Chow, right? Chapter 230, Teasing the Idiot War. What Mitaka Ya was able to realize, Asahi also quickly realized. She also felt that Otonashi Chiya must have a crush on her. In this case, wouldn't the opponent be made into a weapon? Mitaka Chow suddenly didn't want to continue the date. She wanted to just break up the date and leave without reason, which should also disgust the other party. But Mitaka Yi has increased her attention to Chow's inner thoughts and will no longer be distracted like before. Now she can see through all of Chow's thoughts. Of course, Yi would not let Chow get his wish. She directly took over Chow's body by force. When Mitaka was about to break up the date, he suddenly realized that his body had been taken away by the night. Yi, what are you doing? Mitaka asked immediately. Mitaka Yi ignored Asahi, and instead showed a smile that she thought was insidious but was actually very cute, and then placed her hand directly on Otonashi Chiya's head. As soon as Otonashi Chiya saw the scar on the other's face, he knew that Mitakatoshi's body had been taken over by the demon of war. However, his expression was very calm and indifferent, and he allowed Mitaka Yi to put his hand on his head. Don't think that Mitaka Yi is just touching his head, he actually wants to make him into a weapon. Chiya's spinal sword. At this time, Mitaka Yi shouted out the name of the weapon. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Special Care from the War Demon, and gains 20 attribute points. The so-called Special Care from the War Demon refers, of course, to turning Otonashi Chiya into a weapon. Great housekeeper. Mitaka Asa didn't want the War Demon to turn Otonashi Chiya into a weapon, but she was powerless and could do nothing. I can't even control my own body. Yi has already said the name of the weapon, so it must be too late now. Mitaka Chao could only close her eyes and blame herself. She had killed someone again, and the person who saved her in Gulambong was her lifesaver. However, the next moment, something happened that was completely beyond the War Demon's expectations. Even though she had her hand on Otonashi Chiya's head and had said the name of the weapon, the other party did not turn it into the Chiya spinal sword, and did not even react at all. How is this possible? Unconvinced, Mitaka Yi shouted again, Chiya spinal sword. Advertisement. Still no reaction. Chiya spinal sword. Chiya spinal sword. Mitaka Yi shouted a few more times, but to no avail. Mitaka Asaya opened his eyes because of Yi's strange behavior. It seems that Yi has failed? Seeing Mitaka Yi being so silly, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but want to laugh. Stupid spinal sword. At this time, Otonashi Chiya also imitated Mitaka's words and deeds, and put his hand on the other person's head. Are you an idiot? Of course, he was deliberately teasing the stupid War Demon. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Tease the Idiot War Demon, and gains attribute points. 10. Huh? Mitaka Yi was still in a daze because he couldn't make the other party into a weapon. When he heard the word, idiot, he immediately got angry like a kitten. I'm not an idiot, I'm not an idiot. Isn't it? Then why are you still playing this kind of game that seems like playing house and is so immature? Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. It was as if he knew nothing about the War Demon. Mitaka Yi suddenly fell into a brief silence. She has calmed down. The other party is a demon hunter, and she certainly cannot reveal her identity as a War Demon. Mitaka Yi concluded. Mitaka Yi spoke very directly, leaving no face for Chao at all. Otonashi Chiya didn't seem to mind, but smiled and said goodbye. Well, let's hang out together again next time we have a chance. P.S. I still want some gifts. Yeah, I guess he still doesn't have any feelings for you. Because he doesn't like you. It seems that I made a mistake in my judgment. I thought that he must have liked you since it has come to that extent. I have to say that your emotions are really complicated. Mitaka paused for a moment. Okay, advertisement. Really? Then why is it that the feelings I share with you are not what you say? Otherwise, in her current state, any slightly stronger demon hunter could easily defeat her. After responding, she quickly quickened her pace and fled. To those who are not aware of the situation, Yi's action just now really seems like a child's game of playing house. The key point is that Yi used her body to perform the action. After considering it for a while, Mitaka Yi decided to just quit and left the matter to Mitaka Chao. But in fact, after morning and night merged into one, the ability of the War Demon was also affected by Mitaka Morning. Really, he doesn't like me. If that weren't the case, she would definitely be able to turn that boy into a weapon. But these words made Mitaka's expression change slightly. Mitaka Yi was still in a state of pondering, wondering why she couldn't turn the opponent into the Chiya spinal sword, just now. There was a hint of depression in Mitaka's calm tone. Mitaka Yi couldn't help but sigh. Yi, what's the reason? Forget it, it doesn't matter. I don't like him that much anyway, it's just that he saved me in Gulambong, so I don't want him to be killed by you. Besides, I don't want him to like me in the first place. I'd rather he hate me. If he likes me, it will give me a headache. Although the guy, Yi, failed, it was still a cause for joy for Mitaka Chao. Mitaka was about to speak. Yi spoke first. I think I know why he can't be made into a weapon. With an embarrassed and blushing face, she quickly tried to find a way to escape. Suddenly he returned to his own body, and Mitaka was so embarrassed when he realized what was happening. Only when he was far away from Otonashi Chiya did Mitaka slow down his pace. Although she subjectively hopes that Otonashi Chiya likes her, deep down she doesn't realize it and doesn't dare to believe that Otonashi Chiya will like her. This is the fundamental reason why the War Demon's ability fails. She is very clear and confident in her abilities as a War Demon. Sorry, I suddenly have something to go back for. Mitaka said with a cold expression. Originally, it was a happy thing that Otonashi Chiya was not made into a weapon, but when she learned the reason, she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Chapter 231 Sister Mishima. That's your illusion, just an illusion. You're a demon, so you definitely don't understand. Mitaka retorted. Hearing that Chao was still being stubborn, Mitaka Yi fell silent. Not to mention that she could share Chao's feelings, she also knew very well what Chao was thinking, so this kind of tough talk had no effect in front of her. But she was not interested in continuing to talk about this with Chao. Let's go. When we go back, we can regroup and think of other ways to take that guy down. Afterwards, Mitaka went home with Yo. Mitaka Yedu had already fallen asleep on the bed, but Chao was still thinking about what happened today. Although her original intention was indeed to make Otonashi Chiya hate her, many unexpected things happened today, especially being protected by the other party and even being carried like a princess. In this situation, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when she learned that the other person didn't like her. Thinking of this, Mitaka sighed slightly, but this is also good, I don't have to worry about him being used as a weapon by night. Then, Mitaka suddenly thought of the time when he encountered the mosquito demon. At that time, she was about to use her clothes as a weapon, but was stopped by Otonashi Chiya, who also said something to her. Although the situation was critical and she couldn't hear clearly at that time, she could still hear that the other party seemed to know the existence of the war demon in her body. But the war demon hadn't mentioned this either. It might be an accident or her illusion, or it might be that Yi didn't notice that. She had always felt that Yi was a little stupid, and had been called a fool by Otonashi Chiya before. Meanwhile, Otonashi Chiya has of course returned home. As soon as he came back, he saw Mikima drying her hair with a hairdryer, and it seemed that she had just washed her hair. Of course, the pigtailed hairstyle also came loose, returning to its original loose long hair look. Just then, Otonashi Chiya came back and Mishima said, "My hairstyle was ruined when I washed my hair just now, could you please help me tie it again?" Okay, although it was quite troublesome, Otonashi Chiya readily agreed. With the experience of helping Mishima braid her hair last time, Otonashi Chiya's technique was obviously much more skillful this time. Thanks to the Mangekyō Sharingan, his learning and memory abilities are extremely strong. Looking at it this way, it seems that little Mikima is a lot like little Otonashi's sister. When Otonashi Chiya was helping Mishima to braid her hair, Ji beside her suddenly spoke up. Younger sister. Mikima suddenly thought that the word sister means family to humans, and Ji also liked to call her sister before. Family. Now that you mention it, it does look a bit like that. Otonashi Chiya also felt the same way. If I'm your sister, then you're my brother? Mikima asked in a calm tone. That's exactly what it means in terms of the name. Otonashi Chiya heading out, this feeling is not bad. Mikima didn't find it inappropriate. Advertisement. Ding. Host activates the achievement, Mishima's favorability, LV1, and gains attribute points. 2. Ding. Host activates the achievement, Sister Mikima, and gains attribute points. 50. Forehead. Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. Was Mikima really willing to treat him as a brother? Activating this achievement gives a lot of attribute points. After all, it is not easy to gain the recognition of the dominated demon in this regard. It's not fair that only little Otonashi is like this. At this time, Ji seemed to have some objections. But what she felt was unfair was that Mikima was only willing to acknowledge Otonashi Chiya as her brother. Little Mikima, please call me sister too, don't want. Mishima refused without hesitation. Oh, little Mikima is so cold. Ji sighed slightly. Mishima ignored Ji and said to Otonashi Chiya, when you are free, take me to the library. Okay, I'm basically free anytime. If you're in a hurry, you can go after you finish braiding your hair. Otonashi Chiya's way, then go later, Mikima said. I'll just stay and look after the house, Ji said very consciously. After the pigtails were tied, Otonashi Chiya took Mishima to the library in Tokyo. Although Otonashi Chiya and his family no longer live in Tokyo for a long time, the library does not only allow you to borrow books, you can also buy books directly. As long as Mikima wants to read the books, he can just buy them all. At this time, Otonashi Chiya didn't pay much attention to what book Mishima was reading, because by coincidence he met Mitaka Asahi in the library. Mitaka was stunned. This time she came to the library to borrow some books she liked, which was one of her few forms of entertainment. But I didn't expect to meet Otonashi Chiya here. Then, Mitaka noticed Mishima next to Otonashi Chiya. In her mind, she subconsciously wondered if that was the girl Otonashi Chiya knew. Or maybe it was just a passerby who happened to be standing nearby. She is. At this time, Mikima of course also noticed Mitaka Chow, who had a strong smell of a war demon. To be precise, she had already sensed the movements of the war demon. She is Mitaka Chow, and the owner of Gulambong. Although Otonashi Chiya knew that Mishima knew Mitaka Asahi, he still pretended to introduce him to her. Hearing the conversation between Otonashi Chiya and Mikima, Mitaka's expression suddenly changed slightly. It turns out to be someone I know. Advertisement. Maybe she's my girlfriend or something, no wonder I didn't have any feelings for her before. The war demon who shared the same brain also learned of Chow's thoughts at this time. She was immediately surprised and said, Huh? You already have a girlfriend? This won't do. Feeling that the situation was a little bad, the war demon immediately took away Mitaka Chow's body without asking for Mitaka Chow's opinion. In the blink of an eye, Mitaka Chow turned back into a soul body or consciousness body. Why did you take my body again? Of course, Mikima also realized that the war demon had become the master of this body. But speaking of it, just as Otonashi said before, the war demon no longer recognized her. Even though we were face to face, he still couldn't recognize her. It seems that the war demon's current condition is far worse than she had previously imagined. At this time, Sanyin Yi directly said, Hey, is that woman your girlfriend? She wanted to confirm this matter, so she asked directly without beating around the bush. Mitaka was stunned for a moment, then blushed and said, Don't always use my body to say such things. Girlfriend. Mikima didn't seem to understand the meaning of this word, and immediately tilted her head slightly to look at Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya replied, No, if I have to say it should be. He was about to say, she should be considered a younger sister, when Mitaka Yi strode over to him. When she found out that Otonashi Chiya and Mishima were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, she couldn't wait to be scooped up by the woman with pigtailed pink hair. In order to ensure that he could win in one go, Mitaka grabbed Otonashi Chiya's collar and pulled her towards him, obviously intending to force a kiss on her. At this moment, Mikima's pupils suddenly contracted. She suddenly grabbed Mitaka's wrist, preventing Mitaka from successfully pulling Otonashi Chiya over. It seems that Mikima is not very happy with Mitaka Yuru's actions. Being stopped suddenly, Mitaka Yi frowned slightly and looked at Mikima unkindly. You are not his girlfriend, so don't come to interfere with my good deeds. Mikima almost wanted to dominate the war demon directly. The war demon in this state must be lower level than her. But considering that Otonashi Chiya didn't want her to use her control ability on others casually, and it was not appropriate to reveal her identity in front of the war demon, she held back. Mitaka Chao, who was in a conscious state beside her, blushed immediately. She immediately blamed Mitaka Yi. You, what are you doing? You actually used my body to do such a shameless thing. Mikima had just stopped the war demon because of her subconscious possessiveness. What's shameless about this? Isn't it normal? Yoruichi, Mitaka said casually with a calm expression. No, you are really an idiot. You don't even have this common sense. Mitaka Chao immediately corrected. Yi. She had to correct it, for she was afraid that Yi would use her body to do the same thing to others next time. This time it's Otonashi Chiya. At least, she can still accept it. I told you I'm not stupid. As usual, Mitaka Yi got angry when he heard the word idiot, ignoring the fact that Otonashi Chiya and Mikima were right next to him. However, at this time, Otonashi Chiya and Mikima had no intention of paying attention to Mitaka Yuru. Yes, you are not stupid, but you should at least be more careful. In the eyes of others, you are talking to the air. I don't want others to regard my body as a weirdo. Mitaka said helplessly. Chapter 232. The Three Sisters of Apocalypse, 2 chapters in 1. However, until now, Mitaka Yi has not given up the idea. Because she could tell that Mikima didn't understand anything, and that behavior just now was probably just a misunderstanding. So, she still has a chance. Then it's my turn. At this time, Mitaka Yi took the initiative to attack again. But he was stopped by Mishima again. Why are you stopping me? You're not his girlfriend. Mitaka Yi said immediately with dissatisfaction. No reason is needed. Mikima said calmly. Mitaka Yi had no choice but to give up. There was no way she could do anything to Mikima. Even if the opponent was just an ordinary person, the body she inhabited was not suitable for fighting, unless she made weapons with her own things on the spot. Or if her power as a war demon is restored, then the physical fitness of Mitaka Chao's body can also be enhanced, but this is not something that can be done just by thinking about it. Let's continue reading. At this time, Mishima directly pulled Otonashi Chiya away. Mitaka Yaya returned her body to Asahi, because there was nothing she could do now. This left the Mitaka dynasty in such an embarrassing situation. At this moment, she looked embarrassed. She still wanted to borrow a book. At least get to know Mitaka first, otherwise it would seem a bit rude. Otonashi Chiya said to Mishima. This eased the awkward situation a little. Mishima actually didn't have much prejudice against Mitaka Tomo and the war demon. After Otonashi Chiya's reminder, she turned around and introduced herself to Mitaka Tomo in a friendly manner. My name is Mishima. I'm Mitaka Asa. Mitaka Asaya quickly introduced himself. It's our first meeting, please give me your guidance. Mikima also uses common etiquette here in Japan. Please give me more advice, Miss Mishima. Mitaka nodded. She thought Miss Mishima would treat her badly, but unexpectedly she was quite nice. After this contact with Mikima, Mitaka Chao was no longer as embarrassed as before. Next, Otonashi Chiya, Mishima, and Mitaka Asahi went to borrow and buy books together. Although it would not be a big deal for Mikima to directly reveal her identity as the ruling demon to the war demon at this time, after all, the current war demon is so weak that it poses almost no threat. But Otonashi Chiya thought about giving the war demon a big blow when the time comes, so he is not in a hurry for the time being. Afterwards, Mitaka borrowed the book he wanted. Mishima has also chosen the books she wants, and Otonashi Chiya will buy them directly. Of course they were totally on the way home, but Mitaka Asa walked behind Otonashi Chiya and Mikima because she felt it would be a bit awkward for her as a third party to walk side by side with Otonashi Chiya and Mikima. Chao, next time when that woman is not around, we will take the opportunity to take this guy down. At this time, Mitaka Yi was still secretly plotting with Chao. You actually still want to do that kind of thing. Hearing this, Mitaka Chao immediately remembered the scene between Otonashi Chiya and Mikima, and his fair face turned red again. Of course, normally few men can resist such temptation, right? Mitaka Yi nodded. That's true, but don't you feel embarrassed at all? Mitaka said in a low voice, because she didn't want others to think she was talking to the air. I don't feel that way myself, but your mood changes affect me, and now I'm feeling shy as well. There was a hint of complaint in Mitaka Yi's tone. When she was about to do that to Otonashi Chiya, she actually felt shy because she shared the same emotions as Mitaka Chao. She felt that this kind of thing was beneath her dignity as a war demon. You can't blame me for that. It was you who forced me to use my body to do that. Mitaka retorted. Anyway, if there's a chance next time, I'll do the same thing again. You should prepare yourself mentally in advance. Mitaka Yi had no interest in reasoning with Chao. Mitaka Chow really had no way to deal with the night. By the way, I feel that Miss Mikima's eyes are very similar to yours. No, it should be said that they are exactly the same. Are you related? Advertisement. Mitaka suddenly remembered this and couldn't help but ask, Yi. I don't know her. Mitaka Yi directly denied it. Alright. Since Yi said so, Mitaka Chow could only think it was a coincidence. When they arrived in front of the apartment building, Otonashi Chiya suddenly said to Mitaka Chow, would you like to come to my house this afternoon or tomorrow? I have something I want to show you. Okay, let's do it this afternoon. It seemed that Mitaka Chow didn't think there was anything wrong with going to a boy's house, and she agreed with a very natural expression. The war demon was not alert to this. She thought it was a good opportunity to enhance her relationship. After entering the room, Mishima said to Otonashi Chiya, are you planning to let her recognize me in Jihi? Although I didn't guess it completely right, I almost got it right. Yes, not only that, I will also let the war demon and Pachita face to face and give her a super surprise. Otonashi Chiya said with some malice. Given her current condition, there's really nothing to worry about. But even if she regains her strength, she's no match for Chainsaw Man. Mikima said. Although the image of Chainsaw Man in her mind has collapsed, the strength of Chainsaw Man is still unquestionable. Yes, anyway, my ultimate goal is to get the war demon to stand on our side. She is just a fool and is easy to fool. Otonashi Chiya didn't hide anything from Mishima. He had won over 3 of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, as well as Pachita, and with himself, he was in the most confident position to fight against the demon of death. Jihi, who was sitting in the living room at the time, of course also heard the conversation between Otonashi Chiya and Mishima. She immediately asked, is little Otonashi ready to control the war demon? It's not really control. Otonashi Chiya corrected. I feel like the war demon just needs to be fooled enough. He had never intended to control the war demon through the powers of the domination demon or the hunger demon from the beginning. Okay. Jihi would not go against Otonashi Chiya's decision easily. She just wanted to watch the show quietly when the time comes. Then I'll go get Pachita first. As soon as he finished speaking, Otonashi Chiya's figure disappeared with the fluctuation of space. The next moment, he moved to his home in Modu. Densi, lend me Pachita for a while. As soon as they got home, Otonashi Chiya said to Denji. Oh, of course, no problem. Denji nodded. If it were someone else, Densi might have hesitated. But she trusts brother Chiya absolutely. When Otonashi Chiya was about to leave with Pachita, Denji immediately asked, by the way, when will brother Chiya come back? I'll be back soon. Otonashi Chiya's answer path. Denji nodded. At this moment, Pachita is held in Otonashi Chiya's arms, with the domination demon and the hunger demon in front of him. Pachita still couldn't completely let go of these 2 apocalypse horsemen, with whom he had a deep connection. Pachita. Mikima still remembers the advice Otonashi Chiya gave her to change the name, Chainsaw Man. Pachita was a little uncomfortable with not being called Chainsaw Man by Mikima. However, it did not sense any hostility from Mikima and Jiga. It seemed that both of them changed after coming into contact with Otonashi Chiya. Don't worry, they won't have any bad intentions towards you now. At this time, Otonashi Chiya assured Pachita, woof. Pachita still has a lot of trust in Otonashi Chiya. Of course, Pachita is not a delicious delicacy. Jihi said reasonably. Next, Otonashi Chiya talked to Pachita about business. Pachita, the war demon will be here soon. Woof. Pachita was stunned for a moment. If the war demon is added, won't it be surrounded by 3 apocalypse horsemen again? Pachita suddenly recalled a memory. When he was in hell, he was besieged by 4 apocalypse knights. Advertisement, but don't worry, it's not a threat to you right now, and you don't need to fight it. Just leave everything to me. Otonashi Chiya guarantee. Pachita nodded. It really didn't want to engage in a meaningless battle. When hell was besieged, the war demon suffered the worst fate while the other 3 horsemen of apocalypse were fine. It's because only the war demon is serious about killing Pachita. Now it can be said that the feud between the war demon and Pachita is the deepest. Having told Pachita about this matter in advance, Otonashi Chiya was waiting for the war demon to come. Mitaka arrived as promised. Of course, the war demon also followed beside in the form of a soul. When he saw Pachita in Otonashi Chiya's arms, the war demon didn't recognize her. Because Pachita's current appearance is so different from his appearance in hell, only the chainsaw on his head can slightly confirm his identity. What is it that you want to show me? Mitaka Chow couldn't help but ask. She only saw 2 beautiful sisters who looked a little older than her and the strange pet in Otonashi Chiya's arms. One of the beautiful sisters was Mikima, whom she had already met, and the other beautiful sister wearing a student hat immediately caught her attention. Because this sister's eyes are exactly the same as Yo, and she is in Otonashi Chiya's house. At the same time, Mitaka Yi neither recognized the domination demon nor the hunger demon, but became suspicious of the strange pet in Otonashi Chiya's arms. She felt that this little thing seemed familiar. Pachita had also smelled the scent of the war demon, but it restrained itself and there was no reaction on its face because Otonashi Chiya had promised it. At this point, Otonashi Chiya replied, what I want to show you, no, I should say for you all to see, is this little guy. He lifted Pachita forward in his arms. This looks like a demon, right? Why are you showing it to me? Mitaka Chow asked in confusion. Besides this, the Chainsaw Man is also in front of you. Mikima's tone was slightly playful. You can actually see me? Mitaka looked confused, not quite understanding what was going on. Moreover, the hungry demon among them claimed to be Yi's sister. She couldn't help but wonder that demons were actually related. I am the hunger demon, and she is the domination demon. Do you understand now? What? It's you guys. Feeling in danger, Sanyin Yi immediately took over Chao's body. Chao, don't come out yet, something is wrong. If she hadn't been forced to sign a contract with the war demon, and hadn't become more accustomed to demons after getting along with them, her reaction to seeing Pochita this time would have been even greater. Not only could this guy see her, he even knew she was a war demon. Mitaka Ya still can't recognize Ji-He and Mikima. Is this true or false? So who are you anyway? Oh okay. Moreover, she found it difficult to accept demons, so she subconsciously took a half step back. Mitaka Yi could sense that the other person was looking at her, which meant that he definitely saw her here. Mitaka Yi was shocked. Ji took the opportunity to say, don't you recognize me, your sister? I'm a little sad. While speaking, Otonashi Chiya looked at Mitaka Yo. Actually, it's mainly for the war demons to see, or should I call you, Ms. Knight? Yes, but I am not the only one who can see you. The two people next to me can see you too. Chainsaw Man? Where is he? After a while, she suddenly realized that the strange-looking little guy was the Chainsaw Man. Hearing this name, Mitaka Yi suddenly became excited. P.S. It is still a 2 in 1 chapter of 4,000 words. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Mitaka Chao exclaimed in amazement. Ji-He stopped wasting time and directly stated his and Mikima's identities. Because of their different ideas, these two guys were extremely bad in her eyes. She never expected that she would encounter the domination demon and the hunger demon at the same time in a place like this. The domination demon and the hunger demon, the names sound ominous. So Mitaka Yi didn't look happy at all when she met these two good sisters. Mitaka Yi's expression suddenly became serious, and he felt that the situation was quite bad. After all, her parents were killed by demons, and she hated demons deeply. Chapter 233. Fooling Ms. Yi, 2 chapters in 1. You can be more confident, it's Chainsaw Man. Otonashi Chiya immediately confirmed Mitaka Yi's unbelievable guess. Mitaka Yi's memory was suddenly awakened. She was deeply impressed by the chainsaw of the Chainsaw Man. No wonder the little thing with a chainsaw on its head gave her a familiar feeling at the beginning. Chainsaw Man. Mitaka Yi suddenly became furious. She immediately decided to explode her clothes, to have a bloody battle with the Chainsaw Man, because the only weapon she could use at the moment was made of clothes. Wait a minute. Just then, Otonashi Chiya called out to Mitaka Yo. Do you think that with your current strength, not to mention the Chainsaw Man, can you pass the level of the Domination Demon and the Hunger Demon? Otonashi Chiya said slowly and calmly. Although you may not care, you should still consider the original owner of your body, Mitaka Asa. Mitaka Chao couldn't help but nod in agreement after hearing this. It must be more than once or twice that Yi had used her body without permission to do things that made her feel embarrassed. Mitaka Yi calmed down immediately after hearing what Otonashi Chiya said. Of course, it's not because of the second half of the sentence, but because of the first half. As she was trying to achieve her own goals, she didn't care about Mitaka's feelings. After calming down, she realized that she was no match for the Chainsaw Man, and had no confidence in facing her former good sisters, the Domination Demon and the Hunger Demon. Domination, hunger, so both of you are on the side of Chainsaw Man. Mitaka Yi looked at Mikima and Ji-He with cold eyes, as if she had already regarded Mikima and Ji-He as enemies. It just happened. I'm mainly on the same side as Little Otonashi, and Pochita just happened to be on Little Otonashi's side. Ji-He explained seriously. Mikima simply didn't explain. She didn't care whether the war demon regarded her as an enemy or not. As expected, Mitaka Yi didn't believe it at all and thought that Ji-He was lying. The situation is not good, we should find a chance to escape. Mitaka Yi said in a low voice to Chao, beside him. She felt that her current situation was extremely dangerous. Don't be so flustered. I don't want to be your enemy. Don't you realize that Pochita has no hostility towards you at all? Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. Speaking of which, you guys keep talking about Pochita. Could the Pochita you're talking about be the Chainsaw Man? Mitaka Yi couldn't help but ask. Yes, this is its current name. Chainsaw Man is just a name you imposed on it. It seems that it doesn't like the name you gave it. Otonashi Chiya explains. Mitaka Yi suddenly fell silent. At this moment, Pochita's harmless look did not seem to have any hostility, and until now, the Chainsaw Man had not yet assumed a fighting stance. Since she was in the form of this small animal before signing the contract with Mitaka Chao, she knows very well that the current Chainsaw Man is the weakest form. But the opponent did not return to the fighting form in hell. Could it be that something happened that caused his strength to be unable to recover? Wrong. Mitaka Yi, who had fought countless rounds with the Chainsaw Man, knew very well that this guy could make a comeback no matter how many times he was knocked down, and he almost wore her to death. So, there shouldn't be anything in the world that could make the Chainsaw Man as weak as she is. She didn't think those other ugly demons could do what she couldn't do before. P.S. The gunshot wound on Pochita's abdomen at the beginning might have been caused by the perfect form of the gun demon, but that doesn't mean Pochita can't recover. It's just that he happened to run into Denji, or it could be that he was besieged to the limit by the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse in hell, and was injured by the gun demon when he was in a very bad state. Otherwise, theoretically, the gun demon is likely to be a follower of the war demon, and no matter what, the gun demon can't be stronger than the war demon during the battle against Chainsaw Man. It's impossible that you are not here to fight me? Mitaka Yi thought about it over and over again but couldn't figure out why the other party asked her to come here. There was almost nothing else in her mind except fighting. Why do we have to fight you? You are really an idiot, right? Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask Mishima and Ji beside him in a sarcastic tone. Has your good sister always been like this? That's about right. Xiao Yi is indeed a fool. Advertisement. Ji nodded slightly. Yeah, she was the only one who was so stubborn that she insisted on fighting to the death with Den Pachita, and the result was not a good ending. Mikima also teased Mitaka Yuru. You guys. Mitaka Yi was immediately deflated and was so angry that he almost wanted to stomp his feet on the spot. Not only was she called a fool by Otonashi Chiya, but even Domination and Hunger laughed at her for being a fool. Normally, Mitaka Yi doesn't have much emotional fluctuations, but when she is called idiot, she will look very ashamed. At this moment, even Mitaka Chow felt that Yi was a fool, but in this situation, she thought it would be better for her not to get involved. But even if Mitaka Chow didn't say anything, Yi had already shared Chow's thoughts. Mitaka Yi finally couldn't help but break his defense, and shouted like a little child. I'm not stupid, you are stupid. She was even so angry that she looked like she was about to cry. I think we've gone a bit too far. Let's stop here. Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt that this night lady was even more childish than he had originally thought. Just the 2 words, idiot, were enough to break Ms. Yi's defense and make her almost cry. Mikima and Ji still had expressionless looks on their faces, as if they enjoyed bullying the war demon. Ahem. Otonashi Chiya coughed and interrupted the original topic. Anyway, we don't want to be hostile to you, but we want to discuss things with you. But now he felt more and more that he had teased Mitaka Yi a little too much and had broken his defense. It seemed difficult to talk about things now. No talk, as expected. Mitaka Yi was still brooding over what had just happened, and his attitude suddenly became much colder. It was not hostile indifference, but pure angry indifference. It's just like a girlfriend who needs a lot of coaxing when she's angry. I know, you are not stupid, you are very smart. Otonashi Chiya tried to coax Mitaka Yuru in such a low-level way. That's more like it. I know everything, I'm so smart. Mitaka Yi's cold attitude suddenly changed. He even turned up his nose in pride. Yes, that's right, you are the genius, Ms. Knight. Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. I thought to myself that fortunately the war demon was essentially a fool, and could be coaxed into submission easily. Ji had a blank expression and said nothing. Maybe he felt that his stupid sister was beyond help. Mikima had a similar expression to Ji. After all, the war demon could be considered her sister. No one knew what she felt towards her stupid sister at this moment. Mitaka Chow, who was standing next to her, was watching this scene and immediately understood something. It seemed that this guy, Yi, was much easier to deal with than she had imagined. Ms. Genius Knight. This is a good title. I like it very much. Mitaka Yi thought that this title was very suitable for his temperament. So Ms. Genius Knight, can we talk about things now? Otonashi Chiya felt that he had coaxed Mitaka Yoshido into submission. Go ahead, I'm listening. Mitaka Yi's attitude was obviously much better than before. Don't you want revenge on Pachita? Or in the final analysis, you wanted to spit out your followers, right? Otonashi Chiya immediately started talking business with Mitaka Yo. Yes, you seem to know me very well. Mitaka Yi couldn't help but be surprised. For her, it is indeed more important to make the Chainsaw Man spit out her followers. Chainsaw Man has eaten almost all of her former followers, including but not limited to very powerful followers such as Nuclear Weapon Demon and World War II Demon. Of course, followers are also part of Mitaka Yi's strength because she can turn her followers into weapons. Moreover, after demons like the World War II Demon were eaten by the Chainsaw Man, humans also forgot about World War II, which undoubtedly directly and greatly weakened her power as a war demon. Advertisement therefore, letting the Chainsaw Man spit out her followers is the fastest way for her to restore her strength. After all, your 2 good sisters are here with me, so it's normal for them to know these things. Otonashi Chiya said calmly. Let's get back to the point. I can help you recover your strength and give you the opportunity to challenge Pachita, but in return you have to agree to some conditions of mine. What conditions? The relatively simple-minded Mitaka Yi was immediately attracted. She only thought about challenging the Chainsaw Man and didn't consider whether Otonashi Chiya would play any tricks. Death Demon. You should know your own sister. When the time comes, help us stop the Death Demon's prophecy. This is my condition. Otonashi Chiya said, I will give you the chance to challenge Pachita no matter if you succeed or not. What do you think? I know, but I'm not familiar with that guy. Mitaka Yi had quite a lot of contact with Mikima and Jiga, but had almost no interaction with the Death Demon. But I can't completely trust you, and I can't sign a contract with anyone in my current state. Mitaka Yi is not stupid enough to trust others so easily. In her current state, like Mitaka Chow, she is neither a demon nor a weapon person, but like demons and weapon people, she cannot sign a contract with anyone or the devil. That's true. At this time, Otonashi Chiya suddenly asked Mitaka Yi. Then you can first see if I can do what I should do. It won't be too late for you to make a decision then. Otonashi Chiya said, but if that's the case, even if it's just a piece of the gun devil's meat, you can make it into a weapon, right? Mitaka Yi said confidently, of course I won't forget. Compared to revenge on Chainsaw Man, her focus is definitely more on restoring her strength. By the way, I'm curious about one thing. Is the gun demon your follower? However, when she thought about the explosion, she couldn't think of any other intentions the other party might have, so she simply gave up thinking about it. It is actually not difficult to restore the war demon's strength. P.S. It is still a 4,000-word chapter. As the gun demon's follower, everything on his body belongs to her, so even a small piece of meat can be used by her. If she continues to be weak like this, sooner or later she will be completely forgotten by humans. Then she will disappear until humans remember the fear of war again. Otonashi Chiya continues to fool Mitaka Yoshi. Of course, it has been torn apart by Pochita a long time ago. There are pieces of it all over the world, and its body has been divided up by many countries. Anyway, given her current condition, it is impossible for her to recover enough strength to defeat Chainsaw Man in a short period of time. If this human can really help her recover her strength, it will definitely not be a bad thing for her. Otonashi Chiya promised. The guy who controls the demon can probably control her directly. She knows very well that she is too weak in her current state. At the same time, he thought to himself that this war demon was really easy to fool, and he could be dealt with almost no effort. Otonashi Chiya had discussed this with Pochita before, and only discussed these conditions with Mitaka at night after Pochita had agreed. Otonashi Chiya explains. As for the conditions he proposed, he would certainly fulfill them one by one. At this time, Mitaka Yi's brainstorm was about to explode. It was very rare for her to have such a brainstorm. Besides, Pochita is here with me, so you can observe Pochita's situation at any time. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. As for giving the war demon a chance to challenge Pochita, that would happen after Nostradamus's great prophecy. By then, if the war demon still insisted on going to war with Pochita, he would naturally find a way to deal with the matter. Mitaka Yi nodded again, thinking it made sense. Then I will follow you for the time being. Don't forget to help me recover my strength. It's my follower, for sure. After being killed by the Chainsaw Man, that guy should have been reincarnated in the human world, but I haven't seen him yet. In addition, Mitaka Yi is still aware of his current situation. So she knew she didn't really have a choice. Although I don't know why the other party didn't just let the ruling demon rule her, maybe there is some other intention. Mitaka Yi felt that there was some truth to it. Mitaka Yi nodded. 7 centimeters Chapter 234 The Fuse Between Sisters. I understand. The next thing I should do is to help you collect the gun demon meat slices. Otonashi Chiya has already thought of a way to help the war demon regain his strength. That is to collect the meat slices of the gun demon, and if there is a chance, you can also get the gun demon's body. Compared to restoring the power of the war demon by deepening people's fear of war, collecting the gun demon meat slices is definitely the most appropriate method. At present, there are only a few areas in the world of Chainsaw Man where wars still exist, and these small wars are almost negligible from a global perspective. Because the humans in this world have a common enemy, that is, the devil. To a certain extent, the existence of the devil also alleviates the civil war among humans. If Otonashi Chiya really wants people to regain their previous fear of war, the method is actually quite simple, such as summoning a falling demon to change the gravity of the whole world, causing a large number of natural disasters to erupt, which will immediately trigger a global war. Then the war demon's strength will be greatly restored, and as the war spreads in time and space, the war demon's strength will become stronger and stronger. The war demon will surely be satisfied by then, but Otonashi Chiya will become a sinner. He doesn't want to be the big villain. Anyway, Mitaka Yi didn't emphasize the extent of his help, so there was no need for him to try so hard to be a sinner. Yayuki. Mitaka Yi readily agreed. That's right. Otonashi Chiya suddenly remembered something. You can try to see if my blood can restore your strength. He remembered that his blood was very effective on Jihi, and normally all demons can recover their strength by drinking human blood. It's just a matter of how much they can recover. You want me to drink your blood? I don't want to. I have no interest in human blood, and it has little effect on my recovery. Mitaka Yi refused without even thinking about it. If this method was feasible, she would have gone to find a human corpse before signing the contract with Mitaka Tomo, and she would not have to live in Mitaka Tomo's body. Even ordinary demons find it very slow to recover their strength by drinking human blood, not to mention the war demon who is one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. 1 or 2 human corpses will have almost no effect on her. If she was too reckless and attacked too many human corpses, she would be easily targeted by the public security demon hunters. The recovery effect is very weak? That's not necessarily true. Otonashi Chiya explains. His current chi and blood attribute is dozens of times that of an ordinary person, and if he wants, he can even increase it to more than 100 times that of an ordinary person. At this time, Ji next to him also said, Little Otonashi is right, his blood can make your strength recover quickly. Really? Although Mitaka Yi was still a little bit unconvinced, he was persuaded. But before that, let's ask Mitaka Chao's opinion first. Otonashi Chiya looked towards the soul body of Mitaka Asahi. After all, the war demon wants to use Mitaka Tomo's body to absorb his blood, and it is hard to say whether Mitaka Tomo himself can accept it. There's no need to ask her, I'm still using this body now anyway. Mitaka Yi said casually. That won't do. You should respect her opinions more. Being well-educated and well-mannered is more in line with the temperament of the genius Ms. Yi. Otonashi Chiya used this method to trick the war demon again. Advertisement, however, this method worked every time, and Mitaka Yi was immediately tricked. Yes. So what do you think, Chao? You can accept my words, right? Mitaka said calmly. And I also hope that you can recover your strength as soon as possible and defeat that chainsaw man, so that I can let you out of my body. To put it bluntly, she would rather the demon of war disappear. Oh. After learning of Chao's true thoughts, Mitaka Yi did not show any emotional fluctuations. Then let's get started and try to see how effective it is. Otonashi Chiya explains. He then stretched out his arm and let Mitaka Yi absorb his blood. After tasting the blood, Mitaka Yi suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world. She couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly. Not only did the other person's blood not taste as ordinary as that of ordinary humans, it even had amazing effects that she had never experienced before. After drinking just a little, she felt her strength had obviously recovered. If I suck all the blood out of the other person's body, wouldn't my strength be restored to about half? At the same time, Mitaka Chao on the side was also dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. Ding! Host activates the achievement. Mitaka Chao's favorability, LV3, and gains attribute points. 8. Ding! Host activates the achievement. War Devil's Favor, LV3, and gains attribute points. 8. But after a while, Otonashi Chiya pushed Mitaka Yi away. You're so stingy, it won't hurt to let me drink more blood. Mitaka Knight said. Anyway, this is just a little experiment. How do you feel? Or how is the effect? Otonashi Chiya questions. He certainly couldn't let Mitaka Yi recover too much strength at once. Given Mitaka Yi's stupid personality, he would definitely become arrogant once he recovered enough strength, and it would be a bit troublesome if he couldn't control him at that time. It feels pretty good, and the effect really surprised me. You're obviously a human, but your blood is completely different from that of ordinary humans. I think I know why Hungry is willing to follow you. Mitaka Knight said. But we still have to distinguish. Mitaka Ya is to restore strength, and Ji he is to satisfy his appetite. I guess so, but not entirely. This is just one of the main reasons. Ji also corrected Mitaka Yi. So when will you let me restore my strength through your blood? You just said you would help me restore my strength. Mitaka Yi suddenly developed a strong obsession with Otonashi Chiya's blood. That's true, but I didn't say that I would let you recover all your strength all at once. I can't handle letting you suck my blood anytime, anywhere. Otonashi Chiya said, that's about it. I will suck your blood every 7 days, and the amount I suck each time will be the same as today. In addition, I will help you collect the gun demon meat slices so that you can make weapons. Once every 5 days, okay? Mitaka Yi still wanted to bargain. Advertisement. Upon hearing this, Sanning Chao immediately covered his mouth. Her personality is so direct and violent. If we exclude the influence of Mitaka Tomo's shared brain, she is a demon without any sense of shame. Otonashi Chiya said without giving in. The extremely shy Mitaka became arrogant subconsciously. Who said I like him? I don't like him. 7 days. So what she said just now was also to vent her emotions. Okay, 7 days is 7 days. What do you think? I see you like him very much. Isn't this just what you want? Then I'll tell him exactly what you said. Oh no, he seems to be able to see you and hear what you say. The dominant demon. I want to say something to him. It has nothing to do with you, right? Hearing this, Mitaka Chao exclaimed shyly. At this time, Otonashi Chiya knew that Mitaka Asahi was being Tsunere because of shyness, so he did not say anything to Mitaka Asahi, but said to Yi, it doesn't have to be like this. You just need to help me stop the death demon when the time comes. Mitaka Yi suddenly felt that humans were really complex creatures, and many of their behaviors were difficult for her to understand. What do you mean you don't have to do this? Do you want to be irresponsible? Mitaka Yi couldn't quite understand what was going on with Chao. Because she shared emotions with Asahi, she knew very well how much Asahi liked Otonashi Chiya, which led to her liking Otonashi Chiya to the same extent. She thought to herself that she had screwed up again, and saying something sarcastic like that would only hurt herself and others. Otonashi Chiya still didn't give Mitaka Yi a chance to bargain. They have different ideas and the slightest friction is enough to bring them into conflict. Otonashi Chiya has become the fuse between the two sisters. At this time, Makima couldn't bear it anymore and spoke to Mitaka Yi in a cold tone. What are you talking about there without your permission? Ji watched the fun happily without saying a word. It was because she was too shy that she wanted to hide herself proudly. Mitaka Yi said bluntly. Mitaka Yi immediately said righteously. Although the bargaining failed, Sanning Yi did not show any disappointment. In return, I will be your woman from now on. Then once every 6 days. 7 days. Mitaka Yi asked back. Mitaka Yi immediately started a dispute with Makima. You clearly like something but insist on saying you don't, isn't that a contradiction? Wait. Where's my opinion? Chapter 235. What's up with this sister? While Makima and Mitaka Yuru are at loggerheads, Otonashi Chiya certainly won't sit idly by. Although the relationship between you is obviously not good, I still hope that you can get along well. Otonashi Chiya then persuaded with a smile, since Otonashi has already said so, I won't bother with you anymore. Mitaka Yi said to Makima in a casual tone. I won't argue with an idiot. Makima immediately shot back. She also knew that the word, idiot, was the most lethal to the demon of war. As expected, Mitaka Yi, who had just said that he was not going to care about it, suddenly got angry. I'm not stupid. Mitaka Yi looked so ferocious that it seemed as if he was about to bite Makima at the next moment. Of course she's not stupid. Ms. Yi is a genius. In order to prevent the conflict from escalating further, Otonashi Chiya coaxed Mitaka Yoshi again. Makima was already satisfied, because she had just broken down Mitaka Ya's defense. After coaxing Mitaka Yi, Otonashi Chiya said to Mitaka Chao next to him. Chao, there is something I need to tell you. Eh? Mitaka Chao was stunned for a moment before she suddenly realized that Otonashi Chiya had just called her name directly. When it comes to addressing others, calling them by their first names is something only people with a close relationship would do. I am now settling in Daxia for a long time, so please consider whether you are willing to go to Daxia with us. I can also help you solve your academic problems. Otonashi Chiya discussed this with Mitaka Asahi, advertisement. Chao, promise him. Mitaka Yi gave a direct order to Chao. If she wants to recover her strength as soon as possible, she has to rely on Otonashi Chiya, so it is definitely best to act together with Otonashi Chiya, especially since the Chainsaw Man is also with Otonashi Chiya. Even if you don't say it, I will agree. Mitaka gave Yi a blank look. Tenji. She originally thought that Otonashi Chiya's demonic power was more inclined towards physical strength. After all, the blood in his body was so different from that of ordinary people. Before returning to Revolving Heaven, Otonashi Chiya also helped Mitaka Asahi to go through the withdrawal procedures at school and issued some certificates to make it easier for Mitaka Asahi to transfer to another school in heaven. At least I can live with the boy I like. Of course, what is passed as the spatial transfer of Kamui space. At the same time, Mitaka Chao couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed because she could feel that the girl with golden hair who looked younger than her was staring at her and it was obvious that she cared about her very much. Mitaka Knight sighed. Brother Chiya, what's going on with this sister? She suddenly realized that she was about to live with the other person? As for the rent issue, no one discussed it with the landlady. Otonashi Chiya paid for it out of his own pocket. Her parents have been killed by demons one after another, the dormitory head teacher is completely abnormal, and she has no close friends. The only one who can accompany her at any time is Gulambong. Sister Zhao Hong, Sister Lisai, Sister Shenyue. It seems that there are so many competitors in the blink of an eye. P.S. I have some important things to do these 2 days and cannot write, so today and tomorrow I will update once a day, not a big chapter. Is this your ability? Interesting, a little different from what I imagined. Although there may not be much change in a new environment and I still cannot make friends normally, it doesn't matter. Let it be. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya explains. Makima, Kiga and Pochita were already used to it, but Mitaka Asahi and the War Demon were seeing Otonashi Chiya's ability for the first time. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya went up to help Mitaka Asahi pack his luggage, and Mitaka Yaya had already returned his body to Asahi. Thinking of this, Sanying Chao's pretty face suddenly blushed. She felt that it didn't make much difference where she was now. Otonashi Chiya responded with a smile and returned Pochita to Denji. She immediately understood something. After all, it was always like this. That's no problem. Get ready to pack up. Seeing Pochita jumping into Denji's arms, Mitaka Yi seemed a little concerned and looked thoughtful. Mitaka Chao was immediately surprised. Heavenly Kingdom, we're here so soon. At this time, Denji was watching TV in the living room. When he saw Otonashi Chiya coming back, he was immediately delighted and said, Brother Chiya, you are back. This doesn't seem to be Japan anymore. Have we arrived at that celestial empire? After completing almost all the necessary preparations, Otonashi Chiya led everyone back to Daxia. But after a while, she found that there was a girl she didn't recognize at all next to Chiya's brother. She just felt a moment of trance before her eyes, and suddenly she came to such a completely unfamiliar place, which seemed to be in a big villa. When Mitaka Yi saw that the words on the book on the table next to him were not in Japanese but in Huxia, he knew that he might have been in Daxia. Denji pouted slightly and asked Otonashi Chiya in a somewhat complaining tone. Chapter 236 We are all family. When Mitaka heard the blonde girl speaking fluent Japanese, he realized that the girl should also be Japanese. But she was not good at interacting with strangers, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so she opened her mouth slightly and seemed to be hesitant to speak. She wanted to say hello, but after hesitating for a moment, she gave up. She is Mitaka Chao, and is considered an acquaintance of Makima and Jiga. Otonashi Chiya introduced to Denji. The war demon is now one with Mitaka Chao, so there is nothing wrong with what he said. Anyway, she can now be considered a war demon. When the time comes, we'll need her strength to stop the death demon. Otonashi Chiya explained. Oh, I see. Densi nodded slightly. At this moment she suddenly thought of something. This Sister Mitaka is a war demon, Sister Makima is a domination demon, Sister Jiga is a hunger demon, all of them are knights of the apocalypse. So why are all the horsemen of the apocalypse female? Could it be that the last death demon is also a female? Densi suddenly had a bad feeling, and this possibility was very high. At this time, Otonashi Chiya introduced to Mitaka Chao. Then she is Denji, my. Otonashi Chiya was only halfway through his words when Densi suddenly interrupted and said, she's not a sister, or rather, she's not a biological sister. She can only be considered a stepsister at best. She emphasized this deliberately. If Sister Mitaka and the others thought she was Chiya's biological sister, then she had already lost fundamentally. Ah, hello Densi, it's our first meeting, thank you for your guidance. Mitaka said to Denji in a somewhat reserved manner. Advertisement. Yes, please give me your guidance. Denji immediately responded politely. Afterwards, Mitaka Asahi settled down at Otonashi Chiya's place. This villa has so many bedrooms that it can easily accommodate Mitaka Asahi. While having dinner together, Mitaka Chow also got to know Dongshan Zhaohong, Lisai and Shenyu. She suddenly realized that there were so many girls. A war demon. Another apocalypse night. After learning about Mitaka Tomo's identity, Lacey was immediately curious. By the way, dear, you are really amazing. You brought back the war demon so quickly. Lacey's habit of teasing Otonashi Chiya hasn't changed. Dongshan Zhaohong sat there in a well-behaved posture with an awkward smile. Shen Yu also sighed slightly. How long has it been since Ji He started? Almost in the blink of an eye. 3 of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse have appeared one after another, and they are all women. She suddenly felt helpless. Why are there gender differences among demons? Otonashi Chiya remained silent, feeling a little awkward. Let's eat first. At this time, Ji He came to the rescue of Otonashi Chiya. To be precise, she just couldn't wait to start. Yes, let's get started. Then, Lei Sai said to Mitaka Chow considerately, Xiao Chow, you can relax a little, we are all family now. Advertisement. In order to appear relaxed, Mitakato smiled. However, the other party's words did make her feel a little better than before. It turned out that she had just arrived in this strange environment and was suffering from social phobia because of so many strangers. Not only did he call her Xiao Chow, he also said that she was a family member. Moreover, the girls in front of her were all about the same age as her, and they seemed easy to get along with after their first meeting. It looks like you'll be able to make a few friends this time, which is a good thing. At this time, Mitaka spoke to Knight, standing behind him. She was in a soul state and couldn't eat, so she just stood there. However, she shared the brain and all the organs with Mitaka Asahi, and she had exactly the same feelings when Mitaka Asahi ate. It's easy to say. This should have been something to be happy about, but Mitaka was feeling depressed. Because all the friendships she had built were destroyed by herself. So pessimistic? Mitaka Yi said expressionlessly. Don't you share my brain. Just read my memory and you'll know. Mitaka Chow immediately said, but she overlooked for a moment that Densi, Zhaohong and others she had just met did not know that she would communicate with the war demon in her body. This shouldn't be talking to us, right? At this time Dongshan Zhaohong asked weakly. Only then did Mitaka realize that he had been stupid. It's so embarrassing when others think I'm talking to myself. Chapter 237 Birthday Party. 2 chapters in 1. At this time, Otonashi Chiya explained to Higashiyama Zhaohong on behalf of Mitaka. She is indeed not talking to us, but to the war demon? He originally didn't want to explain the details of Mitaka Chow and the war demon in detail, so he wanted to give the war demon some privacy. But after thinking about it, I decided to explain it clearly, otherwise it would often be like Mitaka Asahi was talking to the air. War demon. Isn't Chow the same as war demon? Dongshan Zhaohong was immediately puzzled. Talking to yourself? Denji didn't react either. They all thought that Mitaka Chow was the war demon himself. To be specific, the war demon is living in Mitaka Chow's body and sharing the same brain with him. They have basically become one. So now Mitaka Chow is the war demon and the war demon is Mitaka Chow. Otonashi Chiya explains in detail. Oh, so it can be done this way. Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly gained new insights. That's pretty impressive. She merged with the war demon. So is Sister Mitaka a human or a demon now? Denji couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. I feel that simple classifications such as human, demon, magic, and weapon man do not fit the situation of Xiao Chow and the war demon. Lacey then said. They had only heard of demons and weapon men, but had never seen the fusion of Mitaka Chow and the war demon. Facing Denji's question, Mitaka hesitated for a moment. I don't know whether I am a human or a devil now. But I still feel that she is more like a demon. She can even use the abilities of a war demon. I obviously hate demons, and my parents were killed by demons. Now I have become a demon. At this time, Otonashi Chiya signaled to Mitaka Yi. Yi, why don't you come out and meet everyone? Trouble. Mitaka Yi was somewhat reluctant, but still agreed to Otonashi Chiya's request. The next moment, Mitaka Yi took away control of Chow's body. Denji, Kohong, Reese and Kamijo watched with their own eyes as scars appeared out of nowhere on the face of Mitaka Asahi. Yo. And his eyes changed from normal black pupils to the same circle-shaped eyes as Makima and Jiga. The expression also changed subtly, with Night's expression being colder and calmer than morning. I am a war demon, you can also call me Mitaka Yi. Mitaka Yi immediately introduced herself to everyone. There is another identity I want to tell you. I am Otonashi Chiya's woman. Mitaka Yi's self-introduction was so explosive that it stunned Densi, Zhaohong and others present. Especially Sanning Chao, who was standing beside him. His face was red again. You. Woman. Woman? For a moment, it was like my brain had crashed. It would probably take a while to restart and return to normal. Dongshan Zhaohong also looked at Sanning Yi in shock. Oh yeah, even Lacey was stunned for a moment. She suddenly felt that this Miss War had some skills, as she gave everyone a warning right from the start. However, Lacey would not imagine for the time being that this genius, Ms. Yi, was just stupid and straightforward. In order to be able to communicate normally with everyone, Shen Yu had already learned some basic Japanese and Huxia, and could barely understand the meaning of Mitaka Yi's words intermittently. In fact, you only need to understand the two words, Otonashi Chiya, and woman, to almost understand it. But Shen Yu has changed a bit now, and he no longer throws a tantrum when things don't go his way like he did when he first met Otonashi Chiya. Now she has gradually learned to be as rational as Lacey. After all, she will have to get along with morning and night in the days to come. There is no benefit in having conflicts when they will see each other every day. Makima drank tea gracefully, seemingly expressionless, but in fact there was a hint of cold murderous intent in her eyes. Only Kiga is the most indifferent in the true sense, because the feelings she has for Otonashi Chiya are different from those of Denji and the others. Moreover, she does not have the innate desire for dominance or possessiveness that Makima has. In fact, war demons do not have that either. Normal demons do not have such delicate possessiveness, jealousy, and other emotions. At this moment, the red on the palm of Otonashi Chiya's right hand suddenly came out to join in the fun. Miss Yi, this should be the first time we meet, right? Scarlet said with a smile. I am a furious demon. If we only talk about demons, I should be Otonashi's first woman. Oh, really? Then I'll be the second one. Advertisement. Mitaka Yi, who didn't care much about this, said. Her main purpose of following Otonashi Chiya was to quickly recover her strength, and the secondary reason was that she was influenced by Mitaka Tomo's feelings for Otonashi Chiya, and she herself had almost no jealousy. However, when Mitaka Yi said this, he completely ignored his two good sisters, Makima and Jiga. Ji doesn't care, but Makima is different, ahem. At this time, Otonashi Chiya felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, and immediately changed the subject. Back to the topic, I think the current, Chao, should be half human or half devil, neither a real human nor a real devil. But, whether human, demon or half human, we can all get along normally, right? Otonashi Chiya hopes that Mitaka Asahi can make friends, such as with Denji and the others, so he will be more helpful to Mitaka Asahi. Mitaka Yoya has already returned her body to Asahi, and she has no interest in chatting with humans who are unimportant to her. By the way, Xiao, I just checked your memory, and it seems that your birthday is in 2 days? At this time, Mitaka Yi suddenly asked, Xiao, it seems so, but that kind of thing doesn't matter. Mitaka said in a low voice. Except for the birthdays she celebrated with her parents, she did not have a happy birthday at other times. Now that my parents are gone, she doesn't need to celebrate her birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be fun. However, what Mitaka Yoshi said to Asahi had already been heard by Otonashi Chiya, and he naturally remembered Mitaka Asahi's birthday in his heart. He immediately decided to prepare for Mitaka Asahi when the time comes, and he could discuss the matter with Denji and the others in advance. Next, Mitaka Chao learned Huxia with the help of Lisa, and often read books with Makima in the study. Although Miss Makima seems to have an uneasy relationship with Night, she is still very friendly when getting along with her, so friendly that she doesn't seem like a demon at all. Not only that, but he was also very friendly to other people when he was with her. This is also true for Miss Scarlet. Living in such an environment made Mitaka feel very comfortable. She almost didn't care about her upcoming birthday. On the day of his birthday, Mitaka Asahi did not mention anything related to his birthday. It seemed as if the day would pass in such a peaceful and uneventful manner. However, just when Mitaka finished taking a shower and was about to rest in the living room for a while before going to bed, the scene in front of him suddenly changed drastically. I don't know when the living room was decorated like this, and there is a very large 3-layer birthday cake on the table. Happy birthday, Xiao Chao. Seeing Mitaka coming out, Otonashi Chiya, Denji and the others spoke in unison. They had already discussed in advance that they would hold a birthday party for Mitaka Chao tonight. They arranged the decorations in the living room while he was taking a bath, and the birthday cake and birthday gifts were also prepared. With the power of Otonashi Chiya's Kamui and the help of several people, it is not surprising that the speed is so fast. At this moment, Mitaka Chao was stunned by shock. She had no idea that everyone knew her birthday was today, and even prepared a birthday cake and birthday gifts for her. She has never had such a special birthday. Oh, it seems that someone overheard my conversation with Asahi last time. It was probably Otonashi, right? Mitaka Yi had already guessed what was going on. Mitaka Chao couldn't help but get excited, an excitement caused by excessive surprise. She walked over to thank everyone, but accidentally tripped and fell flat on her face. Ah! Mitaka Chao was very familiar with the feeling of falling flat on his face, and he immediately realized that he had messed up again at the critical moment. As expected, Mitaka fell towards the birthday cake because he couldn't control his body. The war demon was too lazy to possess her over such a small matter, and if she did, she would have a chance to avoid the cake. Advertisement, bang. The next moment, Mitaka rushed into the oversized birthday cake, especially his face, which came into close contact with the cake. Seeing this scene, Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu, as if she saw herself in Mitaka Chow. She immediately felt sympathy and hurried over to help Mitaka up. Densi also went over to help. In fact, Otonashi Chiya, Reese, Zhaohong, Shenyue and others were able to prevent Mitaka from hitting the cake just now. With their skills, they were totally able to do it in time. But they deliberately didn't do that. This is because Otonashi Chiya told Zhaohong and the others in advance that he knew there was a high probability that this situation would happen today, so he wanted Mitaka to face his psychological shadow. Mitaka Chow, who was helped up by Densi and Toyama Zhaohong, suddenly had a dull look in his eyes and looked lifeless. He didn't even have the mood to wipe off the cake cream on his face. Such a big birthday cake must be very expensive, and it was carefully prepared for her, but she ruined it like this. Want to die? I want to die. What's wrong? Are you so weak? You don't even dare to fight back? Of course, Otonashi Chiya deliberately did not use the hollow ability. He was originally planning to take advantage of the situation to start a cream melee. In addition to Peva and the Death Demon, the extra story will also add some details about the daily lives of Otonashi Chiya, Mikima and others, because I feel that the emotional line is not full enough, but it would seem too watery if it were written into the main story, so I thought about writing it into the extra story. Dongshan Zhaohong was very worried about Mitaka Chow, and used a wet wipe to wipe the cream off Mitaka Chow's face. After all, she was the one who could empathize with Mitaka Chow the most. But Mishima immediately slapped Ji-hee on the face. P.S. I thought about it and decided to tell everyone in advance, so as not to catch everyone off guard. This book will probably be finished tomorrow. Of course, it doesn't mean that I will completely ignore this book after it is finished. Even if it is finished tomorrow, it will still be updated normally the day after tomorrow, but it will be put in the extra volume. It has nothing to do with the lack of updates yesterday and the day before yesterday. I was really busy in the past 2 days, and I really planned to finish it at this time. The two are not related. This lump of cream suddenly woke Mitaka Chow up. She looked at the other person blankly, not understanding what he was doing. While Lei Sei was attacking Otonashi Chiya, she also attacked Shen Yu. As for the Nostradamus prophecy of the Death Demon, it will take another 6 years. I don't know what to write during these 6 years. If there is too much water, I will not feel comfortable writing it myself. If I skip 6 years directly, it would be better to write it in the extra chapter, so that the plot will not seem too fragmented. I think it is almost perfect now. These were the only thoughts in Mitaka Chow's mind at this moment. A ball of cream hit the back of Otonashi Chiya's head. Leisa smiled happily and said, "Everyone, please be careful of the killer." At this time, Dongshan Zhaohong said to Sanning Chow with a smile. However, just as he finished taunting Mitaka, he was attacked by Lace behind him. Whether out of revenge or because he took Mikima's words to heart, Ji grabbed a small ball of cream and threw it at Mikima. Immediately afterwards, another piece of cream flew over and hit Mitaka Chow on the forehead. Zhaohong is also very accomplished in flat ground falls. At this time, Ji was only thinking about eating his cake and had no interest in throwing the cream. It seems, no one blames her at all, and instead they enjoy it. Mitaka hesitated for a moment, slowly grabbed a small ball of cream next to him, and then threw it at Zhaohong's face. I won't say so much off topic in this chapter. I will make a complete ending speech in the final chapter tomorrow. Anyway, how should I put it? I really feel that there is nothing left to write. If I continue writing, there is a 90% chance that this book and this pen name will become a stale thing. As for why I don't write a comprehensive anime, I will explain it in the closing remarks of the next chapter. The situation of this book is very complicated, and plans can never keep up with changes. Also, readers who are interested in the extra story don't need to delete this book from their bookshelf so quickly. She was already disheartened, and now the few friends she had made with great difficulty were going to hate her again. At least pretend to eat instead of just eating. It was also accompanied by Otonashi Chiya's taunts. Chow, let's join in. The main purpose of celebrating a birthday is to have fun. However, at this moment, a piece of cream was suddenly thrown on Mitaka's face. It was done by Otonashi Chiya. Chow, wipe the cake off your face first, Mikima reminded Ji-hee. Shen Yu subconsciously used her hand knife to cut the flying cream, but cream was still cream after all, and the cut cream still flew onto her face. Suddenly, a fierce cream melee broke out in the living room. The two girls stared at each other in shock for a moment, then smiled at the same time. Things like Peva and the Death Demon that should be written but haven't been written yet will be supplemented in the extras. As for why they are not written in the main story, it's because the timeline is too far away. Peva is supposed to appear 4 years later, and it doesn't make sense to force her to appear earlier. Mitaka is still in a confused state until now. Why did it suddenly start like this? Then let me talk about the new book. The plan for the new book remains the same. It is a Tokyo Ghoul fanfiction. By the time you see this, my new book should have been released. The title is Tokyo Ghoul, starting from Double Kamui. As for why I use the Double Kamui cheat, it makes up for the regret of not writing a comprehensive manga, and I have become good at writing Double Kamui. However, I hope everyone will not support the new book at the beginning, because if many people support the book, it will cause confusion in the data of the new book. If you really want to support the book, don't click it first, because once you click it, even if you just look at the introduction page, the data will be calculated. Open black lens bracket Chainsaw Man chapter ends close black lens bracket a big cream fight ended in hilarity. Although Mitaka Chow had let go of a lot of his worries, his mood gradually became depressed again. Because she could feel that everyone, especially Otonashi Chiya, suddenly started the cream war just to comfort her. Birthday cakes are meant to be eaten, but in the end, she ruined it. Sorry. Mitaka admitted his mistake. Why are you blaming yourself so much? It's your birthday today, and it's not like you don't have a spare birthday cake. As soon as he finished speaking, Otonashi Chiya took out another birthday cake of the same style from Kamui's space. He knew this would happen, so he prepared an extra copy. There's another one? Mitaka Chow was immediately surprised. Yes, anyway, you are the protagonist today, just enjoy your birthday to the fullest and don't worry about those things. Otonashi Chiya persuaded Mitaka Asahi. Mitaka Chow's mood eased a lot. She nodded solemnly, thinking to herself that she must not fall again. But before that, let's go take a shower, it's not comfortable to be covered in cream. Otonashi Chiya's advice. Okay, that's fine with me. I agree. Everyone agreed. There's cream everywhere on my body, face, and hair. If it keeps sticking to me, I will feel uncomfortable eating cake later. Then let's take a shower first, Otonashi Chiya explains. The bathroom in this villa is definitely big enough for them to take a bath at the same time. Basically, after 10 minutes to half an hour, they can continue with Mitaka Chow's birthday party. At this moment, Lacey suddenly whispered in Shen Yu's ear. Shen Yu also nodded seriously. Otonashi Chiya immediately noticed something strange about Reese and Shen Yue from the corner of his eye, but he didn't know what the two were plotting. In the bathroom, Otonashi Chiya had already taken off the clothes that needed to be changed. Just then, a beautiful figure appeared vaguely outside the bathroom door. Judging from the curvature of the body, it can be roughly determined that the person standing outside the door should be Mikima. Is it Mikima? Otonashi Chiya asked immediately. Mikima didn't respond for the time being, but pushed the door open first. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had just come in and hadn't had time to lock the door. Mikima was seen wrapped in only a bath towel, and she was almost frank with Otonashi Chiya without any shyness on her face. What's wrong with you? There should be enough bathrooms here. Otonashi Chiya's first reaction was to think that the bathroom was not big enough, so Mishima came to him. But think about it, it doesn't make sense, it should be enough. Isn't it normal for family members to bathe together? Mikima said calmly. No, that's not normal at all. Otonashi Chiya immediately understood that Mishima must have learned some strange knowledge from a book again. The key is that Mishima really believed it and even put it into practice. Never mind. It's up to you. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. Otonashi Chiya believes that he is not a gentleman, and there is no reason not to take advantage of others if he can. Even though Otonashi Chiya had reminded her, Mikima still had no intention of leaving. Advertisement, however, at this moment, someone else broke into the bathroom. It was Lei Sai and Shen Yu who came in together. I didn't expect Miss Mikima to get there first. Seeing that Mikima was also in there, and was one step faster than herself and Shen Yu, Lacey was a little surprised. Following closely behind were Mitaka Yuru and Jiga. How can I be left out of this kind of thing? Mitaka Yi had snatched back Chow's body at some point. Mitaka Chow could only stare blankly at the side, she couldn't stop it at all, but at this moment she was both shy and a little bit expectant. He seemed to have just come in to join in the fun. After a while, Dianqi also came in with Dongshan Zhaohong. Because Densi was also very shy about this kind of thing, he forced Sister Zhaohong to come along. She mainly just doesn't want to lose to the other sisters. However, Dongshan Zhaohong is even more shy than her. I saw Dianqi and Dongshan Zhaohong, their faces blushing more than each other, walking in shyly. Why are you all here? Otonashi Chiya was a little confused. It looks like everyone wants to rub Deer's back. Lacey smiled playfully. Fortunately, the bathroom is big enough, otherwise so many people would not be able to fit in. Nearly half an hour later, they came out of the bathroom one after another. After taking a bath, they felt much more refreshed and spent the last moments of the birthday party with Mitaka Chow. Now it's time to eat the birthday cake. Mitaka Chow sat on the chair very carefully, fearing that he would fall flat on his face again and mess things up again. Fortunately, no accident happened this time. And Otonashi Chiya will also pay special attention this time, so if anything happens, he will be able to take action in time. It's too small, not enough to eat. Halfway through the meal, he started complaining. This birthday cake was already super large, but it was obviously still not enough to satisfy Ji's appetite. Today is mainly for Chow's birthday, so just eat a little bit. If you want more, I'll buy you a few more tomorrow. Otonashi Chiya explains. Thanks. At this time, Mitaka expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Thank you very much for doing so much for me. I've said it before, we are all family, so we should do this, and we all hope that Xiao Chao can be happy. Lacey said with a smile. Mitaka Asaya smiled and nodded gratefully. Chao, although you may mess up some things, I think there is nothing wrong with your feelings, at least you never do it on purpose. At this time, Otonashi Chiya also said to Mitaka Asahi. It was the accident that was wrong, it was the devil that was wrong, it was the evil human heart that was wrong. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with my feelings. Mitaka suddenly came to his senses. Whether it was an accident that messed things up, or the fact that my mother was killed by me, or the fact that Gulam was jumping. None of this was her intention, and there was nothing wrong with her feelings. After being enlightened by Otonashi Chiya, Mitaka Chao suddenly came to his senses. Let the past be the past, and still focus on the present and live the future life step by step. This night, we spent an unforgettable evening together in the living room. The main story is over, see you tomorrow for the extra story. The Three Sisters of Apocalypse. After the end, I will continue to update the extra chapters. As soon as it is finished today, I will start updating the extra chapters tomorrow. The extra chapters will be at least tens of thousands of words in total. For example, the daily lives of Otonashi, Denji, Makima, and Kiga, the plots of the Death Demon and Peva are not written in the main story, which seems like a waste of time. I feel it is better to write them in the extra story. The reason why the Death Demon and Peva were not written in the main story was explained at the end of the previous chapter. In summary, the timeline span is too far. There are also the Sage Body, Eternal Mangekyō, Rinnegan, Special Perfect Susanoo, etc. that everyone mentioned before. Of course, Hayakawa Akira and Himeno will not be forgotten. These can be written in the extra story at will. After the end, there is no need to worry about the collapse of combat power. Readers who are interested in the extra story can wait and delete the bookshelf. Advertisement. Also, some readers have complaints about not writing about the whole harem being overthrown. It's not that I don't want to, but I really don't dare. If I do, the book will definitely be banned. My book has been banned once and finally released, and now it's more likely to be monitored by the review. Even if I bite the bullet and write it, I can only briefly mention it without any details. I'm not good at driving myself, and it's easy to be banned if I don't have good driving skills. It's better to leave it to everyone's imagination. Anyway, it's a happy ending. The following is the closing remarks. Let's first talk about Tomato's recommendation mechanism. The two most critical nodes in the early stage are the 100,000 word debut and the 200,000 to 500,000 word book title test. Generally, the traffic of the first show will drop to a minimum when the book has 130,000 words, and then it will be a silent period until the title test. The silent period means the period when the traffic is the lowest. Normally, you can do a title test at 200,000 words, but the more words you have, the better the effect, so I kept holding back on the low volume until I had 400,000 words before doing a title test. By definition, a title test is a more important recommendation than a debut. For example, the highest traffic on my debut day was more than 50,000. Logically, the highest traffic on the day of the book title test should have been 50,000 to 100,000 or even more, but the result was not satisfactory, or to be more precise, it was very unsatisfactory. After the title test, the traffic of this book did not change at all, except that the new title attracted more attention, that's all. Old readers can't see the new title and cover, so I'll post a picture here to show you what my new title and cover are. New cover. I don't ask for 50,000 or 100,000 traffic, even 20,000 is fine. During the debut of my book, even the lowest day was no less than 20,000 traffic. It was the silent period and the double debuff of the start of school that caused the traffic to drop to this level. I worked through writing from more than 100,000 words to 400,000 words, but there was not much splash. I suddenly lost all motivation and just wanted to finish Chainsaw Man, and that would be it. Because the third recommendation node is the 1 million word book title test. Generally speaking, the test effect of a 1 million word book will only be worse than this test of 200,000 to 500,000 words. I have done my best to get from 100,000 words to 400,000 words. I don't have the confidence to get to 1 million words under such low traffic. There is a high probability that it will be abandoned halfway. In addition, the follow-up reading data is also falling. If it falls later, no one will read it, so I don't think it's necessary to write more comics. As for why this book title test had no effect at all, I have no idea. None of the mechanisms of Tomato are transparent, so many authors call Tomato metaphysics. I can only guess that it may be because the upper limit of the Chainsaw Man theme is limited to this. When I wrote this book for only 2 months, the total traffic it received was the highest among all the Chainsaw Man fan fiction on the Tomato platform. Moreover, those fellows basically opened their books when the anime was popular, unlike mine when it was basically unpopular. It is a miracle that I can get so much traffic. You can judge the traffic level by looking at the number of comments on the book details page. Let me tell you an interesting thing. The reason why this book was posted on Fanshay is because editors of other websites disliked its low popularity. To put it bluntly, even dogs would shake their heads after reading it, the editor's original words. Of course, these are all old editors I am very familiar with, and they speak so directly for my own good. But I like Chainsaw Man, and I want to write about it because I like it. Even when I am busy, I will follow the latest chapters of the comics as soon as possible every week, so I resolutely sent the tomatoes. Back to the topic of traffic above, the upper limit of this book is almost reached. If I continue writing, the traffic will only get lower and lower. Switching to a variety show will lose a lot of readers, so switching to a variety show will only be a thankless task. It is better to end it here and leave an ending that is at least barely acceptable. There are actually benefits to reading anime. You can make some money by dragging it out to meet the word count, but I don't think it's necessary. I would rather finish the book normally than make some extra money. I can only say sorry to the readers who want to read the anime. I had to make a choice. I have been struggling with the ineffectiveness of the book test more than half a month ago until now. Okay, that's the end of my complaints. Now let's start with the real closing remarks. To be honest, I have been in this industry for more than 4 years, and as far as I can remember, I have never completed any book normally. Either it was abandoned or had a bad ending. Before Chainsaw Man, I had always written fantasy novels. Readers who have read fantasy novels know that once the number of words increases, it is easy for the story to be ruined, abandoned, or have a bad ending. This Chainsaw Man is probably the first book that I have completed normally since I entered the industry. I can't say how good the ending is, but at least it's not as bad as the previous ones. It is precisely because the previous books had always had unfinished endings that I was very afraid of repeating the same mistake with this one, so I finished it in a timely manner if I felt something was not right. But my performance in writing fantasy is actually pretty good. I negotiated with a certain website for a guaranteed minimum of nearly 100 words per 1,000 words. I also participated in the annual meeting of that website and was once quite popular. One of the contracts I could find, the other contracts I couldn't find. The reason why I don't write fantasy now is that I prefer to write about things that I like. Chainsaw Man, ghouls, and giants are all very niche and unprofitable topics, editor's original words. For example, I can write at least 2 million words a year. If you multiply that by the guaranteed 80 words per 1,000 words, you can know how much I could earn a year by writing fantasy novels. In addition, there are follow-up incomes from older books. It is impossible to reach this income by writing unpopular fan fiction. As an old author, I know the situation of the entire market very well. But there is a very critical issue, that is, I only like to watch Japanese comics, not novels. I will understand the market, and I know when what popular books are released, but I will not read their books. I prioritize my own entertainment preferences, which is Japanese comics. No matter whether it is anime or comics, I have read almost all of them that interest me. So even though I have been writing fantasy novels for a long time, I don't like fantasy at all. And my favorites are only unpopular but very exciting Japanese anime such as Chainsaw Man, Ghoul, and Attack on Titan. So I can only write for my love when my income is barely acceptable. Old readers who have been here all along should know that I am quite active in the comment section and my attitude is pretty good. I will not be upset when I see any negative comments. I will immediately correct any typos or wrong details, and I will also write down any suggestions that I think are worth referring to in my memo. It can be said that I have read almost every review. Currently, there are tens of thousands of reviews on the entire book. I enjoy this process very much. As long as the income is not too low, there is no problem in writing fanfiction you like for fun. For example, the income from this book is within an acceptable range. Now it's time to talk about the summary of this book. I feel that it has improved a lot overall compared to the previous book, Chainsaw Man, but it still cannot escape the situation of gradually declining in the later stages. For example, the Soviet Union chapter was criticized by many readers as being boring, and I felt that myself. Especially the part where Lacey appears was not written well, which is the part that I regret the most, and it is also the most criticized part of the book. It was really not written well there. I liked Reese very much originally, but the charm of Reese in the original work was not written out. I feel that the main reason is that Otonashi Chiya is not Denji in the original work. Denji's character is too special, and it is really difficult to write out the story between Otonashi Chiya and Reese with the charm that it should have in the original work. Also, the Daxia chapter is not well written. Overall, the Daxia chapter is more watery and boring than the Soviet Union chapter. All in all, my current level of fanfiction writing is indeed limited to this, but I have tried my best and I'm still making progress and improving myself, striving to write better and better. Then let's talk about the new book, which has been released on this account. The title is Tokyo Ghoul, starting from Dual Kamui. I continue to use this cheat to make up for the guilt and regret of not writing a variety show in the old book, and I have already become proficient in writing Dual Kamui. The new book does not have a harem, but a single female protagonist. The only female protagonist is Izumi Takatsuki, Ite Yoshimura. Because I like Sister Izumi so much, I don't want to write about a harem, even though a harem can often make more money than a single female protagonist. The protagonist's name is Uchiha Byakuya, a CCG investigator from the White Day Court. That's about all the settings revealed. After Tokyo Ghoul, my next new book will be Attack on Titan. After much thought, I still feel that writing about a single world one book at a time can be the most delicate and is most in line with my original intention. After I finish writing about the fanfictions I like, for example, Ghoul, Giant, Black Bullet, Akame ga Kill, I might write about spiritual resurrection, also known as urban supernatural powers or urban high-level martial arts. I don't know if you have noticed that Ghouls, Chainsaw Man, and Black Bullet are actually all aura revival in urban settings. The human side's investigators, demon hunters, and initiators, and the enemy side's ghouls, demons, and Gastrula are actually similar to the common aura revival texts. So I am more interested in aura revival than fantasy. I would also like to emphasize the issue of book maintenance. I hope that everyone will not keep a book in a maintenance position for new books. If many readers keep a book in a maintenance position during the period of a new book, it will greatly affect the data and results. It will be better after 100,000 words. In addition, I will try to update more during the period of a new book and strive to recommend it earlier. Finally, of course, I would like to thank everyone for their continued support and rewards. It can be said that your gifts have given me great motivation to keep writing until now. Finally, I shamelessly ask for a gift again, and congratulations on the end. Extra. Aki Haigawa and Himeno, 1, Tokyo, Japan. In a noodle restaurant near Tokyo Public Security Bureau, Haikawa Aki and Himeno were sitting on the second floor of the restaurant eating lunch. Their lunch today was 2 big bowls of ramen. Chu-jun, if I remember correctly, your special training with Captain Ambien will end tomorrow, right? During the meal, Himeno asked Haikawa Aki, Hayakawa Aki nodded slightly. That is to say, Chu Jun's rookie period will end tomorrow. Ji Yi suddenly sighed. Once the rookie period is over, it means that Chu Jun will face dangerous tasks at any time just like her. Yes, that's a good thing. Hayakawa Akira's theory. He had been eager to hunt down the demons that possessed the gun demon meat slices and collect the meat slices. Only by collecting enough pieces of meat can you hope to find the gun demon's true form. On the other hand, as a rookie, he could only patrol and do special training day after day, and he already felt a little bored. Stupid, how can that be a good thing? Ji Yi suddenly stretched out his chopsticks and took a ball of ramen from Hayakawa Aki's bowl. Almost every time we carry out a dangerous mission, there will be casualties among the personnel dispatched. The worst time was that the entire demon exorcism class was wiped out. The missions we will face in the future are far from being as simple as patrolling. I know, and please don't steal my noodles. Hayakawa Aki immediately expressed his dissatisfaction and took some food from Himeno-senpai's bowl, as if this was even. So, Chu Jun, if you don't use the power of the cursed demon, how confident are you that you can defeat those demons that have the gun demon meat slices? Ji Yi's expression suddenly became serious. Hayakawa Aki was silent for a while. Senior Ji Yi's question was very precise, like a soul-searching interrogation. If he didn't use the power of the cursed demon, Hayakawa Aki would really have no confidence. Although he had signed a contract with the fox demon in addition to the curse demon, none of the demons holding the gun demon meat slices were weak, and it was difficult to deal with this kind of demon with only the power of the fox demon. You really don't have the confidence, do you? At this point, Jia decided to make things clear to Chu Jun. In the future, unless you really have to, don't use the power of the cursed demon. Can Chu Jun promise me? If the situation was really critical, Himeno would certainly not object to Hayakawa Aki using the power of the cursed demon. Apart from that, it would be best not to use it if possible. After all, the loss of lifespan is irreversible. Advertisement. But if Chu Jun abuses the power of the cursed demon just to hunt demons that cannot be killed by normal means, this is something she absolutely does not want him to do. I certainly know the consequences of using the power of a cursed demon. Hayakawa Aki didn't want to talk too much about this with Himeno, nor did he want to be disciplined too much. He had his own standards. So, can you promise me? Ji Yi emphasized it again. Looking at the serious look in Ji Yi's eyes, Hayakawa Aki had no choice but to answer. I promise you, okay? So good. Ji Yi immediately smiled. Remember today's agreement, don't use that knife carelessly, and live well. Hayakawa Aki looked away and responded softly, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, just as Hayakawa Aki and Kishibe's special training was over, the thing Himeno was most worried about happened immediately. On the second day after the special training, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau assigned the task of defeating demons to the Demon Exorcism Section 3 where Himeno and Hayakawa Aki were located. The demon that needs to be defeated in this mission is the demon who possesses the gun demon meat slice. Ji Yi felt that Chu Jun would be more excited when he heard about the gun devil meat slices, so she couldn't help but worry about it. Before setting off, Himeno specifically asked the captain to take extra care of the newcomer Aki Hayakawa during the mission. By the way, Ji Yi, you are interested in that boy who always has a cold face, right? At this time, Captain Furuta of the Demon Exorcist Section 3 teased Himeno. Maybe, but if something happens to Chu Jun, it won't matter whether I like him or not, right? Ji Yi said calmly. That's right. Captain Furuta also regained his composure. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on that boy. Jia, just concentrate on the mission. Thank you, Captain. Ji Yi thanked. A few minutes later, Exorcism Section 3 officially began its mission. The mission location is a B&B. To be more specific, a demon attacked the B&B. As the incident happened suddenly and the demon was extremely ferocious, in order to prevent further casualties, Demon Exorcism Section 3 was temporarily ordered to defeat the demon. But there is a serious problem. The intelligence is not sufficient. In a hurry to protect civilians, the Exorcist Section 3 was dispatched before they could determine what kind of demon it was. Advertisement. When Exorcist Section 3 arrived at the scene, they discovered that it was actually a cockroach demon. Just by hearing the name of the cockroach demon, you can tell that it must be very powerful. There are not many people in the world who are afraid of cockroaches. What's more, with the blessing of the gun demon meat slice, the level of danger is even higher. Oh no. Can our Demon Exorcism Section 3 defeat this guy? Captain Furuta immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. We can only change our strategy. It's not realistic to defeat a demon of this level. Let's change from defeating it to containing it, and prevent it from harming civilians. At this time, Ji Yi was still calm and made suggestions to Captain Furuta. In fact, she was already a little panicked in her heart. She was afraid that Chu Jun would resolutely use the power of the cursed demon when facing this invincible demon. She was even more afraid that Chu Jun and everyone would be accidentally killed by the cockroach demon. Well, that's all we can do. Captain Furuta immediately informed the other members of Exorcism Section 3. The situation has changed. We must try our best to contain the cockroach demon while ensuring our own safety. As soon as he finished speaking, the cockroach demon had already set its sights on this side. The cockroach demon is almost taller than the B&B and looks to be more than 10 meters tall. Its appearance is like a standing human-shaped cockroach, similar to the Martian cockroach. Its huge palms suddenly slapped over here, and the members of Exorcism Section 3 quickly dodged. But there was a young man who was a little slow to react. his right leg was slightly scratched by the cockroach demon's palm, and it was directly fractured, which severely restricted his ability to move. The cockroach demon immediately grabbed the young man's left leg and lifted him up, looking like it was going to eat him. Seeing his teammates in danger, Hayakawa Aki subconsciously wanted to use the power of the cursed demon. His right hand was already on the scabbard of the knife behind his back, but Ji grabbed his wrist. Hayakawa Aki widened his eyes slightly and looked back at Himeno, only to see Himeno shaking his head slightly at him with a conflicted expression. Senior Ji, are you going to watch someone die without helping? Hayakawa Akiko quick path. No, I don't want to watch you die without helping you, but I also don't want Chu-jun to use the power of the cursed demon right now, so I will go and save you. Himeno pressed down Hayakawa Aki's right hand, then ran towards the cockroach demon and shouted. You ugly fool, look at me. PS1. Although the current update is mainly about the new Book of Ghoul, the extra chapter of this book will also be updated daily for a period of time, and the old book of Chainsaw Man will also be finished at some point. The old book is really a mess, but I still want to finish it as much as possible. I want to keep the new book updated at more than 6,000 words a day, and the extra chapter of this book I want to keep the extra chapter of this book updated at more than 2,000 words a day, and I also have to finish the old book of Chainsaw Man. I suddenly feel a lot of pressure. Fortunately, the university courses have become less this week. PS2. Speaking of that old book, I feel like I have to mention the feminization of Denji. When I first started this Chainsaw Man, I was very careful not to repeat the plot with the old book, because Tomato is very strict in this regard. My old book was about raising Denji as a younger brother, so in order to avoid repetition, I suddenly had the idea of feminizing this Chainsaw Man. This really doesn't mean that I deliberately wanted to feminize Densi and include him in the harem or something. After all, I treated Densi as a younger brother in my old book and still wrote about him. What I mean is that I can write about Densi as a younger brother or younger sister. It's just that in order to avoid the risk of being censored, I changed it to a younger sister in this book. Do you remember the time before the Soviet chapter of this book started? The reason was that the reviewer determined that my old book and I both borrowed the original sayings of the Chainsaw Man comics. For example, the descriptions of Mikima's abilities in the two books were exactly the same, so they determined that my book was slightly similar and banned the book. Do you think this reason for banning the book is absurd? But my degree was very minor, so I made some changes and released it. I only changed the original settings. If the degree was more serious, I would not be allowed to make changes and would have been completely removed from the shelves. If I had written Densi as a younger brother at that time, it is really possible that this book would have disappeared directly. So even though many people criticized Densi for being feminine, I still don't regret doing this. If I hadn't done this, the book might have evaporated after more than 100,000 words. As for the new ghoul book, I will definitely not feminize Kaneki again, because there is no need. I haven't written a ghoul before, so I don't have to worry about being judged as duplicate by the review. So what I want to express is that it's not that I have any special preferences in this regard, but the review mechanism of Tomato has forced me to do so. The same goes for the driving issue. I dare to drive in other places, but I don't dare to drive in Tomato, because other places only ban the chapter where you drive, but Tomato will directly ban the whole book if there is a problem with one chapter. I don't want to experience the feeling of being in the small black room again. Extra. Aki Hayagawa and Himeno, too. Ji's loud cursing effectively attracted the attention of the cockroach demon. He threw away the demon hunter with a broken right leg in his hand and just wanted to kill the arrogant human woman in front of him first. Captain Gushin rushed over quickly to catch the injured team member and immediately transferred the team member to a safe place for treatment. He hurried back because he was worried that Ji might have an accident. At this time, Ji had been targeted by the cockroach demon, and some cold sweat appeared on her face. The ghost demon she contracted was obviously unable to deal with the behemoth in front of her. Senior Ji, Hayakawa Aki decisively pulled out the cursed demon's weapon and tried to save Himeno. Fortunately, the other members of Demon Exorcism Section 3 also tried to rescue Himeno at this time. Although their demonic power failed to cause fatal damage to the cockroach demon, it successfully angered and diverted the cockroach demon's hatred value. Himeno was able to catch her breath, but her first reaction was not relief. Instead, she used the power of the ghost demon to stop Hayakawa Aki from using the cursed demon's weapon. Chu-jun clearly promised me yesterday that he would not use that knife. An invisible ghost demon hand grabbed Hayakawa Aki's hands, preventing him from using the cursed demon's weapon. The ghost demon's abilities are very useful in this situation, but are rather useless against stronger demons. Even though Himeno sacrificed himself to unleash the full power of the ghost demon, his performance in the original work was very average. Let me go. If you don't use that, everyone will be in danger. Hayakawa Aki shouted to Himeno anxiously. He doesn't want his companions to be killed by demons, so he is willing to do anything to protect them, even at the cost of losing a lot of life. After hearing what Hayakawa Aki called out to him, Himeno was immediately shaken. She cared about Chu-jun very much, but she couldn't just sit back and watch her companions fall into danger. But at present, only Chu-jun's knife can defeat the cockroach demon, which makes her very conflicted. Senior Ji, Hayakawa Aki's second great attack. Ji was woken up immediately. Advertisement, she sighed, as expected. I still can't be so selfish. She compromised and released the ghostly hands that were holding Hayakawa Aki's hands. Hayakawa Aki immediately took the cursed demon's weapon and killed the cockroach demon. Just stab it 3 times and this cockroach demon will surely die. However, just as Hayakawa Aki was about to deliver the first stab, a figure suddenly fell from the sky right above the cockroach demon. Ha ha ha. Just as Otonashi said, there's a piece of meat here. Mitaka Chow, oh no, to be more precise, Mitaka Yi, suddenly landed between Hayakawa Aki and the cockroach demon, smashing a dent in the ground and sending gravel flying in all directions. In her hand was a gun demon meat sword, made of gun demon meat. Although the gun demon meat slices are more suitable for being made into firearm-type weapons, the war demon prefers melee weapons. Weapons made of the same material, melee weapons and ranged weapons have different advantages and disadvantages, and melee weapons are more powerful than ranged weapons. Mitaka Yi's personal preference is close combat. In addition, having absorbed Otonashi Chiya's blood many times, Mitaka Yo's strength has now recovered a lot, and Mitaka Chiya's physical fitness has also been greatly enhanced. Now even if she jumps from a high altitude, her body will not be injured. You. Who are you? Hayakawa Aki looked at the strange girl in front of him and was immediately surprised. Especially after the girl suddenly appeared, the gun demon meat piece that he made into a necklace and hung around his neck made violent movements and was attracted to the girl, as if the girl had a large amount of gun demon meat piece on her body. However, Mitaka Yi simply ignored Hayakawa Aki, she was too lazy to deal with such an ordinary human being. Sanyin Yi just swung his sword and instantly split the cockroach demon in front of him into countless pieces of meat. Now her strength is gradually recovering with the help of Otonashi Chiya, and as for collecting the gun devil meat slices, it is to prepare enough backup weapons. Because the gun demon meat slices are not very durable, they will basically break into pieces after being used once or twice as a weapon, making them just disposable items. After killing the cockroach demon, Mitaka Yi took away the gun demon meat that exploded from the cockroach demon. Who are you anyway? The gun demon meat slice needs to be handed over to the police for safekeeping. Seeing that the other party had taken the gun demon meat slice without permission, and that the other party seemed to have a large amount of meat slices on him, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but remind him. Advertisement Mitaka Yi seemed a little impatient. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will chop you up? Hayakawa Aki dares to say more. It can be seen from the fact that the opponent killed the cockroach demon in seconds just now that the opponent's strength is far superior to their entire Exorcism 3 class. Even if he used the power of the cursed demon, he would probably be no match for this strange girl. Chu-jun, be careful, this guy is not simple. At this time, Himeno walked to the side of Hayakawa Aki and looked at Mitaka Yi with a serious expression. Yoruichi Mitaka had a cold face and unfriendly eyes. Mitaka Chow, who was in the spirit state next to him, was really afraid that Yi would kill innocent people indiscriminately when he was in a bad mood, so he quickly dissuaded him. Yi, don't do anything reckless. Didn't you promise Otonashi not to attack humans casually? Mitaka Yi did not respond. Chow, she knew what was going on. It was just to scare these humans, so that these stupid humans wouldn't keep chattering in her ears. At this time, Hayakawa Aki and Himeno did not dare to act rashly. They were not sure what the dangerous girl in front of them would do next. If they let down their guard and turned away, they might be attacked. At this moment, a space wave suddenly appeared in front of Mitaka Yi, and Otonashi Chiya walked out directly from it. Yi, have you forgotten what you promised me before? Obviously Otonashi Chiya already knew what had just happened here. Of course I didn't forget. I just wanted to scare them. I didn't really want to do anything to them. In front of Otonashi Chiya, Mitaka Yi suddenly seemed much more well-behaved, at least his tone became much calmer. Otonashi? Oh, Otonashi-kun, this girl is someone you know? Otonashi Chiya's sudden appearance immediately surprised both Hayakawa Aki and Himeno. And from the looks of it, that strange girl who doesn't look friendly is someone Otonashi Chiya knows. Extra. Aki Hayagawa and Himeno, 3. Well, she is someone I know, her name is Mitaka Chow. Otonashi Chiya introduced Mitaka to Hayakawa Aki and Himeno. Although it is Mitaka Yoshi who is in charge of the body for the time being, for the sake of convenience, it is better to just say Mitaka Asa. Oh, so he is an acquaintance of Otonashi-kun. No wonder he is so powerful. Ji suddenly didn't find it strange anymore. However, Hayakawa Aki was still somewhat bothered by the gun devil meat piece on Mitaka Asahi's body. With so many gun demon meat slices, he can greatly speed up his efficiency in finding gun demon meat slices. I am Knight. However, at this time, Mitaka Yi emphasized his own name. What Knight? You idiot. Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt helpless. Mitaka Yi immediately became alert and retorted, I'm not stupid. Yes, you are not stupid, Otonashi Chiya said in a slightly perfunctory tone. He then changed the subject. We have already got the gun demon meat slice from the cockroach demon's body, let's go collect the other meat slices. Yes, then I'll take the piece of meat from this guy's neck. As he said this, Mitaka Yi was about to reach out to take the necklace made of the gun devil's meat hanging around Hayakawa Aki's neck. This isn't called stealing, it's simply robbery. Although Hayakawa Aki subconsciously wanted to resist, he restrained himself considering that the other party was someone Otonashi Chiya knew. But at this time, Otonashi Chiya grabbed Mitaka's wrist and said, I didn't ask you to grab his meat. He is my friend. At least get his consent first. What a hassle. Mitaka Yi immediately found it troublesome, but after all, it was Otonashi Chiya who said it, so she had to listen. She then asked Hayakawa Aki, give me the spear demon meat slice. It's meaningless for you humans to take it. Advertisement. How can it be meaningless? If you collect enough pieces of gun demon meat, you can find the gun demon. Hayakawa Aki immediately retorted, huh? Found the gun demon? Mitaka Yi suddenly felt like laughing. The gun devil has obviously been killed by you humans. But halfway through her words, Otonashi Chiya suddenly covered her mouth with her hand, and she could only make, sounds. It's not that Otonashi Chiya particularly doesn't want Mitaka Ya to tell Hayakawa Aki the truth about the gun devil, but there are many outsiders around, and this kind of thing is not suitable for outsiders to know. Come with me first. Otonashi Chiya covered Mitaka Yo's mouth and spoke to Hayakawa Aki in Ameno. Okay. Just now, Mitaka Yi was suddenly interrupted in the middle of his speech, and Hayakawa Aki was immediately curious about what the other party wanted to say. What happened to the gun devil by humans? It's impossible that he has been killed. No, that's absolutely impossible. If this is the case, then the pieces of gun devil meat scattered around the world will disappear along with it. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already brought Hayakawa Aki and others to his apartment in Tokyo. Why didn't you let me continue? Mitaka Yi asked. Do you even need to ask? There are so many outsiders there. This kind of thing is not suitable for outsiders to know. You should learn more about the occasion when speaking. Otonashi Chiya explained. Why are there so many rules? It's really troublesome. Mitaka Yi immediately complained. Otonashi is right. Yoshi, you must not speak carelessly. If the matter of the gun devil spreads, it will cause social unrest. Mitaka Asaya reminded. Yi, advertisement. When she first learned the truth about the gun devil from Otonashi Chiya, she could imagine how bad the impact would be once this truth spread. Although it is essentially the fault of the top leaders of various countries, it is more important to maintain a stable life than to let the people know the truth and cause unrest. Moreover, the gun devil incident cannot be solved only by letting the public know the truth. Otonashi Chiya had already thought of his plan. He planned to solve the problem from the root, which was to directly take away the gun demon bodies of various countries. Without the gun demon's body, there is no point for countries to collect the gun demon's flesh anymore. Although the gun demon itself is a disguised replacement for the long-lost nuclear weapons, the world of Chainsaw Man does not completely need the threat of nuclear weapons or gun demons to maintain relative world peace. Humanity has a common enemy, namely the devil, which is definitely more effective than the deterrent effect of super weapons. Didn't the countries live their lives normally before they divided up the demonic gun's body? You have to know that the demon body of the carve-up gun happened only a few years ago. It was also due to the needs of the plan, and they had previously promised to help the war demon collect the gun demon meat slices. As long as they collected enough gun demon meat slices, they could find the specific location of each gun demon body one by one. At this time, Otonashi Chiya began to reveal the truth about the gun devil to Hayakawa Aki and Ameno. I feel like now is the time to tell you the truth about the gun devil. The truth about the gun devil? Hayakawa Aki suddenly became very concerned. Himeno also cares because of Hayakawa Aki's care. Yes, in fact, the reason why the gun demon disappeared for so long is that it was divided up and kept by various major countries. Otonashi Chiya elaborated. At the beginning, the gun demon was defeated and broken into pieces by someone unknown, and the various major countries divided up the gun demon's body and hid it as their own weapons. How is this possible? Hayakawa Aki's eyes widened immediately, thinking that what Otonashi Chiya said was simply unbelievable. Ji on the side was also shocked. If that's the case, the gun demon would have been defeated long ago. Then what's the purpose of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and other local public security agencies promoting the collection of meat slices to defeat the gun demon? I know you must find it hard to believe, but this is the truth. Countries are scrambling to collect the flesh slices of the gun demon, especially those that hold the gun demon's body, in order to use the flesh slices to continuously strengthen the body in their custody. Otonashi Chiya continued. Although Japan did not get a share of the gun demon, it is estimated that they will have the intention to snatch it sooner or later, so it makes sense to collect the meat in advance. To put it bluntly, they are using your hatred for the gun devil to drive you to work for them. If I tell you the truth, then the number of people who aspire to become public security demon hunters will decrease significantly, which will be detrimental to their goal of collecting gun demon meat slices as efficiently as possible. Extra. Aki Hayagawa and Himeno. 4. This is simply a joke. Letting so many demon hunters die in vain to fight against an enemy that almost no longer exists. Hayakawa Aki suddenly found it difficult to accept this fact. There are too many demon hunters like him who joined the public security to avenge the gun demon. As a result, they were all played with their emotions and became pure toys in the eyes of some high-level officials. GE was also very angry. Then didn't it mean that many of our colleagues who died before were killed by their own people? Many times, the most terrifying thing is always the human heart, but I have already taught those people a lesson for you once. Otonashi Chiya was naturally referring to the previous batch of cabinet members. So, it's meaningless for us to desperately collect the gun demon meat slices now. After all, even if we find the gun demon in the end, we will only find that it is locked up by a certain country. Aki Hayakawa has realized how stupid it is to collect the gun devil's meat slices. That's about right. The public security demon hunters collect the gun demon meat slices to work for those people. Otonashi Chiya explains. But she seems to have a lot of gun devil flesh on her body. What's going on? Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but ask about Mitaka Chow. Because she is a war demon, and the gun demon is one of her followers. The gun demon meat slices are useful to her, And she can also solve the gun demon's problem at the root. Otonashi Chiya's answer path. He did not choose to hide the matter of the war demon from Hayakawa Aki and Ameno. With his current strength, he did not need to worry about the matter of the war demon being exposed. Moreover, the people in front of him were Hayakawa Aki and Ameno, and he trusted these two people enough. War demon. Hayakawa Aki was slightly stunned. Ji also looked surprised. This was the first time they heard of the names of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. Advertisement. The name, War, sounds pretty bad. It's like he's never seen the world before. Mitaka Yi crossed his arms over his chest, expressing his disdain for Hayakawa Aki and Ameno's attitude. But she still felt secretly happy in her heart, at least someone remembered how terrifying she was as a war demon. But the gun demon is actually a follower of the war demon. If I think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with it. But Hayakawa Aki and Ameno are acquaintances of Otonashi Chiya after all, and they are helping the war demon to collect the gun demon meat slices instead of keeping them for themselves. That's about it, so I'm helping her collect the gun devil meat slices now. Not to mention the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, even the cabinet doesn't dare to get involved in such matters. Since Hayakawa Aki and Ameno have a good relationship with Otonashi Chiya, manager Yoshimura Taki will certainly not stop Hayakawa Aki and Ameno from resigning. P.S. The new book needs to be kept on the basis of updating 3 chapters a day, so the extra chapters of this book will have to be put on hold for a while, but I feel that there won't be many readers who will read the extra chapters. In short, I will still try my best to update. After officially resigning, Hayakawa Aki also agreed to visit Himeno's home as a guest. Hayakawa Aki corrected seriously, Himeno family. In addition to his parents, Ji also has a younger sister at home. She was relieved to see that Hayakawa Akira had largely let go of her hatred for the gun devil, which was what Himeno had hoped for. Although Ji often sent letters home, her family must still miss her very much. Hayakawa's thoughts are sunk deep. Ji smiled and said, "But this guy is Chu-jun who I often mentioned to you." Advertisement. After learning the truth about the gun demon, there was no point in him collecting pieces of meat for the public security. No, I'm just a colleague of Ji senpai. So, the gun devil should also listen to Ms. Mitaka. If that's true, then we can solve the problem from the root. After that, Hayakawa Aki directly resigned from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Mitaka Yororichi accepted it with satisfaction. Hayakawa Aki took off the necklace hanging around his neck and handed the gun devil meat slice on it directly to Mitaka Yi. Although he was very indignant, he could not fight against the entire Japanese public security system with his ability, so he could only do what he could. Although according to the obvious rules, non-public security demon hunters cannot possess guns. After all, in modern wars, guns are almost everywhere. Yeah, that's about what it means. The younger sister was shocked when she saw Hayakawa Aki next to Himeno. Sister, you actually brought your boyfriend home? Otonashi Chiya certainly didn't want to join in on the private affairs between Hayakawa Aki and Ameno. He and Mitaka Asa continued to collect slices of gun devil meat. Otonashi Chiya explains. Great, this way we have one more piece of meat. Ji naturally followed suit. She had long hoped that Chu-jun would resign with her and return to the common people. Ji sighed. I see. Then I would like to assist you as well. It cannot be said that Hayakawa Aki has let go of his hatred for the gun demon, but his hatred for the gun demon has become completely meaningless. Instead of being obsessed with the gun demon, he might as well do something more meaningful. Extra. Aki Hayagawa and Himeno, 5, oh, so you are Chu-jun. The younger sister immediately looked at Hayakawa Aki up and down with great interest. Sister has mentioned you to us several times. You are indeed a handsome guy. No wonder sister likes you so much. Hayakawa Aki was speechless for a moment. Anyway, please come in and sit down, the younger sister said to Hayakawa Aki with a smile. She could feel that her sister had become noticeably more cheerful since she started partnering with the young man named Hayakawa Aki. She also had the idea of resigning from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. In fact, she and her mother had always hoped that Himeno could quit the Public Security Bureau and become a demon hunter among the civilians, which would be safer. Of course, it is best to go home directly and not do such dangerous work. It was undoubtedly this young man who brought about those changes in his sister. Excuse me. Is this Chu-jun? Although she is usually carefree and acts more manly than men in front of other boys, she is still quite insincere in front of the person she really likes, Hayakawa Aki. Now, the two of them are already an officially engaged couple. So even though she and her mother had never met Hayakawa Aki before, they both had a good impression of him. Advertisement, yes, hello, Auntie. PS3. Also, I couldn't help but read the recent chapters of the Chainsaw Man comics. I can only say that Shuji's mental state is stable and he made me numb. Eh? At this time, Ji on the side said with a complaining tone. Himeno's mother was all smiles, and it was obvious that she also welcomed Hayakawa Aki. Got engaged. There was no shyness on his face, and he was really discussing marriage seriously. Hayakawa Aki head rode. Hayakawa Aki was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that he did not expect Himeno's mother to suddenly bring up this topic. Then, at the urging of their mother, Hayakawa Aki and Himeno completed their engagement and got married almost a year later. Now it was Ji-yi's turn to be stunned, so what her mother said just now made her feel a little embarrassed. Ji-yi's mother said with a smile, have you decided when to get engaged? PS2. This book was put in the black room again some time ago, which caused me to delete several thousand words of scenes with a little bit of color. So this is why I didn't dare to drive when I wrote it before. I had written it plainly enough, but it was still banned. If I drive more seriously, I would be tortured to death by the review. Advertisement, really? You're still calling me auntie? We have indeed resigned from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, but the marriage seems too sudden. PS1. Actually, I have never forgotten this book, but because of the new book, studies, kidney stones, colds and many other problems, and now there's another new book, the extra chapters of this book have not been updated normally. I will try my best to update it in the future. After saying this politely, Hayakawa Aki walked into the house. Ji's mother said with a smile. They usually work as civilian demon hunters and occasionally hunt some demons that harm civilians. They have no shortage of money and do not need to hunt demons crazily to make money. Leading a relatively peaceful yet exciting life. Later, he met Himeno's mother. Hayakawa Aki nodded slightly. You didn't say you were in a hurry to get married. You can get engaged first. After all, you've been together for such a long time. It can be said that in her mind, Hayakawa Aki is the most perfect son-in-law. Seeing Hayakawa Aki being so serious, Ji couldn't help but be a little surprised. That's true. Hayakawa Aki said seriously. Mom, don't do this. Extra. Blood Demon Peva, 1, Japan, Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Otonashi Chiya would come to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau from time to time. At this moment, he was drinking tea with Butler Yoshimura, who suddenly started talking about something about demons. Blood Demon. Hearing these 4 words, Otonashi Chiya immediately thought of Peva. If we talk about the Blood Demon, it can only be Peva. It seems that the Blood Demon has come down from hell to the human world and turned into a demon. The so-called demon is someone who has taken over the body of a human. The outside is human, the inside is demonic. However, judging from the current situation, Peva has been discovered by the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. You are the Blood Demon, right? P.S. I had been thinking about updating this chapter and recommending the new book of Zanmei. In fact, this chapter was half written 2 months ago, but I have only finished writing this chapter now without realizing it. Peva was sitting obediently on the chair at this time. If Otonashi Chiya guessed correctly, Peva is currently at the time point where the kitten was captured by the bad demon, and then in order to save the kitten, he had to run to the town where humans lived, and was discovered by the demon hunter of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. What should I say? Leave it to me. Advertisement. As for the next new book after Zelda, Hit the Road, I have already decided to write another ghoul book. In fact, I should have started it at the end of last month, but I found that I didn't have enough energy and didn't want to affect the update of Zelda. Hit the Road, so I put it on hold for the time being. I will start it tomorrow after Zelda. Hit the Road is finished. Butler Fankin said, I remember that you have many demons and even devils around you, so I thought you might be good at dealing with this kind of thing. Although it was the first time he met Peva, he was undoubtedly very familiar with Peva. After learning the specific location, Otonashi Chiya immediately set off. Even if that demon suddenly goes berserk, Lord Otonashi will have no problem with his strength. Otonashi. Sir, the blood demon is here. Oh yeah, the cheat is no longer the repetitive, double Kamui, but the fusion of Uchiha Madara, which roughly means obtaining Madara's ability. Also, we can't always write double Kamui, as it will easily cause aesthetic fatigue and people will also make up stories behind your back. Probably because they saw that Peva was a demon with a high degree of rationality who would not harm humans at will. The public security demon hunters did not do anything to her for the time being, but reported the news to the public security headquarters. The rest of the public security demon hunters were standing guard outside, but they weren't worried at all. This is Peva, the mad demon, of course. Manager Yoshimura is very confident about Otonashi Chiya. Well, thank you for your help. The tall girl in front of me has light blonde hair and a pair of bright red horns on her head. She is wearing a pair of very human-looking sneakers and a sports suit. If you don't say that she is a demon, she is just an energetic sporty girl. When Peva first came to the human world, she occupied the body of a human girl, so she is the blood demon. Yes, we found her in a suburban area. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya could tell at a glance that this guy was pretending to be honest, and was actually looking for an opportunity to trick humans into following her to the bad demon so that she could rescue the kitten. Otonashi Chiya said with a slightly awkward smile. The public security demon hunter of Demon Exorcist Section 3 hadn't seen Otonashi Chiya for a long time, and for a moment he almost didn't know how to address Otonashi Chiya. At this time, Otonashi Chiya saw a very familiar figure. Hunting wild animals in the forest for food until he met a kitten, which was Peva's first companion. At this time, he has arrived at the place where the public security demon hunter found Peva. To be precise, Peva has now been taken to the nearby Tokyo Public Security Branch, which is the training base of the Demon Exorcist Section 3. Otonashi Chiya then entered a room where the blood demon was. Well, I'll leave it to you then. That's why Otonashi Chiya is here. Even though the traffic of this book, Chainsaw Man, has dropped to almost zero, I will still try to update the extra chapters as long as I have time. After all, the ending of this book is quite bad, and I want to patch it up as much as possible. Even if there is no income, you can keep it on the bookshelf if you don't mind. Pa. But later the kitten was captured by the bad demon, who asked Peva to help it lure humans to give it as food to restore its strength and heal its injuries. At this time, Zelda. Kill the Girl's new book is about to be completed, and then I suddenly remembered that the extra chapters of this old book have not been updated yet. Alas, after all this time, the extra chapters of this old book have become completely updated in a Buddhist way, and the same goes for that ghoul book. I have to be more diligent and update more extra chapters recently. Extra. Blood Demon Peva, 2, that's right, it's me. I am the Blood Demon. Facing Otonashi Chiya, Peva was not at all reserved and in awe. Probably because she didn't know Otonashi Chiya's position in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Do you have another name? Otonashi Chiya knew it but still asked. Peva. Peva answered truthfully. Okay, I'll call you Peva from now on. Otonashi Chiya continued. First, let me confirm that you will not actively harm humans, right? Of course. I am a demon with a very high rationality. Are you looking down on me? Peva's attitude in answering the questions was not very good. But Otonashi Chiya didn't care about it. That's enough. Now I'll give you two choices. Either become my subordinate, or I'll treat you according to the laws that treat demons. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. What, are you forcing me to work for you? Peva immediately became unhappy and started to grin. Advertisement, so what? If you don't accept it, you can try to resist. Peva's attitude is not good, so Otonashi Chiya also uses a bad attitude to deal with Peva. You. Peva immediately wilted. Of course she was not stupid. She knew that this was the territory of the demon hunter. If she dared to resist here, her life would be in danger. Forget it. I am a great man and I don't bear grudges against you. Even though he had no choice but to accept it, Peva still refused to speak. Then I also need to give you a task. The first task is to hunt down the bad demon with me. Can you do it? Otonashi Chiya explains. Of course I can, huh? Peva didn't react at first, and he responded casually before he suddenly realized that the other party was talking about bad demon. What's wrong? Otonashi Chiya asked. Nothing, nothing. Peva pretends nothing happened. In fact, she had already started a little conspiracy in her mind. She planned to take advantage of the fact that the other party was about to hunt the bad demon and hand him over to the bad demon. In this way, her little kitten could come back. Advertisement after all, Peva had no idea who Otonashi Chiya was, nor did he know Otonashi Chiya's strength. He just treated Otonashi Chiya as an ordinary demon hunter. She didn't expect this guy to be able to defeat the bad demon, so she just wanted to compromise with the bad demon's demands. Let me guess, you're thinking of taking me to hand me over to that bad demon, right? At this time, Otonashi Chiya suddenly said, yeah, no. Peva accidentally said the truth, and was immediately shocked. You can actually read minds? She was terrified. She never expected that her thoughts could be seen through by the other party. I can't read minds. I just know what happened between you and the bad demon. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Who are you? Peva felt incredible that the other party actually knew what happened to him. I call out, Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya took this as almost no answer and continued, so, can we leave now? Ben, I know. Peva responded with a guilty tone. At this time, Otonashi Chiya stopped teasing Peva and said bluntly, anyway, don't try to be clever. I will help you defeat the bad demon and rescue the kitten. Extra. Blood Demon Peva, 3. Okay, then I'll listen to you. It seems that Peva has been intimidated by Otonashi Chiya. But Otonashi Chiya didn't think this guy would really be honest, so he was still wary of him. Mr. Otonashi, have you made arrangements regarding the blood demon? When leaving, a public security demon hunter asked Otonashi Chiya respectfully. Well, this girl just needs to follow my actions for now. I will educate her and not let her do anything wrong. Otonashi Chiya explains. The demon hunter felt envious upon hearing this. The blood demon can directly partner with Mr. Otonashi as soon as he arrives. Although Mr. Otonashi no longer works for the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, almost all the demon hunters in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, including him, have heard of Mr. Otonashi's legendary deeds. It would be a great honor for them to partner with such a legendary demon hunter. However, the blood demon looked nonchalant at this moment, with his hands behind his head, following Mr. Otonashi lazily. Otonashi Chiya directly asked Peva to lead him. Peva is so dishonest that he naturally needs to be taught a lesson by Mishima. At the same time, his right eye Kamui opened a space Uzumaki and Mikima walked out of it. Advertisement, bad demon, I have brought a human as you requested, now can you give me my little kitty back? The bad demon used its long claws to grab Otonashi Chiya who was lying on the ground and put him into its mouth. Peva shouted, pointing at the house. They soon arrived at the bad demon's hideout. Taking advantage of this moment, Peva seemed to think that Otonashi Chiya would be frightened by the bad demon that suddenly appeared in his eyes, so he directly manipulated his blood to make a hammer, and hit Otonashi Chiya's back of the head directly from behind. But she had limited intelligence and didn't think much about it. When she saw Otonashi Chiya fall down, she was sure that this guy had fainted and could be sacrificed to the bad demon in exchange for her kitten. At this time, Peva said to the bad demon in front of him. What is this thing you gave me? Even though she had been frightened by the other party before, she was not really fooled. However, when you put it in your mouth, it doesn't feel like you were eating anything at all. The bad demon felt that he had been fooled, and immediately cursed. Useless guy, forget it. Otonashi Chiya said calmly to Peva. The bad demon was stunned. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly and continued to approach the house with an expressionless face. Although Peva didn't feel like she had hit anything, she looked at the bloodhammer in her hand in confusion. Advertisement. When Otonashi Chiya pushed open the door, the first thing he saw was a huge, ugly and scary bad demon. It was too lazy to play with the blood demon, so it simply hooked the cage containing the kitten next to it with its nails and threw it into its mouth. Otonashi Chiya fell to the ground immediately. The scenes of her and the kitten from the time they met to the last moment flashed through her mind, and she stood there in a daze, not moving. Kitten. But what she didn't expect was that the bad demon would kill someone. As expected, you are not honest. Because the house had been uninhabited for a long time, the bad demon was hiding in the house. We've arrived. The bad demon is right there. Rather than believing this mysterious guy, Peva would rather obey the bad demon's request and rescue the kitten in the safest way. What neither the bad demon nor Peva noticed was that Otonashi Chiya walked directly out of the bad demon's body. This is a lawn in the suburbs. On a small hill not far ahead there's a slightly abrupt house that looks a bit lifeless. Even when he reached the door, he was still on guard against Peva behind him who might attack him at any time. Peva was stunned. She didn't expect this result. When he was about to be swallowed by the bad demon, and when he was attacked by Peva just now, he used the hollow ability, so those strange phenomena occurred. Well done. Extra, blood demon Peva, 4. However, before punishing Peva, the bad demon must be dealt with first. At this time, Makima made a pistol gesture and shot directly at the bad demon. The next moment, something like an air bomb directly opened a big hole in the bad demon's body. What? The bad demon didn't even react to what was happening at first. By the time it came to its senses, it was already dead. He was killed instantly by Makima's shot. There's nothing much to say. At the same time, Otonashi Chiya used the hollow power to twist a hole in the cage in his hand and let the kitten out. But the kitten was very well behaved. It didn't pant or run around or cry. Instead, it stayed obediently in Otonashi Chiya's arms. This was what he brought out when he just walked out of the bad demon's belly. Only Peva was still in a daze, and only when she heard the kitten's cry did she react. I have rescued your little kitty, but you are very disobedient. I must punish you. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya said to Peva with a faint smile. However, Peva's mind was full of the fact that the kitten was saved, and he didn't take the punishment Otonashi Chiya mentioned seriously. Makima, this guy is a blood demon, or more precisely, a blood demon. You should have a way to punish her, right? Otonashi Chiya asked Mishima beside him. Advertisement. In the original book, the fearless Peva is most afraid of Makima, because she suffered psychological trauma after being punished by Makima. Otonashi Chiya explains. Otonashi Chiya explains. Otonashi Chiya just left. He was of course relieved to leave Peva to Mishima. Peva's expression suddenly changed. Evil, devil. Otonashi Chiya said, if you don't obey, I will treat you as a demon and hunt you down. I will let Mishima treat you well. However, as for major issues in principle, such as the incident when the bad demon plotted against him, Peva probably wouldn't dare to do it again, unless he wanted to experience being tortured by Makima again. At this time, Peva had a look of doubt on his face, and it was obvious that he had been badly tortured by Makima. Are you still calling yourself this, master? It seems that you haven't been reformed enough. Peva's head shook like a rattle. It seems that you have behaved yourself now. That's good to know. Let's go then. In fact, he just said it casually, because Peva is the typical guy who will not change no matter what you say. He will probably forget his promise the next day and keep calling others, my uncle, again. Well, as for the blood demon, I know what to do. You are the devil, obviously. To put it simply, Peva was severely bled by Mishima, but as for the specific process of bleeding, it is impossible to describe in detail. P.S. I've been quite busy recently due to the end of the semester, so I've been slow to update the extra chapters. I'm writing the new Ghoul book with 3 chapters a day, and I have to prepare for the next new book. It's really a headache. The next new book is to be determined. One Punch Man, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be this one. Advertisement. It was not until the next day that Makima brought Peva back to Otonashi Chiya. No, I am who I am, and I will never say this again. Then I'll leave it to you. Even Peva hid behind Otonashi Chiya as soon as she saw him. Although it was Otonashi Chiya who asked Mishima to punish her, she had a serious psychological trauma towards Mishima, so much so that she only wanted to hide from Mishima. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Otonashi Chiya explains. Otonashi Chiya explains. Go to the Celestial Empire, or my home. So Otonashi Chiya plans to use Mishima to teach Peva a lesson. Makima nodded slightly. Peva suddenly asked curiously. Yeah, I'm honest now. I'm very honest now. Peva immediately retorted, forgetting what he had just said in the blink of an eye. Mishima said nothing more and walked towards Peva. Where are you going? Peva nodded repeatedly. I am a demon, a blood demon with a very high IQ. Don't confuse me with those demons with low IQs. Extra. Blood demon Peva, 5, come over. At this time, Otonashi Chiya, who had already held Mishima's hand, said to Peva. What? Peva suddenly became alert. Just come over here. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Don't want? Peva suddenly felt that there was something fishy going on. Seeing that Peva was so disobedient, Mishima immediately looked at Peva with cold eyes. Although there was no expression on Mishima's face, Peva was still frightened and trembled all over. Then he walked to Otonashi Chiya and stood on the left side opposite to Mishima. Mishima was on the right side. I'm ready to go, hold on to me. Otonashi Chiya opening. What? Pava didn't react for a moment and just subconsciously grabbed the corner of Otonashi Chiya's clothes. The next moment, she suddenly felt dizzy and her vision was dazed for a moment. Because Pava was so frightened that he closed his eyes, he didn't even see Otonashi Chiya's fleeting Kamui space. Advertisement in the blink of an eye, Otonashi Chiya brought Mishima and Pava back to the Celestial Empire and stayed in his own villa. We've already arrived, but you're still closing your eyes? Otonashi Chiya reminded Pava. Pava then opened his eyes and asked, what is this place? This is my home, and it's also a place called Heavenly Kingdom. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Oh, so you just took me to another country in an instant? Pava asked belatedly. Yes, and didn't you notice that your cat was not in your hand? Otonashi Chiya took out the cat cage and waved it in front of Pava. If he hadn't remembered to take the kitten with him before leaving, the kitten would have been left there by Pava. Cat. Pava immediately took the cage and let the kitten out of it. What a troublesome guy. Otonashi Chiya's thoughts. Advertisement. After playing with the kitten for a while, Pava asked Otonashi Chiya, what should I do here next? You don't need to do anything special. Just be a demon hunter and patrol the streets. If you encounter demons that attack humans, just deal with them. Otonashi Chiya wasn't worried about Pava attacking humans or causing trouble. Because Mikima's ability can monitor Pava almost all over the world, if this guy does anything messy, Mikima will naturally deal with her. I am the blood demon. You actually want me, a demon, to hunt demons. It seems that you trust me a lot. Pava immediately raised his nose with pride and said, this uncle, 3 times in a row. Yes, it would be great if you can live up to my trust. Of course, if you don't obey, Mikima will tell you what to do. Otonashi Chiya explains. When Pava heard the name Mishima, she was frightened and nodded obediently. Also, let me take you to meet everyone first. Otonashi Chiya brought Pava into the living room. His family is quite big and has many members. Denji, Korin, Scarlet, Kanzuki, Reese, Kiga, Mitaka Asahi, Mikima. They all live in Otonashi Chiya's house. Otonashi Chiya brought Pava home and naturally let her meet the family members first. Oh, there seem to be quite a lot of people here. I am the blood demon Pava. Please give me your guidance. P.S. The new book, One Punch Man, starting from Double Kamui, has been published. You can see it by clicking on my personal homepage. Now because I am publishing 2 books at the same time, I have to write at least 10,000 words every day. I can't update the extra chapters so frequently, but I will try my best to ensure that I update at least once a month. Extra. Buds of a Cat, 1, Magic University. With her extraordinary intelligence and talent, Lacey was admitted to one of the top universities in Daxia. Otonashi Chiya also passed the exam with him. Moreover, they both chose the same major and were both studying at the School of Foreign Languages at Shanghai University. With the help of Mishima and others, the public security in the Celestial Empire, especially in the Magic City, is very stable, and Otonashi Chiya basically does not need to pay attention to the public security situation. Unless a rude demon appears, Mikima and the others can easily deal with it. So Otonashi Chiya also had the time to accompany Reese to take the college entrance examination. Of course, he didn't do this just for Lacey, he also wanted to go to college. In his previous life, he traveled through time before he even went to college, so this regret had to be made up for somehow. I was a little nervous during the college entrance examination. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get in here with you. Fortunately, my wish came true. While walking on the campus of Magic University with Otonashi Chiya, Lacey suddenly sighed. Today is the first day of school at Shanghai University. Lacey is wearing a refreshing white short-sleeved shirt and black jeans. The collar with a pull ring on her neck is a bit conspicuous. Outsiders who don't know the truth may mistake it for some special play. Otonashi Chiya wore a simple and classic white shirt and white pants, and his double Kamui Mangekyō blood-red eyes were also very conspicuous. Are you still unsure of yourself, ye lazy? The college entrance examination should be quite easy for you. Otonashi Chiya explains. That's all because of you. If I didn't want to get into the same university as you, I wouldn't be so nervous. Lacey's tone was slightly resentful. Advertisement. Then if you take the initiative, I will forgive you. Otonashi Chiya smiled awkwardly. The title, Master, was something that happened during the Soviet era. I didn't expect that after so much time, Lise would suddenly use this title again. Then she took the initiative to hold Otonashi Chiya's hand. Sorry, I was just concentrating on addressing you. Master will always be my favorite master. Please let me go. If you call me that in front of other students, they will think I'm a weirdo. Can I only say that it is worthy of being one of the best universities in the Celestial Empire? This campus is really huge. Otonashi Chiya gave Reese some common sense. As she spoke, Lacey slightly stood on tiptoe, tilted her head slightly, and slowly closed her eyes. Lacey thought for a moment, well, Chiya-san, this feeling is also very good. That's right, but actually we don't have this kind of address in Daxia. Generally speaking, people in Japan like to use this kind of honorifics. In Daxia, we either call people by their names or call them classmates. I see. Then let's just call you Chiya, or Chiya-san. Otonashi Chiya had no idea what Reese wanted him to do. She was still drawing circles on the back of his hand. Master, since the campus is so big, I'm a little worried about getting lost on my first visit. P.S. I never thought that someone would give tips to a book that has been finished for such a long time. Thanks to the reader, Shanghai Ren, for giving me a flowers for the latest update, and a 666 for the completion. In addition, I will try my best to make up for the missed chapters in the sequel. Advertisement. Lacey nodded. Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt something strange. It's really big, Lacey said immediately. Lacey stuck out her tongue playfully. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. You're still calling me master at this time? There was a hint of complaint in Lacey's tone. Okay, blame me, blame me. Taking the initiative for what? Otonashi Chiya explained with a smile. Certainly. At this moment, Lacey suddenly touched the back of Otonashi Chiya's hand with her slender fingers. You are such an idiot, you still need others to take the initiative. The sakura-colored lips trembled slightly as if expecting something. Okay, Chiya too. Lacey enjoyed walking around the campus with a happy smile on her face. Otonashi Chiya Una Road. Advertisement. Some random thoughts about the original comics and the new account and book. Let me talk about the new account and new book first. The new book has been opened, but I have changed to a new account and the pen name is Literary Girl Takatsuki Izumi. The title of the new book is One Punch Man, starting with Double Kamui, and it is in the bookshelf of my account. As for why I changed to a new account, the explanation is in writer's comments, so I won't explain it here. In addition, this new book is a rewrite of the previous One Punch Man. I will explain it here so that you don't feel confused. The previous book One Punch Man was not of good quality due to lack of energy due to dual opening of 2 books. In addition, the quantity was controlled by the tomato system, so it was finished early. The plot of this new book has been completely rewritten, but the cheat is still Double Kamui, and other abilities will be added. It is no longer just Double Kamui. After all, the combat power ceiling of One Punch Man is relatively high, and a Double Kamui alone is definitely not enough. Readers who are interested in One Punch Man can go and check it out. That's all about the new book. Let's get back to the topic. I have been following the original manga of Chainsaw Man. As Fujimoto's painting style became increasingly poor and bizarre, I almost lost the motivation to continue reading. However, in the first few chapters, Fujimoto finally made a reversal. The new horseman of the apocalypse has appeared, but he is not the demon of death, but the demon of hunger. Jihi, who was originally identified as the hunger demon by everyone, is actually the real death demon. He had been pretending to be his sister Shaojiba. As for Nayuta, it seems that she is dead. In the single volume or official book, Fujimoto clearly marked her as dead. Advertisement. We can only look forward to the appearance of new dominant demons. To be honest, even if there is a reversal, I don't feel that there is much to watch. The overall plot and worldview of the second part of the comic gave me a very depressing feeling. It was completely different from the feeling I had when I watched the first part. I can't explain it specifically. However, the background of the second part is indeed always in the school and some streets without place names marked at all, as if the plot is always being advanced in a small town. This may be one of the reasons why I feel depressed. Next, the extra chapters of this book will continue to be updated, although the update time is very unstable. Now there are too many books to be kept busy. Every old book must be updated with extra chapters, at least once a month. This chapter is a single chapter and is not considered an extra chapter, so it will be updated in the next few days. The only thing I am looking forward to is the Lease theatrical movie in the second half of the year. The Lease arc was the one that touched me the most when I read the comic, Chainsaw Man, before. So when the time comes, I will most likely write a Chainsaw Man fanfiction with Lace as the sole female protagonist. Even though Chainsaw Man's worldview is very suitable for harem, it does not affect my writing of single female protagonists. Whether I write harem or single female protagonist usually depends on my mood. I can write both. I may even write better with a single female protagonist. The book with the best performance on Tomato so far is Ghoul Double Kamui, which was published after Chainsaw Man. The only female protagonist in that book is Yoshimura 8. From a general perspective, harem novels are indeed more profitable in the online literature market. But if I really like a female character, I will choose to give up the harem, which is easier to make money and specialize in writing with a single female protagonist. It is rare to create because of love. This is probably why the performance of the Ghoul with a single female protagonist is particularly good. The other 3 books in the account are all harems. Although the performance is stable, it is mediocre, not as explosive as the performance of the Ghoul with a single female protagonist. My favorite character in Chainsaw Man is Reisa, just like my favorite character in Tokyo Ghoul is Yoshimura 8. I hope that I can write a good enough novel with Reisa as the only female protagonist. Extra. The secret, too. Seeing Lace take such an active action, Otonashi Chiya was immediately touched. His mind went blank for a moment, and he kissed her without hesitation. Otonashi Chiya was intoxicated by the cool and soft touch. After a long time, the two slowly separated. Lacey showed a sweet smile on her face, and her cheeks blushed slightly. Isn't this what a young romance on campus feels like? Maybe. Otonashi Chiya isn't so sure either. Since we are not sure, let's experience it in school. The formal classes will not start until 2 days later because I have plans for tomorrow, the next day. You can see that many students have gathered here. These are freshmen who have just enrolled. That girl looks so beautiful, and she does look like a foreigner. Could she really be the Soviet student? The classmates started talking about Otonashi Chiya and Reese. All I can say is that having power is great, as long as you don't use it to do anything dirty. Advertisement, it's mainly because you've been recognized. Reese said quietly beside Otonashi Chiya. Of course, isn't your appearance frozen before you became a weapon man? You might as well say that you look more like a college student than those girls in college. After a simple registration and getting to know the classmates, everyone went to their assigned dormitories. You have to know that before Otonashi Chiya traveled through time, he had to continue paying accommodation fees if he wanted to apply for day school. He could not live in the dormitory, but he had to continue paying. P.S. Sorry, this chapter is updated too late. It is said that there is a big shot and a Soviet student among our freshman class. Could they be those two? We seem to be a little famous. Is this true? There is a demon hunter in our school? Otonashi Chiya explains. Otonashi Chiya's faint smile. Advertisement. When Otonashi Chiya and Leisa showed up, many eyes immediately focused on them. In fact, it is just a matter of words, but if Otonashi Chiya did not have that status, the counselor might not agree so readily. Although it was the first time for everyone to meet each other, many of them had already known each other in the freshman group before school started, so you could still see some people having a great time chatting with each other. At this time, Lei Sai ran in front of Otonashi Chiya and faced him. By the way, do you think I look like a college student now? Otonashi Chiya's faint smile. Lacey exclaimed. I heard that the big guy seems to be a demon hunter, or a very powerful one. Well, becoming a weapon man did have its benefits in the first place. Let's go meet our classmates first. I remember the registration place is at the entrance of the library. In the morning, the assistants, who were seniors, led us to familiarize ourselves with the campus environment, and in the afternoon, we introduced ourselves. Otonashi Chiya and Leisa used some of their connections to allow them to live off campus and attend school as a day student. It can't be helped. After all, I'm the only Soviet among the freshmen in this major. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya and Lei Sai briefly greeted the students who came to say hello. Lacey said helplessly. Then, Otonashi Chiya and Lei came to the entrance of the library. Extra. The secret. 3. My name is Otonashi Chiya. I am an international student from Tokyo, Japan, but I am essentially a Huxia. I won't go into detail about the reasons. I work part-time as a demon hunter. I don't have any special hobbies. If I have to say, it's that I am a demon hunter. After introducing himself, Otonashi Chiya wrote his name on the blackboard. The big man in the rumors is indeed him. I have heard of the name Otonashi Chiya. He seems to be the strongest demon hunter. Is he stronger than our Daxia's Guangxi? I remember the last time I saw the news, Guangxi was called the strongest demon hunter. I don't know who is better, him or that Guangxi. I just know that he is more famous now. When Otonashi Chiya introduced himself, the students in the audience immediately started talking. Next, it was Lacey's turn. My name is Lei. I'm an international student from Moscow, Soviet Union. I came here to study with Chiya. My part-time job is also a demon hunter. As for my hobbies, my hobby is Chiya. My hobby is Chiya. Anyway, I like Chiya the most. This is exactly the effect she wanted. Even the assistant director on the stage was stunned and couldn't help but marvel in their hearts at how amazing this junior girl was for daring to say such words in public. Otonashi Chiya's mouth twitched slightly. This guy is really endless. Otonashi Chiya decided to go all out and directly grabbed Leslie's hand and used the ability of Double Kamui. Advertisement. It's not that embarrassing, but it's really helpless. So, Chiya, what's your response? Moreover, the second part of the Chainsaw Man comics is becoming less and less interesting, but I heard that the Lise Arc movie will be released in September this year. Let's see how it goes then. At the same time, Otonashi Chiya took Reese to Kamui's space and then to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Although what she said was true, she said it deliberately to tease Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya and Reese disappeared in an instant. Lacey was a little stunned, and they actually went to get a marriage certificate? P.S. It has been a year and a half since I published this book. Now I have nothing in my mind. I guess I won't be able to write the sequels in the future, because I have started a new book and it is difficult to allocate extra energy to take care of the sequels of so many old books. What else? I'm serious. Are you serious? There was no trace of shyness on Lace's face, and the blush was just fake. Advertisement. Mary. It also saves Lacey from teasing him with this kind of thing in the future. And Lacey's questioning quickly caused the audience to boo. Otonashi Chiya said lightly, even this self-introduction is an act. Looking at this situation, Lacey suddenly felt secretly delighted. Anyway, given his current relationship with Lace, getting a marriage certificate is a simple matter. As soon as Lace said this, Otonashi Chiya could immediately feel the eyes of his classmates looking at him. The classmates were all stunned. How could he suddenly disappear? Waiting for the new year without getting married? As for the new book, it is a Japanese fantasy book called Fantasy. The reincarnated yellow-haired villain just wants to stay away from the heroine. Interested readers can go and have a look. There was a different kind of faint blush on Lace's face, but it was not known whether it was her acting skills. Okay, let's go get the marriage certificate. Just get married right now, don't blind my eyes. At this time, Lace seemed to feel that it was not enough, and asked Otonashi Chiya directly in front of everyone.